Chapter 1768. The endless starry sky was another starry sky that no one was familiar with. It was not the familiar starry sky that they had seen for 20 to 30 years, where they could clearly recognize the Big Dipper, Southern Dipper, Orion, and many other constellations. This starry sky erased the vastness and amazement in front of them, revealing layer by layer. It did not even need to be revealed completely. Just by slapping themselves in the face, they could feel an abnormal feeling. It was so abnormal that, in short, it felt like something was wrong everywhere. When they first came to this starry sky, they already had this feeling. It was just that they were blinded by the vast galaxy in front of them, so they did not fully realize the situation until now. Their line of sight crossed the dried river, the cracked riverbed, and then the mountains. What entered their eyes was a stretch of towering mountains and buildings. They did not know how long they had been here. Perhaps it was because they stood in the starry sky, or perhaps it was because their quality was very good, but they still stood tall in front of them after countless years. It was very strange and abnormal. When these two situations were put together, it was very easy to feel fear. Right now, they were only a little panicked, but after a while, they could not say for sure, for example, something else would happen. The buzzing sound of energy was like the rumbling of a huge machine. The sound that rang in his ears started from a high pitch and slowly lowered its pitch. The sound also gradually lowered and gradually disappeared. The blue-clothed youth and the others suddenly turned their heads. The starry sky bridge made of billions of light suddenly lost its luster and became dim. In a few breaths of time, it completely disappeared and disappeared. Everyone saw this scene. There was only the starry sky in front of them, and the platform that was abnormally far away. There was no way back. A chill instantly emerged from the bottom of their hearts and quickly spread throughout their bodies. Well, it seems like there is no way back this time. The blue-clothed youth pinched his bitter face and smiled bitterly at Lu Weiran. "Uncle Lu, what did I say?" Lu Weiran was also a little stunned by this scene that suddenly appeared and cut off their path. After a moment, he helplessly sighed. "There is no other way. We can only continue forward." He looked at everyone and coughed dryly to clear his throat. "There is nothing to say now. This secret realm, perhaps it has exceeded our expectations from the beginning. But since we have already come here and the path is cut off, there is no use in saying discouraging words. The only thing we can do is to continue forward. For this starry sky bridge to be built, there should be something left here, such as some devices, some machines. It is too early to say that we are giving up. Let's continue forward. Go to that city and take a look. Maybe we can find some clues. Of course, if you feel that there is no hope and that there is no way to move, then it is not too late to come back to find you all." When everyone heard this, they rolled their eyes in their hearts. At this moment, staying in the same place was tantamount to suicide. Who knew where the new path would appear? They were scared of this damn place. Although nothing had happened yet, they were already a little scared. The unknown was the easiest thing to arouse the uneasiness in the heart. Coincidentally, there was nothing in this space that they knew. Low sighs could be heard from the group. They looked back at the disappearing path of the starry sky, shook their heads, and continued to move forward. At this point, everyone slowly thought of a question. Could it be that this place was not a secret realm at all? All the secret realms and caves that they had encountered in the past, none of them had hidden things so deeply, and there would not be such a strange thing. But it seemed that it was too late to think of this matter now. Yin Nuashing looked back at the starry sky and said in the soul, "Did you blow up that bridge?" "Yeah, I was just about to ask you that." Hui was startled when he heard this. "I thought you blew up the bridge first when you heard that they were going to retreat." The two of them looked at each other, then looked at the little girl again to confirm that this matter had nothing to do with the three of them. After confirming that this matter had nothing to do with the three of them, they looked at each other again for a while, then calmly said in their hearts, "Oh, all right, this is the rhythm of something is going to happen. I just don't know what it is. It must be you who forced them to do this. It must be you, the prophecy emperor's fault." Hui and Yin Nuashing both spoke at the same time, then looked at each other fiercely and bared their teeth in protest. The little girl at the side covered her eyes. These two were really, They were too good at throwing the blame away. Don't say any more. It must be the two of you. For the next part of the journey, Yin Nuoxing and Hui desperately tried to get rid of their relationship, throwing the blame on each other's head one after another. They were just sure digging up old scores. The distance from a landing point to the city in the distance was very far. With the speed of everyone's nonstop trotting, they crossed over a plain, crossed over a mountain range, and used a full 6 to 8 hours to reach the city. These 8 hours are enough for us to rush from the northernmost point of Huaxia country to the southernmost point. The blue-clothed youth put his hands on his waist and panted. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Isn't this place a little too big? After crossing over a mountain range, the city was in front of them. They had yet to descend from the mountain and stood halfway up the mountain, but it was difficult to take in the entire city in their eyes. Those huge buildings that reached the sky had now transformed into tall towers in front of them, which were abnormally grand. This city, Lu Weiran wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long breath. After looking down for a moment, she couldn't help but fall silent. I'm afraid it's bigger than the entire Huaxia country. Is there such an exaggerated span? Everyone was shocked. I've always been very confident in my grasp of distance. I've once overlooked the great rivers and mountains of Huaxia country from a height of 10,000 meters. Although I can't say that I can see it all at once, I can still make a rough estimate. It's not more than 3% different from the real area. Lu Weiran silently stretched out her hand and pointed forward from the extreme left all the way to the extreme right. We should be at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Just from the position we're standing at now, the part that we can see in front of us is already half the size of Huaxia country. This doesn't include the part that we can't see. There's a mountain next to us that should be 3 times the height of this mountain. Do you want to go there and take a look? Everyone looked at each other. Some wanted to look at the city in front of them, while others wanted to look at the mountain next to them. They hesitated for a while and couldn't make up their minds. Let's go, let's go. It's rare to see it, so it's good to go and take a look. If we go up there, I might be able to see it more clearly. The young man in blue waved his hand and took the lead to run toward the mountain. Everyone was a little helpless when they saw that. When they saw Lu Weiran shrugging and following him, they were even more helpless. The location of the 2 mountains was not very far away. With their physical fitness, climbing the mountain was not a problem at all. As long as there was no sudden vacuum or lack of air in the starry sky, they would be fine even if they went to the stratosphere. About an hour later, they arrived at the top of the pointed mountain. I'll climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains. The young man in blue stood at a height of 16,000 meters and looked down at the entire ground. The scenery, the vast mountains and rivers, and the exotic scenery made him feel a surge of anger brewing in his heart. However, after a long time, he only managed to brew this sentence. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and felt refreshed. This place is really not bad. Putting aside the strange feeling, climbing a mountain is not bad. Let's go to Mount Everest someday. We can't go up Mount Everest in recent years. Don't even think about it. Lu Weiran rolled his eyes at him. Standing on the top of the mountain, he turned around and straightened his back little by little. He also felt the feeling of looking down on the world. He looked at the city that had become a little smaller, but it was wider and harder to see the city clearly. He also looked at the tower in front of him that seemed to be impossible to see the top no matter how hard he climbed. He could not help but frown. This obviously did not look like a building that could be built by humans. How is it? Do you see anything? Someone could not help but interrupt his thoughts. Lu Weiran looked around slightly and pondered for a moment. I still can't see a complete thing. Based on the general idea, no need to give a general idea. A voice suddenly sounded, startling everyone. They turned around and saw the young man in blue standing on his tiptoes with his hands on his waist and looking at the entire land. He tilted his head slightly and grinned at everyone. The longest horizontal distance of this city is about 3 times the circumference of the equator, more than 120,000 kilometers. Everyone was speechless. This place is not round. As long as your eyes are good enough, you can see infinitely far places. The young man in blue pointed at the farthest end, then at his feet, and finally at his eyes. My eyes are pretty good. As long as the height is high enough, I can see. Hui touched his chin. 200,000 kilometers in length and width. The size of a medium to large city in the realm of the gods. This was indeed a product of the Eight Elements realm. Is this something that humans can build? Someone mumbled, causing Yin Nuo Xing and the other two to roll their eyes. Although this was not purely man-made, it was basically a place for people to live in. Don't be fooled by the scale of this place. In a city, there were mountains and rivers, huge landmark buildings, and also ordinary houses and pavilions. Aren't those sesame pea-sized black shadows below the small houses? Those buildings, pagodas, and palaces that were easily tens of thousands of feet high were all places where special people lived. Those were the kind that couldn't be climbed up without some skills. If ordinary people lived in them, they would have to climb 10,000 floors every day. Just thinking about it was scary. And the estimated itinerary for the day was, get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and go downstairs. That's it. The whole day's itinerary was spent climbing stairs. If necessary, it might take a few days. Well, I heard that there was a thing called an elevator, which was specially used to deal with such tall buildings. Going up and down in a straight line would save you the pain of climbing stairs. But going up and down 10,000 floors was probably going to be tough. 2 floors in a second. It would take more than an hour to go up and down. Forget it. Let's not talk about this topic. The internal space of this thing is a teleportation function. Yin Nuoxing yawned in response to Huey's sarcastic topic. As you said, this is not a place for ordinary people. There's also a palace over there that is 20,000 feet high. Do you want to explore it in depth? No. Hui smiled bitterly. Everyone walked around the peak a few times and took a few photos. They began to wonder what they were doing here. They looked at the mobile phones in everyone's hands and fell silent. Climbing the mountain felt great, but going down the mountain felt a little weak in the knees. With a height of 16,000 meters, going down the mountain was like bungee jumping. They could clearly feel their bones and organs trembling. If they missed a step, they didn't know if they would fall to their deaths given their physical strength. After spending more than 2 hours descending from the mountain, everyone's hands and feet were already trembling. They rested on the spot for a while before walking into the city in front of them. After crossing the entrance of the city wall and walking inside, it was as if they had experienced a time travel and arrived at another place in another period of the ancient era. As for the age of the buildings, it was hard to tell. Even though many years had passed, they didn't look too dilapidated. Some were damaged and some were tattered, but it looked like they had experienced a war during the turmoil of war and were accidentally damaged. It didn't seem like they had been eroded by time. I can't tell when the buildings here were built at all. Even how long they've been here. Huge buildings, huge city, incredible antiquity, incredible style. It's like the residence of a god. We thought that this sentence was actually not wrong. He just did not know if the god in these people's hearts was a concept or a definite thing. The time span, can't you tell? Hui whispered in his soul. I don't know if it's because of the rules or the big fragment itself. I can't feel the rules of time in this place. I can only judge that the rules of time are normal. Feng, take a look. It's about the same situation. I can calculate. Well, the time span is... Yin Nuoxing frowned and pulled her long hair. At least 4 eras. For eras? Hearing this long time, Hui crossed his arms and frowned. This thing can't be brought down from the Eight Elements realm, right? If it was brought down from the Eight Elements realm, it's normal that it can't see the rules of time clearly. It probably suffered a few heavy blows when it passed through the barrier of the Eight Elements realm. Yin Nuoxing added, at least 4 eras. It's hard to say if the time span will not double or triple. Well, we looked around. Let's go to the side and look for something. They're too slow. We was about to shout when the blue-clothed young man turned to look at Lu Weiran. Uncle Lu, the feeling has dissipated a little. There shouldn't be any problem. Let's split up. This place is too big. We probably won't find anything if we stick together. Lu Weiran tilted her head. Are you sure there's no problem? Well, for the time being, there's no such feeling. The blue-clothed young man scratched his head and laughed dryly. How about this? Let's split up for a while and come back here in 1 or 2 hours. How about we gather at a place near the center? We'll leave some obvious road signs on the way so that it won't be difficult to find people if we go to the wrong place. All right, then let's split up. However, we can't guarantee that we're completely safe now. It's best not to touch anything in the ancient city if it's not necessary. If there's anything worth paying attention to, just write it down first. I feel that everything here is worth paying attention to. Someone could not help but mutter. Everyone smiled bitterly. This was obviously a place that they were not familiar with. Naturally, they would be curious about everything. To ensure that they did not touch anything, it was not that easy. When everyone dispersed, and only a few of them were left, we let out a long sigh and said, "Then, let's move. Since there's no one left, we can move freely. Phone, let's go to the tower and have a look." According to the time span that you mentioned just now, I have a rough guess. This place might be a part of the continent that was destroyed. It might have been preserved, not destroyed in the void. It should be the remnants of the destruction back then. It's not the main body that was directly destroyed by the void. That's why we can see the torn wounds at the edge. We pointed to a place in the distance. He waved his hand and walked away. Anyway, let's go take a look first. Just as he took 2 steps, a weak voice suddenly sounded, "Do you know this place?" Huey's footsteps stopped abruptly. Yin Nuashing was also stunned for half a second. She turned around and saw Zhou Zibai, the little girl, weakly raising her little hand and looking at them. Suddenly, they were stunned. They forgot that there was a little tail following them. Ahem. Hui coughed dryly. Suddenly, he quickly approached Zhou Zibai. He stared at her and pretended to be fierce. "Little girl, you didn't hear anything. You didn't see anything. Do you understand?" Yin Nuashing pushed Hui to the side. She helplessly shook her head at the frightened Zhou Zibai. "It's just his daily whimsy. Don't worry about him. Anyway, there's only one person. I don't think it matters." The last sentence was said to Hui and the little girl. When the two saw that the person in charge also said that there was no problem, they naturally stopped talking. "Let's go." Hui waved his hand. He turned into a white shadow and flew directly into the sky. He flew toward the huge tower in the center. Yin Nuashing held Zhou Zibai with one hand and also turned into a shadow to follow. With their speed, it only took a few minutes to reach the highest tower in the city. To be honest, it was obviously complicated to explain the origin of the 3 of them, the starry sky, the world, the void, and other things to Zhou Zibai, an ordinary person who lived in the mortal world. Although she had seen a lot of incomprehensible things at this moment, her worldview was in a state of shaky state. It should collapse and be reconstructed quickly with a poke of a finger. At this time, her ability to understand should be raised to an unimaginable level. Basically, this little girl would accept whatever they said calmly. But how could he accurately explain these guys who were extremely dangerous in the world of Order of the 8 Elements realm? Especially these 3 guys who had been freeloading on food, drinks, and lodging these days. We felt that this thing was really too difficult to understand. In fact, it didn't matter if he didn't explain. She was immortal, right? Her lifespan was fixed. She couldn't live for more than 1,000 years. Besides, the 3 of them patted their backs and returned to the 8 Elements realm. There was probably nothing to say. They would never see each other again in this life. So, sigh. In fact, he didn't want to keep others in suspense. Of course, he might not say anything. Fly, fly, fly. On the tens of thousands of feet high tower, Zhou Zibai looked down at the ground that was almost invisible from the edge of the tower. She repeated a sentence with a dull expression. Yin Nuashing was about to put the little girl down. She suddenly rushed up and hugged half of his body. Don't let go of me. My legs are weak." Yin Nuashing, isn't it just flying tens of thousands of meters high? Aye. People are afraid of heights. No, I'm not afraid of heights. It's just that I haven't reached my limit. That's all. Zhou Zibai trembled as she hugged Yin Nuashing. Her pretty face was pale. Fly, fly. When she looked back at the ground again, she almost fainted. It's strange. You weren't that scared when you were on the plane and standing on the platform. That's different. Zhou Zibai was about to cry. Yin Nuashing scratched his cheek. "Well, I forgot that you are an ordinary person." He continued to hug the little girl, turned his head, and followed Hui and Yin Nuoxing into the tower. In the dark space of the tower, only the light of the stars shone through the entrance and the hole in the ceiling. The light illuminated the empty space of the tower. There were many energy runes engraved on the walls of the tower. They were obviously activated by energy. There should be something in this empty space, but it needed energy. That's right. This is the tower in that continent. I forgot the name. It's the energy center of a city. It was used to resist the power of chaos at that time. It contains a very basic power of order. It was a weak power of order that was instinctively created at that time. After all, not everyone came into contact with order and chaos at that time. The power of order, well, it should be the last to recover. We looked at the spacious space and couldn't help but sigh. Yin Nuoxing looked around. Is it left behind from that time? Although I can't be 100% sure. My intuition tells me that this is the case. I've been here before and even used this tower, so I remember it very clearly. The difficulty of making this thing was quite high at that time, although it can't be compared to our Origin Energy Tower in any way. Hui nodded. As he spoke, he frowned and looked distressed. Now the most difficult thing is, I don't know why it appeared here. If it was brought down by someone, where's the person? Were his last words? He can't deliberately throw this piece of trash into someone else's house and then ignore it, right? Yin Nuoxing could only remain silent. He really didn't know anything. The only thing he could do now was to ask, do you want to use the Book of Epics to take a look? Well, with the degree of the remnant rules, your Book of Epics might not be able to figure it out. Hui shrugged. I have a guess. The little girl looked up at Hui. Could this be the main body that was swept into the void? It could be part of it. Hui was startled. They were swept into the void. The power of chaos mixed with the void and exploded, opening up a passageway across the primordial realm. The parts that didn't dissipate in time were sent here. There are also some people who stayed on that continent and eventually came here together. The little girl spread out her hands. They're all rebirth state level creations mixed with order and power of chaos. Although it's very weak, it's enough for the void to gnaw on for a while. It won't dissipate so easily. That's a possibility. Yin Nuoxing nodded. As we listened, sweat dripped down his forehead. His mouth trembled as he opened it. But if that's the case, then the power of chaos, didn't it also come to the third primordial realm? Yin Nuoxing and the little girl were startled at the same time. Hui continued to speak in a trembling voice. His words were shocking to the extreme. And he stayed in the three elements realm for 9 eras. The little girl swallowed her saliva. Oh, the main body of the continent that exploded crossed over to the third primordial realm with the power of chaos. That was really an epic event. Chapter 1769. No. Although it's a very terrible thing to say, I was just scared. Think about it. After calming down, no matter how unbelievable the chaotic energy was, it couldn't have stayed in the three elements realm safe and sound under the influence of the void, could it? That's right, Zhang Tai said with a deep voice. That's right. Hui waved his hand vigorously. Besides, this place is under the protection of the heavenly god of origin. We personally rebooted it. The protection of the heavenly god of origin hasn't been rebooted in the 47th era, right? The little girl said. That. Huey's expression froze again as sweat poured down like rain. Indeed, it hasn't, but it has been rebooted now. Well, if it really fell into the three elemental realm along with this fragment, it shouldn't be able to cause any trouble under the suppression of the heavenly god of origin's protection. After all, they are beings of the same level. Whether it can cause any trouble or not is one thing. Yin Nuoxing turned to look outside the tower. Whether it exists or not is another thing. No matter what, it shouldn't exist here, if it really is here. That's true. He let out a long sigh and scratched his head. What happened in the 47th era was really an old debt. At that time, he didn't have a deep understanding of order and chaos. Although he knew that the thing that fell into his neighbor's house wasn't anything good, he didn't expect it to be something so deadly. If nothing happened in those 4 eras, then it would be fine. But if they didn't, then he didn't know what would happen. Let's look around here first. Anything we say now is just a guess. It's good to find some clues to comfort ourselves, but if not, Huey's cheeks twitched as he breathed a sigh of relief. We'll see when the time comes. Even though he was looking for clues, Hui himself wasn't sure if he was looking for clues to prove that this island had nothing to do with the continent that was swept away, or that this island was the destroyed continent or a fragment of the continent. 3 directions, 3 scenarios. Just thinking about it for a while was enough to give him a headache. It was really a headache for the 8 elemental realm. This damned chaos. They came to the 3 elemental realm for a vacation, but they still couldn't be at ease. We walked around for a while, then raised his hand and shouted, "Ah, phone, come here." I found it. Yin Nuashing pulled Zhou Ji by, who was still in a state of shock, and stopped in front of Hui. In front of the latter, there was a group of dozens of facets, and most of its overall structure was hollow. That is, only the skeleton outlined its general appearance. At the edge of this dozens of facets, there were 4.5-meter long horizontal bars, and the end of the horizontal bars was connected to a hollow ring. This big thing seemed to be some kind of rule creation, and it was placed in the air of this tower. It must be related to it. This is the core of this tower. Let me think, I've touched this thing before. Like this, like this, like this. Hui pressed his hands on the ring connected by the 2 horizontal bars, frowning and muttering. His soul flowed into the core along his hands, and a moment later, a ray of golden light flashed in his eyes. It's done. The energy surged in the tower, and the slight contact with the tower made a crisp echo. The sound was all restrained inside the tower, and it was still quiet outside. Then, the walls of the entire tower began to light up one by one from the bottom. Those were energy runes that had been hidden in the walls for countless years. At this moment, as the core of the tower was reactivated, they also woke up. It took 3 minutes for the energy runes to completely wake up. When the ceiling next to the big hole was also filled with energy runes, countless golden light slowly flowed out from each energy rune, floating in this space. The scattered energy particles illuminated the space here like a group of fireflies. They hovered in the air, touched each other, and then quickly condensed. Finally, they condensed into the shape of hundreds of stars around the core. There were dozens of stars near the center that were not golden, but 2 conspicuous white, which was deliberately marked. The appearance of this group of stars. The little girl stared at the golden starry sky that suddenly appeared, narrowing her eyes slightly as she recalled. After a moment, she clapped her hands. Isn't it the arrangement of the stars on the door? If that's the case, these white stars are the 61 constellations of the southern sky that you mentioned. Huey's face was a little stiff when he saw this thing appear. He only came back to his senses after hearing her exclamation. He scratched his head and laughed dryly at the 3 of them. Well, since this thing has appeared, it can't be wrong. That's right, this is indeed the tower on that continent, and it's the original one. It can't be added later. Other than this obvious mark, feel the power of order here, and you'll understand. Yin Nuashing listened and carefully sensed it. She nodded. The power of order is very thin, and it does look like the original power of order. It also fits the situation at that time that you mentioned. This thing was the continent in the 8 elements realm. Although we did not know what it had experienced all these years, he had seen with his own eyes that this continent was swept away by the power of chaos, tearing open a path in the void and rushing in. It collapsed, disintegrated, and exploded in the void without any warning. He thought that the power of chaos would dissipate with the entire continent, but unexpectedly, it did not completely dissipate. Instead, it remained because of its huge size. The exploded continent was accompanied by the power of chaos, and coincidentally crossed over to the 3 elements realm. Now, he was also a little troubled. There was a difference of 4 eras between the 47th era and the 51st era when the Origin God's protection was reactivated. These 4 eras were enough for this mass of power of chaos to stir up trouble in the 3 elements realm. This mass of power of chaos definitely originated from the chaotic concept body. Although he did not know why it was so lazy, it could not fool people. It could not hide its aura that wanted to collapse order wherever it went. But when he thought of this situation, he scratched his head anxiously. Damn, I don't want my backyard to be on fire during the final battle in the void. It's fine if my backyard is on fire, but it's the backyard of another element realm. Isn't that even worse? This is the power of the chaotic concept body. This is really 4 eras for whole eras. Why didn't you think of this back then? Stop scratching. Even if you scratch your head until you're bald, you can't hide the problem now. Yin Noashing let out a long sigh of relief and shook her head helplessly. So what do we do now? We don't know if this thing is an incomplete part of the original body of the continent, or if it's just a large fragment that was torn off from the continent. Oh, forget it. Please don't let it be a fragment. I hope that this is the original body. If that's the case, we just have to give this original body to... Hui was suddenly startled. Feng, do you hear something? The little girl's ears twitched, and she turned to look outside. It seems to be a sound coming from outside. Ah, it sounded a little like the sound of fighting and killing. The expressions of the 3 changed abruptly, and they hurriedly rushed out of the tower. Standing at the edge of the tower, they looked down at the entire city, and then all of them drew in a breath of cold air. The huge city was originally silent, and it was still like that before they plunged into the tower. Everyone split up to explore the ruins of the civilization that they had never come into contact with before, and they were not too sure if they had triggered or encountered anything along the way. The only thing they were sure of was that they were in big trouble now. Black mist-like shadows emerged from the underground of the city in clusters, like a ball of water, like a ball of air that was constantly wriggling, releasing an extremely ominous aura in all directions. 2 clusters of dark mist that were close to each other would attract each other and gradually gather together. When it expanded to a certain extent, it would fall to the ground and turn into human-shaped soldiers wearing tattered armor and holding long spears. Soldiers of chaos. This thing was indeed the power of the concept of chaos. This soldiers of chaos, this aura, this thing's characteristics, there was no doubt about it. But the soldiers before them, oh, the power of chaos. The little girl could not help but exclaim, when did these things come out? Or have they been here from the beginning, and just waiting for all of us to come in before they're ready to catch us? Soldiers of chaos. Yin Nuashing murmured. They don't look the same, but that's not important. The nature is the same, but... Feng, do you feel that these soldiers of chaos seem to be much weaker than what we imagined? Hui frowned. There were so many of them in the city. Chaotic aura kept appearing in the south, north, west, and east of the city. They condensed into groups of chaos soldiers that were almost 2 meters tall. They ran toward the south of the city where they were. However, their aura, number, and size were far from the chaos soldiers that they knew. Soldiers of chaos were naturally formed in the south of the city. 12 to 20 soldiers of chaos would jump out of a cluster of dark mist, and when they encountered the group, they would immediately pick up their weapons and attack. But these things that were extremely ferocious and represented the basic power of the void of chaos were actually killed by Lu Weiron's palm strike. Ah, is this a pirated version or a shrunken version? The protection of the heavenly god of origins. Yin Nuashing reacted after a short while. She tilted her head and looked at the 2 of them. The protection of the heavenly god of origins suppresses the power of chaos. Feel it carefully. Their power is entangled by the power of origin, and they can't fully exert it. We looked at it for a while and said, so that's how it is. I was wondering why it was more. Screams came from below. They did not know which unlucky family was too deep in the city center, so they were surrounded by soldiers of chaos that rushed out from all directions. There were about 1,000 soldiers of chaos there, and if they all pounced on them, they could bury the 5 of them alive. In a vast area of the city, there were probably tens of millions of soldiers of chaos that had taken shape, and they were marching towards the south of the city. Tens of millions of soldiers ran on the ground and flipped over the houses. The chaotic sound of footsteps mixed with all kinds of screams and cries of ghosts. In addition, the dark mist spread into an ocean or condensed into a column of smoke that hovered in midair, as if dark flames were burning the earth. It was like a picture engraved in hell. Zhou Zibai felt a little uneasy just by looking at it, and her face turned pale. This kind of scene was too shocking for a little girl like her. But after all, it's still that kind of thing. Let's get rid of it as soon as possible. Hui waved his hand and looked down at the battlefield. He nodded and said, "Feng, you go and save the few people below. This girl and I will go to the other side. Anyway, let's gather the people first. Even if they can deal with these soldiers of chaos that have been weakened countless times, they can't deal with too many of them. If they don't gather, they will be wiped out." Hui left these words and ran to the other two places with the little girl to save the people. Yin Nuoxing jumped on the spot for a while. He turned his head and saw Zhou Zibai looking at the ghostly scene below. His pretty face was a little pale. He reminded her softly, "We're going down. Are you ready?" Zhou Zibai looked at him with trembling eyes and whispered, "That were those things. Why do I feel uneasy just by looking at them? It's like facing death directly." That's right, just by looking at them, there was no sense of oppression from facing a strong enemy. But as long as she faced them directly, she would unconditionally experience the feeling of death. A completely unreasonable fear instantly flooded his mind. Those things. Yin Nuoxing stretched his hands and pulled Zhou Zibai into his arms. He said calmly, "Those are just a pile of mud. If you feel uneasy and scared, just put your emotions and thoughts somewhere else. To you, this level is just a threat for now. Although I don't quite understand, I think it's already very scary." Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. Looking at the scene of gray clouds and mist all over the city, she felt a little dizzy just thinking about it. She could not help but grab his shoulders with both hands. The value of this thing's existence is to disrupt all of our plans and make people upset. Every time it appears, the living people within a radius of 1,000,000 miles will become irritable. Yin Nuoxing leaped, and the feeling of weightlessness suddenly fell on Zhou Zibai. Even though she had been in the sky and on the ground several times, she still could not stand the feeling of falling tens of thousands of meters. The little girl was so scared that her face turned pale. Order descending from the heavens. Leaping from tens of thousands of meters in the air, he slammed his fist on the ground with an extremely violent force. It was like a meteorite falling directly to the ground. The mighty shock wave overturned the ground within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. The ground bounced up like a seesaw. Huge pieces of the ground flew into the sky together with tens of thousands of soldiers of chaos, and then fell into the cracks that were several meters wide. The soldiers of chaos who were still standing on the ground were blown away by the shockwave. They fell into a pile like a human pyramid. The light armor and weapons on their bodies all collided with each other, and the crackling sound was endless. By the way, the commotion caused by the falling meteorite had already flipped over all the houses within a radius of 3 to 4,000 meters. At this moment, there were no obstacles at all. Only a few sturdy houses still had their foundations left. The group of people who were besieged suddenly realized that the dark shadow monsters had all disappeared. They quickly reorganized their team and looked around in confusion. They were in the area that was flattened by the shockwave, but for some reason, the area 10 meters around them was intact. The ground was even flat. Then, they saw Yin Nuoxing walking out of the center of the crater, and their expressions changed. You are that. They were slightly surprised. Who was this person? They only knew that this person could recognize the ancient marks of Tao. Let's not talk nonsense. Yin Nuoxing hugged Zhou Zibai, who was about to faint, tightly with one hand. She turned her face to the side and shook her head. "Come with me. Let's get out of here." After saying that, she did not care whether the 5 people heard her or not. She walked straight to the south of the city. The former and the others quickly put down the countless doubts in their hearts and followed her. They did not want to be surrounded by a group of monsters that emerged from the ground again. Zhou Zibai woke up in a daze. She felt that she was moving quickly. She slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a dark shadow that was emitting dark clouds. She felt that she was going to die in an instant. She was so scared that her heart suddenly shrank. She fainted again before she could catch her breath. Why does this girl faint so easily? Yin Nuashing frowned and punched the chaos soldier that rushed toward her. The latter rushed out like a bowling ball and knocked dozens of chaos soldiers on the street together. They smashed into the houses and were buried under the debris. The 5 people who followed her could not help but smile bitterly. Even they felt that they could not protect their lives when they saw the shadow monster, let alone such a young girl. Being in the ruins, in the shadows of countless buildings, houses, and towers, and dancing with countless monsters, the clanging of armor and weapons could be heard from all directions, as well as the unknown sounds made by the monsters. They could not help but have the illusion that they were surrounded by these monsters, and even their footsteps slowed down a little because of this. Start running. Do you want to die if you stop here? Sensing the condition of the few people, Yin Nuashing stomped on the ground and stopped moving forward. She turned around and looked at the few people who were confused and muddle-headed. She stomped on the ground and unleashed her spiritual power. Wake up! The deafening sound in their ears contained the impact of the spiritual power. The 5 people who were in a daze were slapped hard in the face. Their faces instantly turned pale, but their confused and empty eyes instantly regained their spirit. Oh no! The few of them took a few deep breaths and shook their heads in confusion. Why do we lose our minds so easily? What's going on? I feel like my mind is about to be swallowed by those monsters when I'm just a short distance away. Yin Nuashing shook her head. The power of chaos was, after all, the power of chaos. Even if it was suppressed by the protection of the heavenly god of origin, it was still one of the most terrifying powers in the greater Yuan realm. It was the natural enemy of order. This was the situation that she was worried about. Even if the power was suppressed by the protection of the heavenly god of origin, it could still affect the lives in the lower Yuan realm with its own characteristics. Just like the situation before them, the soldiers of chaos had only gathered together. The many characteristics of the power of chaos had not really erupted, but they could already not withstand the influence of this aura. Don't think about those things. Don't establish the idea that they are terrifying in your heart. The more you care, the more terrifying they are. You can't defeat them. Your fragile mind will fall faster. Yin Nuashing lifted Zhou Zhibai up a few times and waved her hand. If you can't do it, then don't think about anything. Or think of something else to divert your attention. Just run. You don't have to fight the enemy. The few of them laughed bitterly. It was really not a matter of whether they wanted to or not. After these things came out, their minds were like a what? They could not control it at any time and place. Little sister, over here, come over quickly. A loud shout penetrated the gray clouds and the barriers of the heavy buildings. Yin Nuashing and the others turned their heads and saw a soldier of chaos soaring into the sky. He was sent flying by a punch. 100 meters away, a figure in blue jumped up and waved at them from a few meters high. When he landed, he even smashed the soldiers of chaos on the ground into pieces. We're here. We're just waiting for you. The young man in blue cleared the soldiers of chaos on the street. After receiving Yin Nuashing and the others, he heaved a long sigh of relief. But when he saw Zhou Zhibai fainted, he was still shocked. He quickly asked, "Are you hurt?" "No, just scared." Yin Nuashing shook her head and looked at the young man in blue. "How's the situation now?" Now, as soon as the young man in blue said that, the buildings not far away suddenly collapsed with a bang. Soon, it became a ruin. Then, the surrounding buildings also collapsed one by one. It became an empty flat ground. Lu Weiran and the others came out of the ruins. When they saw Yin Nuashing, they were a little happy. "I was just about to send someone to look for you. Everyone is here. There's nothing else to say. We don't know what happened. Fortunately, no one is dead yet," Lu Weiran said softly. They had returned to the south of the city near the gate. Behind them was the city gate and the city wall. In front of them was an empty flat ground. There were only a few ruins in front of them. "What the hell is going on?" "I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't think anyone knows." Lu Weiran, "What do you think we should do now?" Everyone gathered together and looked a little embarrassed. They were caught off guard by the soldiers of chaos that suddenly appeared. Some of them were injured. Fortunately, They were not entangled by the forces of chaos. It was just an ordinary injury. With their strength, they could easily deal with it. What should we do? Lu Weiran looked at everyone and said, "What can we do? We'll deal with whatever comes our way." I just took a look. Those shadow-like things are very aggressive. Although they are weak, there are a lot of them. With the number of people we have, we'll probably be drowned before we can even make a sound. The chaotic noises coming from afar suddenly calmed down a lot. Those chaotic noises that sounded like tens of thousands of people running around gradually calmed down. What replaced? It was a series of deep, uniform, heavy footsteps that made everyone's hearts tremble. Trembling, they turned their heads. What came into view was a dark gray formation. A vast and mighty phalanx slowly approached from a distance of hundreds of meters away. The uniform pikes and uniform sound were like that of a well-trained army. Even Lu Weiran, who had fought on the battlefield before, had a change in expression. This kind of ancient phalanx of soldiers had a much stronger impact than the current war. Just the sight of the soaring blood aura in front of her eyes was enough to make one's heart and soul split. It was so neat. It would be great if there was a cannon. You see, a cannon would definitely kill them all. Lu Weiran thought seriously. "Oh my God, Uncle Lu, I'm not married yet." The blue-robed youth's jaw almost dislocated. "I'm afraid there are tens of thousands. No, hundreds of thousands? This foul atmosphere. Uncle Lu, don't tell me you're going to order everyone to use bayonets?" "I hope so." Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Their battle consciousness made them get into position and take out their weapons. However, their tightly clenched hands trembled slightly, and they slowly put them down. Their faces were full of bitterness. This was different from the battles they had experienced in the past. Yin Nuashing and we glanced at each other. The former gestured more than 30 million with his eyes, while the latter nodded excitedly. The little girl reached out and patted the two of them. She rolled her eyes and said, "What should we do? What should we do?" The two of them turned to look at her and then looked forward. They said in unison, "Order and chaos are colliding. What else can we do? Fight to the death." Chapter 1770. Based on their current knowledge and experience, they were no longer in the era of cold weapons where knives, spears, swords, halberds, hatchets, hooks, and forks were used one after another. Wars were fought with cannons, planes, and missiles. For those with a bit of cultural heritage, it was extremely rare for them to find a sword that had been passed down from their ancestors. Even if they had some history, they might only find a rusty old gun. Of course, not all of them had been on the battlefield, but more than half of them had either seen or experienced it. They were not ordinary people, and none of them were mentally weak. However, just now, their psychological defenses were broken by the enemy's shout, and they were shocked by the uniform phalanx formation. The scene in front of them was indeed more shocking than the current battlefield. It was a shock caused by the accumulation of numbers. If only they had a cannon. Everyone thought from the bottom of their hearts. It was too neat, so neat that they wanted to fire a cannon at them. Unfortunately, they didn't have one. Speaking of the phalanx formation in front of them, the layout of the ancient phalanx formation. No. They recalled the cold weapons during the evolution of human beings. It was the 18 types of weapons. They were not normal people. If they fought barehanded, they would have no problem fighting 10, 20, or even dozens of people. Even if they suddenly took out a gun and said, "Sir, the times have changed," it would not be so easy to cause harm to them. To put it bluntly, they were a group of super soldiers. Usually, they fought barehanded, using their jinshi, spiritual energy, and internal strength. They would definitely be able to hold up in small situations, and they looked very powerful. However, that was only for small situations. When the enemy opened up an entire phalanx formation in front of them with spears and spears, they suddenly fell silent. 100 people against hundreds of thousands of monsters in light and heavy armor, spears, and shields. Well, they were facing an army, and they were not normal people. On the other hand, they were facing a team, and they were not normal people either. It was obvious who had the upper hand. The team was in a state of dead silence. Everyone was absent-minded because of the huge momentum. After Lu Weiran and the others recovered from the shock, they stood at the forefront of the team under the urging of their duty. Influenced by them, the people who recovered from the shock also took a few steps forward and took a deep breath. "So, are we not running?" Someone asked Lu Weiran. "Where are you going?" "Behind us is a mountainous region, a mountain range, and further back is the edge of the floating island. Our retreat is already cut off. Moreover, our speed is not even as fast as their marching speed." Lu Weiran pondered for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. "If we could run, we would have done so long ago." Everyone laughed bitterly. Someone couldn't help but say, "I never thought that I would die in the secret realm. I've always wanted to sacrifice my life for the country." Unfortunately, I didn't think about it either. But from the looks of it, unless there's a miracle. Unfortunately, I don't believe in miracles. The blue-clothed young man couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard everyone's words. That's too pessimistic. But it made sense. From what they could see, there were at least 1,000,000 square formations. At that moment, they were still slowly approaching them. Dark gray clouds spread out. It seemed to be some sort of energy that made them feel disgusted. Just by looking at it, they felt as if they were being devoured. He suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yin Nuoxing and the others. "Is it still 30 million now?" "About 40 million. If we wait a little longer, it might be 55 million, then 70 million, then 100 million, 200 million, 400 million. This thing's wholesale speed will only get faster and faster. The shelter has suppressed everything except for this phone. What do you think?" "There's nothing to say. They're suppressed, but we're not. The situation is clear." Yin Nuoxing put down Zhou Zibai and helped the frightened little girl steady. Then she began to stretch her arms. "It's just a matter of which direction to attack and the extent of whether to unlock the seal." We thought for a moment. "I think it's better not to unlock it. With your strength, it would be light if you tore the entire world apart. It would take a bit of effort for us to repair it. In the end, the three of us would have to unlock the seal together." Then let's see how it goes. If they don't get stronger, there's no need to unlock the seal. With their current combat power, it's enough." Yin Nuoxing nodded and subconsciously wanted to take out the Netherworld Ruin sword. "But I still want to use Void Rise. Stop. If you stab down with the sword, it's going to explode." We did 1, 2, 3 for stretches and even jogged twice on the spot. The blue-clothed young man silently turned his gaze back. Lu Weiran and the others who turned back to look at him were also a little silent. The three of them were relaxed, allowing them to recover from the shock of facing hundreds of thousands of enemies. Although they did not know why the three of them could still be so calm, they couldn't be forcing themselves to stay alert, right? Lu Weiran sighed inwardly. In this situation, even if 3 mortal immortals came, they might not be able to turn the tide, let alone 3 heavenly realm experts. The experts in the ancient times were said to be able to fight thousands of soldiers alone. One person was comparable to 10,000 soldiers. Fortunately, there were hundreds of thousands of inhuman creatures in front of them. This scene would make even mortal immortals pee their pants. I have to concentrate now." The blue-clothed young man patted his cheeks, took a deep breath, and refocused his attention. He stared at the hundreds of thousands of enemies in the distance, which were already 100 or 200 meters away. No, by the looks of it, there were probably millions of them. "Kid, you'll follow us later and guard the flanks. Leave the front to us." Lu Weiran breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around and shouted at the others, "Show some strength. Don't let this group of ancient people look down on us. Uncle Lu, we don't have guns or cannons and can only fight with our fists and feet. We're not that far off from them. At least they have swords, spears, swords, and halberds. More than half of us are empty-handed." The blue-clothed young man's cheeks twitched. "Everyone, this guy really ruined the atmosphere. They're going to charge." Lu Weiran shouted, and everyone entered the most serious state of concentration. The dense formation suddenly vibrated in the next second. Countless shadow monsters charged at them like tide. The long spears pointed at the sky were all placed in front of them. The cold light made their skin feel hot, even though they were 100 meters away. The shadow monsters behind the second line began to scatter to the left and right. They accelerated their charge and formed a semicircle in front of them. Does anyone know what formation this is? It doesn't matter what formation it is. You just need to know that there are hundreds of thousands and millions of them on the other side, while we only have 100 people. We can't break through any formation. If they swarm up and each of them stomps on us, it's basically over. The 2-4C realm elders stepped forward. Blue electric arcs jumped in their hands. The power of thunder surged out of their bodies. Their bodies floated a foot above the ground because of the surging spirit energy. At the same time, the shadow monsters that surged like a tsunami had already rushed to within 10 meters of the formation. The chaotic aura released by the long spears and large swords made everyone break out in cold sweat. Lightning strike! The two elders shouted angrily. The blue thunderbolts wrapped around their hands, fiercely pressed against the ground. A pattern drawn with the power of thunder suddenly bloomed on the ground. Countless blue thunderbolts rushed out in all directions like a dense net. The loud noise that sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The thunderbolts that could be seen with the naked eye raged on the ground, drawing countless deep and fragmented scars. The power of the thunderbolts pierced through thousands of shadow monsters in the nearest range, directly turning them into chaotic aura in the air. The power of thunder lasted for a short 2 seconds. It made the air scorching hot. The lingering smoke that had just formed was broken through by the dark clouds. Everyone was shocked. 50 meters away, the dark tide maintained its momentum and continued to charge at them. It was as if the attack just now did not affect them at all. This is the power of numbers. The blue-clothed youth shouted. The shadow of a fierce tiger had just condensed on his body. Just as he was about to receive this wave of attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him faster than him. But it's only the number. Like a golden shadow, Hui appeared in front of the team, floating in midair. The long hair on his back kept dancing with the dark aura in front of him. Huey's body was surrounded by rolling golden aura. Looking at the chaotic wave that was surging toward him, he shouted softly, "Tremble!" The shock wave that could be seen with the naked eye cracked the ground in front of them into hundreds of pieces. The overlapping 4 or 5 shock waves rolled the chaotic wave that was charging toward them from the front. The chaotic soldiers that were charging at the front were rolled up hundreds of meters into the air one after another, like a wall rising from the ground in front of them. Before they could turn into raindrops and fall down, the second shock wave came unexpectedly and shook them into chaotic aura and dissipated. The vibrating energy shock wave swept out only 1,000 meters away, and the space in front of them was already empty. Everyone who had been accumulating power for a long time was shocked. It was the first time they saw the power of this strange guy in action. It was more ridiculous than they thought. But no matter what, the stronger the combat power, the better. As expected of a powerhouse above the heavenly realm, Lu Weiran could not help but murmur, "Foam!" Hui turned around and shouted, making the people who thought he was going to chase after the victory startled, and they all turned their heads to look behind. There, Yin Nuashing was holding a big, colorful sword. The 2-meter-long sword was as heavy as a door plank. With both hands tightly holding the sword hilt, the tip of the sword pointed to the sky. Hearing his shout, he slowly opened his eyes. That pair of colorful eyes made everyone's expression slightly tremble. The person in front of them felt a little blurry. It seemed that they couldn't see clearly. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and stomped hard on the ground with both feet. Her figure drew an arc in front of her and suddenly fell from a height of more than 10 meters. She held the big sword in her right hand and spun in the sky as if she was accumulating power. As her body fell, it smashed hard on the ground. A scream suddenly sounded. Sky splitter. Dozens of energy sword auras drew a fan shape with him as the center and spread out 180 degrees in front of him. They quickly expanded several meters, several tens of meters, and several hundreds of meters wide. The mighty energy sword auras swallowed everything in front of them and slowly disappeared thousands of meters away. Wherever they passed, even the ground was flattened. Much of the dark clouds dissipated. The young man in blue, after lying down for a long time, he could not utter the following words. With just one attack, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of shadowy monsters disappeared into nothingness. Everyone was so scared that they couldn't even hold their weapons properly. Yes, they were scared. Although it was better to have more friendly firepower, this attack had completely broken the upper limit of their expectations. At this moment, they were so stunned that they couldn't react at all. Void domain. Gray-blue energy gushed out of the little girl's body and quickly condensed into a circular domain that covered more than 100 meters on the ground. Everyone standing in the domain saw themselves being enveloped by a grayish-blue light. Moreover, their confidence suddenly skyrocketed. When they looked at the shadow monsters in front of them, they felt that they were completely fearless. Hurry up! The domain's time is limited. Destroy them now. The little girl waved her hand and shouted softly. Everyone who was distracted suddenly came back to their senses and rushed forward while shouting. Comrades, charge together with me. Hui shouted. He, who was used to being the commander and walking in front, took the lead and rushed forward. His body, which was surrounded by golden energy, was like a hard shield. He rushed into the enemy's formation, and the swords, spears, swords, and halberds hit his body and made clanging sounds. No, it was simply him hitting the enemy's weapons. Not only was he completely unharmed, but the strength of the recoil was also dozens of times stronger, sending the surrounding enemies into the air and sending them dozens of meters away. They hovered in the air and turned into chaotic aura and dissipated. I won't fall behind too much, the blue-clothed young man shouted. He rushed into the enemy's formation like a human-shaped dragon. His hands and fists evolved into a fierce tiger, which then turned into a fierce bird. He opened and closed wide, killing in all directions. He was like a meat grinder, strangling and harvesting all the shadow monsters that were within 3 meters of him. Lu Weiran and the rest of the Alliance members were also using all sorts of methods to kill the enemies on the battlefield. However, as they fought, they realized that it was not easy to use them in a group. After exchanging glances, they quickly divided the 100 people into 10 teams, trying their best to maximize the effect of their domain. Although the killing speed of a group of people was not as fast as the two fellows who were clearly human, it was still shocking enough. The two old men were like they had been injected with chicken blood and could not stop releasing lightning strikes. The area looked as if it had been struck by a thunderstorm. Dozens of thunderbolts crackled in a second, and the people on the Alliance's side were scared witless and did not dare to go near it. What kind of skill is this domain? Is it a move of the ancient strong? The blue-clothed young man still had time to turn back and shout, I feel like I can fight 10 dragons now. The little girl rolled her eyes and said, Work harder, fight faster, just fight. There is no damage and no consumption in the domain. As long as you fight hard enough and fast enough, the enemy will not be able to get close to you. There is no time limit. Well, although the domain was used to support the two guys, of course, it would not be a problem to use it to support the Yuansha realm. However, the effect of supporting the Yuansha realm was not so exaggerated. It was because the group of people in the domain were all mortals that it could achieve such a level of no damage and no consumption. It was purely because their recovery speed was much faster than before, and they would not be overdrawn. Thunderstrike, 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 Firestrike, Firestrike, Water, Firestrike. The blue-clothed young man tilted his head and looked at the two old men who were rioting with all kinds of energy. The energy was rioting over there, as if there was a thundercloud specially aimed at that place. He suddenly felt that the little girl was right. The two old men were panting after touching 3 or 4 thunderstrikes last time. Now, they were as fierce as if they had eaten a dragon alive. In short, they were very fierce. One thunderstrike gave them the momentum of a thunderbolt. The battlefield was more violent than they had imagined. At this moment, they could feel the brutality and bloodiness of ancient marching formations. It was a trace that had long been covered by civilization. The The slaughter on the battlefield had been replaced by distant images and numbers. It was rare to see such a close-range battle for a long time. There were faceless, shadowy monsters in all directions. A large group of 2-meter-tall monsters slashed at them from all directions with normal or strange weapons. Their initial burst of momentum was gradually suppressed by the enemy's numbers. Everywhere they looked, they could only see a dense and endless stream of enemies. Wherever their consciousness touched, they could only feel the flashes of swords and sabers that were filled with murderous intent and destructive will. Although there was no damage and no consumption in the domain, the blue-clothed young man had experienced that feeling himself. He was as invincible as a king descending to the world. It was a lie. Injuries to the body could be healed almost immediately, but there would be pain. The strength in the body would never be used up, but the arms that waved would be sore and the hands that held the weapons would be sore. They would also be tired, their minds would be numb, and their reactions would be slow. It was a shackle that this body could not get rid of. Soldiers of chaos, soldiers of chaos. We let out a long sigh and looked back at the exhausted people who had been fighting for half an hour. He couldn't help but shake his head. After all, it's just a mortal body. How can it continue to fight with this group of emotionless things for so long? As mortals, it was already very impressive to be able to fight with the forces of chaos for half an hour, even though they had a lot of buffs on them. Maple, they won't be able to hold on for much longer. We might have to wipe out these forces before the chaos forces come up with something even more powerful, we said to Maple through his soul as he looked at him on the other side of the battlefield. Yin Nuoxing looked back at Zhou Zhibai and the rest, and then looked around. With the help of the three of them, the battle with the huge disparity in numbers had been a stalemate. They did not really go all out. They were afraid of collapsing the world. The soldiers of chaos could not unleash their full power. Even so, they would not get tired. At least, they would not get tired easily. But the small group of order warriors behind them were almost at their limit. That being said, Lu Weiran, the young man in blue, and the rest who had been fighting head-on were not willing to retreat, even though they were already slightly tired. They were probably thinking, anyway, they could recover infinitely. At most, they would take a stab or two and feel the pain. They also knew that those cold weapons could easily tear them into pieces. At this moment, they were just holding on with a strong mentality. If this goes on, they may not be able to take it. Yin Nuoxing sighed. Her hand, that was holding the sword, trembled slightly. Her face of energy surged quickly, and the sword turned into a longbow. The energy of pulling the bowstring converged into an energy arrow. With a sonic boom, the arrow rushed into the depths of the formation of the soldiers of chaos. The mighty energy turned into a ball of energy that swept across the surrounding 10,000 meters, swallowing the surrounding space and energy. The soldiers of chaos were just blown up and torn into pieces by the strong wind. Bang, 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 bang. The afterimages of the continuous pulling of the bow quickly formed. 5 arrows suddenly rushed forward in less than half a second, opening up black holes that devoured and destroyed everything on the ground. We looked at the situation around him and scratched his head in distress. He gritted his teeth and released the energy in his body. Feng, I'll hold down the rules here. Release it gently. What's the situation now? After releasing the 5 arrows, Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and asked, What's the situation now? It's okay. You can use a little more force. Just a little more. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes hard. What kind of little more is a little more? A little more is just shooting a few more arrows. It doesn't feel like the effect is particularly big. She thought about it and continued to raise her hand to pull the bowstring. But this time, the world suddenly trembled. Waves of energy condensed into a storm and swept across the space from a distance, converging toward where she was. Everyone felt this movement, and their hearts skipped a beat. They turned around and looked at her, who was in the center. They could not help but feel that a storm was gathering. Hey, you... Hui was so scared that he spat out his tongue. He quickly summoned the guardian shield and slapped the shield into the ground. The power of the rules spread to the conceptual layer of space and rules. She pulled the bow and arrows. Dozens of energy arrows burst out with endless sonic booms. The ground around the void domain exploded with gorgeous fireworks. The pressure on everyone was suddenly reduced. They all had time to shake their hands and legs to recover. Then they raised their heads. In the center of the storm, he slowly emitted a colorful energy luster. This movement is a little big. The little girl also knew what the next scene would be. She quickly adjusted the void domain and covered everyone with layers of energy barriers condensed by the void energy. Energy balls that swallowed energy and chaos soldiers in all directions kept expanding on the ground, spreading violent energy. Yin Nuoxing had already put down her hands that were holding the bow. She closed her eyes and swayed gently in the wind. The longbow that was formed by energy in her hand slowly turned into a big sword. As she slowly raised her hand, the tip of the sword pointed to the ground. You. Take it easy. Take it easy. We saw him raise his hand, and his heart trembled fiercely. He hurriedly brought his shield back to the void domain and covered everyone with a more powerful energy barrier. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Maple suddenly open his eyes. The movement that was like the gathering of a storm had stopped. A burst of energy that had been brewing to the extreme was surging out of his body. We turned around and waved at everyone. Get down, get down, get down, fall into the void. Yin Nuoxing shouted and stabbed the energy sword into the ground. The energy that was gathered in her body had already reached the critical point. At this moment, she was about to burst out. Void, boundless chaos. Everyone only had time to feel an unimaginably violent storm fiercely pulling at their faces. The whole world fell into darkness. Chapter 1771. Perhaps it was because he was lying on the ground, but the feeling of the earthquake was even clearer and more intense. It was as if a meteor shower had landed 100 meters in front of him. That shocking movement was indescribable. It was earth-shattering. Everything seemed to be unable to calm down. The roaring sound faded from the front and turned into waves of sound waves that lingered in the open field. Yes, the field. The seemingly high and sturdy city wall behind him had turned into powder and disappeared. Behind him was an endless mountain and field. When everything trembled and wanted to return to calm, the blue-clothed young man raised his head shakily and murmured to Lu Weiran, who was also dizzy beside him. Uncle Lu, am I still alive? Some people are alive, but it may just be a residual illusion. Some people are dead, and there may not even be a trace of them left. Lu Weiran bent her waist and stood up. She looked around and couldn't help but sigh. This field is really spacious. This starry sky is really clean. Thousands of stars are twinkling, the river of stars is flowing, and the dark clouds have dissipated completely. When will I be able to see such a clear sky when I raise my head from my side? Hundreds of people did not suffer any substantial damage from the shaking of the earth. At most, they were a little dizzy from the shaking of the seesaw-like ground. At this moment, they were still a little unsteady or a little exhausted. The situation was still considered good, but there seemed to be two exceptions. Hui and the little girl were emitting white smoke. They stood in front of the crowd like two pillars, motionless. They were all stunned. When they were about to go forward to check the situation, Hui suddenly shivered and quickly shook his hands and body to shake off all the smoke and dust on his body. The little girl was also speechless as she patted her gray-blue dress and complained, "That's why it's very dangerous to be together with you guys. It's like betting our lives against the void, and we can't even monitor whether or not the probability has been secretly adjusted. His situation is more serious than before, right?" The indiscriminate attack almost broke the rules of the entire space. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was forced to do so at the front line. Feng obviously hasn't recovered from the endless battles at the front line. He didn't hold back at all. The little girl rolled her eyes and did not say anything else. She more or less knew about the battle at the front line of the void. Just as she said at the beginning, no one had it easy in the past 5 years. They were almost all beaten silly. Even after retreating from the front line to rest for a while, Feng Ling could not completely relax. His body was always ready to go on a rampage, and he would turn his attention to the slightest movement. If we had not kept him in check, the world would have turned into dust several times over. Then, he happened to gather a pile of chaos energy that had been pickled for 9 years. Like a dog that had been grounded for a few days, he was ecstatic the moment he was let out, and no one could pull him back. Of course, she did not say that the two of them were on a leash. Anyway, that was what she meant. She and Hui had joined hands to hold down the rules and stability of this space, but they almost failed to do so. When the infinite chaos exploded, this place was almost destroyed. Anyway, those unlucky chaos soldiers happened to be in a state of suppression, and they happened to meet the two of them. The outcome was already decided when they met. As the wind from the stars blew, the dust and thin energy clouds in front of him dispersed. Dozens of meters away, the figure wrapped in colorful light appeared. There was not a single soldier of chaos in sight. Even the ground was a little unstable. It was as if a few layers of the ground had been scraped off. Wide cracks could be seen everywhere, and some of them were still extending deeper into the ground. The laws of the structure seemed to have suffered a bit of an impact. Originally, the remaining chaos aura here could still act as a glue to forcefully stick them together. Now, the chaos aura has been cleansed clean. After being shaken by the weak origin energy, I'm afraid it's not very stable anymore. Hui whistled and kept looking around. Fortunately, this is the starry sky, and there's still some time before the structural rules completely collapse. Just in time, I found the core. Core? The little girl was stunned. What core? Ah, probably the core where the chaos soldiers. No, the core where the chaos presence has gathered. Maybe it's temporary. It's where they were entrenched before. I feel that there's still a weak energy remaining there. It's best to go and take a look. Hui raised his finger and pointed into the distance. Looking around, it should be the center of the city. They only went to the tower next to it and did not visit the other buildings. Now, there was only a broken tower and a few other buildings that were already quite unstable. A few minutes later, everyone who slowly woke up was tidying up their messy appearance. They looked around with confused and blank eyes, and finally fixed their eyes on the three incredible people gathered together. Little sister, are you hurt? Are you tired? The young man in blue saw Yun Nuashing coming back, with a sleepy and lazy look on her pretty face. He rushed over and spoke with a flattering smile on his face, and did not hide his concern in his words. Yun Nuashing covered her mouth and yawned in response. Using the nihility infinite chaos in a self-sealed state was indeed not fun. In the last few seconds, she almost destroyed the seal. All right, is everyone okay? Seeing that she should be fine, the young man in blue nodded and looked around. Uncle Liu was reorganizing the people of the Alliance. As for the others, although they looked a little pale and a little dazed and not very energetic, there should not be too big of a problem. So he said to Hui, "Do you guys still want to go over?" Hui nodded and pointed to the city that had turned into a wasteland and pointed to the center. That should be the center. We need to go and take a look and check if those things are done. Does anyone still want to continue exploring? The blue-clothed youth turned around and shouted. Hearing this, everyone shuddered and shook their heads vigorously. They had been boxing with countless shadow monsters for an hour. They had been injured and healed several times. Although they still had physical strength, they were mentally exhausted. Right now, they were almost unable to stand up. Moreover, God knows what they would see if they went further in. They did not want to see those ink-like shadow monsters rushing out again. That would really give them nightmares. We won't go. If you guys still want to go forward, go ahead. We will rest here. Lu Weiran sat on the ground and let out a long breath. Looking at Yin Nuashing and the others, she showed a stiff smile. To be honest, I thought we were done for today. I didn't expect you guys to be so powerful. I said it from the beginning, we are super brave. He gave a thumbs up and showed his shining white teeth. Then, he slightly restrained his expression and waved his hand. You guys can rest here. The things inside will not be fun. Let's go, let's go. Lu Weiran waved her hand and urged, even if it is fun, I won't go. I don't want to see those damn things come out again after taking a few steps. I've decided, the next time I want to explore the secret realm, I will also bring a large group of fully armed people and an entire ammunition depot. I can't take this situation again. Everyone smiled bitterly. After this time, they would have an inexplicable fear of the secret realm and cave residents. You guys still want to go? Zhou Zhibai's pretty face was full of exhaustion. There was still lingering fear, and the fear had just subsided. In a trance, she seemed to be able to see the scene of the gray wave rushing towards her. In addition, she could also think of the scene of Yin Nuoxing and the others sweeping the battlefield. No matter which one it was, it made her tremble. For an ordinary person who was busy in a passable city-level family not long ago, suddenly being thrown into the battlefield of war was too much of a shock. Let's go and have a look. Yin Nuoxing nodded. She stretched out her hand. After thinking for a while, she pressed on Zhou Zhibai's shoulder. You just rest here. It will be done in a while. We're just going to take a look. Looking back, except for Yin Nuoxing and the other two, there was only the blue-clothed young man walking towards the center of the city. When crossing the battlefield ruins, they could still feel the residual energy that had not completely subsided. The high energy and abnormal reactions coming from everywhere made the blue-clothed young man dizzy. Thinking that they were almost completely exposed, there was no need to hide anything anymore. He used the power of space to wrap the blue-clothed young man and walked forward together. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take for him to walk slowly. After dealing with these soldiers of chaos, the three of them felt even more uncomfortable. Their previous speculation was not completely over yet. Was this the wreckage of that continent, or was it just a fragment of that continent? Since there was a fragment here, could it be that there might be more such fragments with the power of chaos lurking in the three elements realm? Then wouldn't it be... Forget it. Let's check the core that remains here first. Maybe we can learn something. Phone, I suddenly have a bold guess. It was rare for Huey's mind to be active, and he put on a neurotic expression as he pinched his chin and pondered seriously. I don't think the incident in the 47th era was a coincidence. You mean that the power of that chaos concept body overturned its neighbors in the divine realm? You're saying that there is some other meaning behind it, right? Hui nodded vigorously, which made Yin Nuoxing curious. Why? Why? There's no why. I am just guessing, calculating the problem here and the thoughts of those damned things in the void of chaos. Hui shrugged. When we were in the cloud continent, didn't we see a chaotic concept body? Well, a real clone. In short, it's a clone. I'm a little concerned about what it said from you. Hui stroked his chin and thought silently, muttering to himself, chaos will return to the world again. It is finally back, and what it did on the distant continent. Feng is the same as what I discussed with you before. The origin has passed away, and the void of chaos has fallen into silence. There is definitely an inevitable connection between the two. The void and the entire greater Yuan realm have reached the greatest compromise and temporary peace under this condition. The origin and the chaos concept body can no longer affect the world, and it is only temporary. What I want to say is that the chaos concept body seems to be using its own method to try to revive. Hui pinched his cheeks and continued to think. Didn't the clone we met in the graveyard of gods and demons say that it was killed by the origin god? Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at Hui, who was deep in thought. Then he nodded his head and said, Are you trying to say that the war in the 47th era, including the sudden sweep of the entire continent and the accidental arrival in the three-element sector, were all deliberately arranged by the concept body of chaos, so that it could return to the world in the three-element sector? Yes. Yin Nuoxing was silent. The possibility of such a conjecture was actually very high, and all sides had thought of it. Although there was the protection of the origin god, it was restored in the 51st era, and it did not exist in the 47th era. If Huey's conjecture was true, the chaos concept body had already made plans at that time. It made sense. However, later on, they were worried that the lower realm would be scourged by the underworld, so they reactivated the origin god's protection, and the chaos concept body might have been affected as well. Moreover, even with the origin god's protection, well, he could feel that he could break free of the protection if he really needed to. The protection set by the origin energy even included him in the range of the seal, and it was still suppressed by the origin energy. To put it bluntly, it was a higher level of self-sealing, and it could be broken free in an emergency. In that case, could it be hypothesized that the chaos concept body could also? After all, they were existences of the same level. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this conjecture was very likely. Even if there was a day when the origin returned, it would probably be difficult to discover that a malignant tumor was slowly growing in the distant three elements realm and slowly recovering its strength. When the time came for it to break out of its cocoon in the three elements realm, the great Yuan realm would be in a bloodbath again. It can't be. Don't tell me we have to go to the three elements realm before settling the matter in the eight elements realm. It can't be that bad, right? Can we pretend that we didn't see it? Pretend that we didn't think of it. Let's sink this place and pretend that nothing happened. Hui suddenly pressed his head and smiled bitterly. Yin Nuoxing and the little girl looked at him helplessly. He was the one who came up with the reason, and he was the one who proposed the matter. After it was done, this guy pressed his head and thought about it like an ostrich. Wishful thinking. If it was really as they thought, that the Chaos Void planned to be reborn in the three elements realm and had been itching for 9 years, or even longer, they might have to torment the three elements realm for a period of time. Even if they didn't do it themselves, they would have to send someone to do it. The wind in the starry sky rolled up the dust. Narrowing his eyes, the blue-clothed young man blinked and shook his head. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and looked straight ahead. They had already come to the center of the ruins. Not far from them was a tall tower like a landmark. Looking around, there seemed to be nothing else worth paying attention to. It's empty around. Is there really nothing left? What about the thing you just said you saw? The blue-clothed young man looked at Hui and the others. Hui stood in place with his hands on his waist and looked around. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at the ground a few meters in front of him. There, dig it up. It's right under there. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at this lazy guy. She waved her hand and rolled up a gust of wind, blowing the dust on the ground to the other side. The ground under their feet also gently shook for a while with this gust of wind. When the wind calmed down, the blue-clothed young man opened his eyes again. His expression suddenly froze. He seemed to, right in front of them was a pit that was more than 10 meters deep. This pit might have covered 100 meters around it, which meant that they were standing on top of the pit. Now that the dust at the bottom of the pit had cleared, they could see the true appearance of the pit. At the bottom of the pit, there was a light red energy cloak. Inside the cloak was a gray stone disc that was carved on the ground. In terms of style, the disc was very similar to the buildings around it. 2 octagonal stars were carved on it, and the empty space was filled with many mysterious patterns that looked very dense and mysterious. Oh, it's this thing. We pointed at the light red cover in front of him and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and gently opened the cover as if he was lifting a curtain. Other than the stone disc that was embedded in the ground, there was a light spot that was emitting a dark aura half a meter above the disc. Looking at it, it must be something from the chaos side. The core left behind by the chaos aura. Yin Nuoxing narrowed her eyes. The original light and origin energy had begun to surge in her body. The chaos aura emitted by the light spot that was only the size of a fist was not particularly strong. This was also the reason why she did not remove the seal as soon as she saw it. This thing, like the soldiers of chaos, was pressed on the ground by the protection of the heavenly god of origin. For the time being, it could not release the aura that could destroy the great Yuan realm. It seems that the chaos aura has been entrenched here for a very long time. It has been so long that it can produce changes on its own. We squatted on the ground and poked the solid disc. He touched his cheek and said, "We came here early. They have not changed to the extent that they can completely escape control. Anyway, Feng, you should get rid of that chaos aura first." Yin Nuoxing's expression froze. She stared at him with her eyes wide open and said, "Please repeat that. All right, you're the only one who can deal with it, right? It's not possible to throw it into the void. The void of the tertiary realm does not have the ability to get rid of the power of the chaos concept body in a suppressed state. The only one who can deal with it is you. Hui smiled embarrassedly as he met Feng's gaze. He stammered, "It should be fine, right? Should be?" Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and sneered. "This thing is the annihilation energy. As for the other annihilation energy, I already have one in my body. If I have another, anyway, you have 196 types of origin energy and one type of annihilation energy. Another annihilation energy will not break the balance." "Yes, yes." Hui nodded vigorously. Yin Nuoxing said, "What do you take me for? You're stuffing all the things you can't get rid of with me? A garbage incinerator? That's definitely not what you mean. It's just, all right, you shut up." "I know." Yin Nuoxing covered her face and let out a long sigh. She shook her head helplessly. The initial light and origin energy surged in her body and climbed up to her right hand. As she stretched out her palm, she grabbed the light spot that was emitting a gray aura. Under the suppressed state, the light spot was easily accepted by the initial light and turned into energy particles that fused with it. Hui swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. Seeing that Feng did not move for a long time, he was about to say something when he suddenly saw the colorful luster on Feng's body fade away. The initial light also turned into a dark color. A gray energy emerged from the latter's body. The moment the aura that could collapse the grand primordial realm appeared, his expression stiffened. He hurriedly took out the guardian's shield. "Feng, how are you? Are you still awake? If you're still awake, squeak. Don't scare me." Yin Nuoxing suddenly turned her head. Her gray eyes made Hui and the little girl's expressions turn sluggish. The self-sealing chains began to crack bit by bit. "They why? You let me eat you. Now you're scared?" Yin Nuoxing suddenly rolled her eyes. Both of them were stunned. This familiar tone. It seemed that the person was still the same person. They hurriedly let out a sigh of relief. "Isn't this?" Hui smiled bitterly. He carefully moved forward and reached out to poke her face. "Every time you turn into the aura of the Order of Chaos, it's weird and scary. This new annihilation energy doesn't seem to be any different, but it seems a little different. I can see it." Yin Nuoxing clenched her hands. The annihilation energy is different from the origin energy. The origin energy can be divided into exactly 147 types. The 49 types that are weakened will not be discussed here. Each type can be said to be a situation in its own domain. The degree of similarity is not more than 30%. As for the annihilation energy, it seems that there are only 10 to 20% differences. But I only have 2 types of annihilation energy. The smallest even number of annihilation energies does not form a pattern. Yin Nuoxing's face trembled as he spoke. Seeing that Huey's eyes were rolling around as if he was thinking about something, he said resolutely, "Don't even think about asking me to look for the annihilation energy. The origin energy is already enough for me to handle, and you still want me to touch the annihilation energy. Those damn things are obviously up to no good. What interested live well. I feel that they are deliberately trying to get me to the other side. Nothing good is going to happen. This time is already a special situation, so there won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. I'm just thinking." Hui scratched his head and muttered softly, "You're not the only one who can touch this. I want to see if I can find any strange patterns through you to deal with the power of chaos. Even if I can't use it now, it could be a rehearsal for the future or something." "All right, I won't say any more." Seeing Maple raise his hand, Hui quickly changed the topic and looked at the round plate on the ground. This round plate. I remember seeing it before, but I can't remember what it is used for. Maple, look at this. That is the control core of the area. Back then, when it was used to deal with that power, it was customized to divide the entire continent into battle areas. The voice did not come from any of the 3 of them. The 3 of them were stunned. They turned their heads together and saw the blue-robed youth smiling at them. His gaze fell on Hui. "Hello, guardian of the realm of the gods. It's been a long time." This. Hui was stunned for a moment. Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. Immediately, her dull gray eyes turned into a colorful luster as she stared at the blue-robed youth. She suddenly understood and said, "I see. You are a reincarnated person." Chapter 1772. This was a very long story. Then let's keep it simple and focus on the main points. We are a group of old people who have lived for several eras, dozens of eras, or dozens of eras. There's no need to be emotional here. Hui waved his hand and interrupted the brewing atmosphere, leaving the three people present speechless. The blue-clothed young man's face trembled slightly, and he smiled bitterly. You're still the same as before. Then please allow me to use the simplest words to describe it. The blue-clothed young man coughed softly and looked up at the starry sky. His thoughts were churning and slightly complicated. At the beginning of the story, he was in the three elements realm. He was an ordinary person in this world who lived to the age of 20. He experienced a transformation of his thoughts and emotions. He was ordinary. Stop. Please shorten the ordinary part. Hui hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt the young man's lyrical narration. The blue-clothed young man smiled bitterly and said, "This is the 6th century." The young man in blue smiled bitterly. "I heard you say that it's the 56th era now, right? 10 years ago, in the 46th era, I crossed over from this planet of life to the 8 elements realm for some unknown reason. It's another gathering place of life that is adjacent to the God realm. Over a long period of time, I started as an ordinary person and worked hard bit by bit until I became a heavenly god. You seem to have more or less figured out what happened after that. In the 47th era, that continent was attacked and destroyed by this unknown energy. I was suppressed by that energy in the continent that was about to be destroyed, and I passed through the barrier of the primordial realm and returned to the 3rd element's realm. So, this secret realm was actually left behind by you. However, you left it in the past, in this special place in the 47th era." Hui rubbed his cheeks. After 9 eras, he returned to the place where it ended. It seemed like nothing had changed. "Yes, and I also left something in my soul to hint to myself and guide myself to come back here one day to clean up the things that I didn't have time to deal with." The blue-clothed young man scratched his head. "This is what I told you before. The hint just now also told me to come here last, so I simply followed you." "I see." Hui suddenly understood. He pointed at the land beneath his feet and changed the topic. "Is this place the main body of the continent, or just a fragment?" The blue-clothed young man shook his head. "I don't know. When I rushed into the void with it and came to the 3 elements realm, it experienced a violent explosion. I saw that some of the fragments of the explosion were annihilated in the void of the 3 elements realm. I don't know the specifics. Perhaps they have all been annihilated. As for this area that is preserved now, this is a region near the center of the continent, not the central area. I was only able to see all of this because I was lucky." The young man in blue pointed at the solid disk on the ground. "When the dark power swept the continent away, this was the only area where the core was still operating. I survived by relying on the protection of the power near the core for now. Later, you were eroded by the power of chaos and didn't survive." We looked at him. "The power of chaos. Ah, yes. This power penetrated the barrier and eroded me. Because I was worried that the remaining power of chaos in this remaining fragment would spread, I found a way to hide it into space. I don't know why, but I saw the world I had lived in for 20 years appear in front of me. It was almost the same as an era ago, but I couldn't find any trace of familiarity. At that time, I knew that this was a special world. Even so, I didn't have enough time to explore it." The blue-clothed young man scratched his head and sighed. "After I dealt with this fragment, before I was completely devoured by the power of chaos, I jumped into the void and disintegrated by myself. What happened next is the story of this life. I opened my eyes and returned to this world. After living for about 20 years, I forgot everything that happened in the 8 elements realm. Until now, when I saw this core, I suddenly remembered everything I had experienced." The blue-clothed young man took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. 9 eras have passed. It's like a dream. Whether it's the life I lived here, or the era I spent in the 8 elements realm, it's all like a dream. That's all there is to it. The blue-clothed young man shrugged his shoulders at Hui and the others. Sometimes the so-called truth of some things was actually quite simple. It was so simple that it could be divided into 5 steps in detail. Hui, who had been guessing for a long time, was a little stunned after hearing the whole story. The ending was different from what he had imagined. He thought it would be a magnificent and epic story, but he didn't expect it to be, well, it was just a story of a wanderer who had mysteriously slipped away from the 3 elements realm to the 8 elements realm and was left in the 8 elements realm for an entire era. A lot of things must have happened in this era, but this was the blue-clothed young man's story. Now, well, there was no need to listen to this story. When you came back here, did you feel anything strange? We looked at the blue-clothed young man. I'm talking about this life star. In these 20 years, including the previous 20 years, it's close to half a century of life. Actually, I didn't figure out anything. Oh, that's normal. After all, although it said that I've been here or there for 40 years, my understanding is quite vague. Hui nodded to express his understanding. If his soul lost its memory and returned to the God realm, everything would start from scratch. Perhaps he really wouldn't be able to figure out anything in these 40 years. No, it's not that. Well, you can't completely count it like that. The blue-clothed young man put his hands on his waist. How should I put it? I have 40 years of memory, and now that my understanding has returned, it's very fast to go through these 40 years of memory. I just finished looking through them, and I didn't find anything particularly noteworthy. I don't know if it's because the range of activity in these 40 years is too small, or because I didn't deliberately pursue it. So many things are not particularly clear. Well, it seems that we have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why are you here? The blue-clothed young man scratched his head. People from the 8 elements realm rarely come to the 3 elements realm. Most of them go to the 7 elements realm or the 6 elements realm. Well, about that, we have to talk about a certain phone. Are you done over there? We turned his gaze to Maple, who was still standing on the spot like a pillar. The energy of annihilation and the energy of origin danced on his body, flickering like a lamp with insufficient voltage. Did you really eat something bad? This annihilation energy isn't the main body. Yin Nuoxing glared at him fiercely. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had to adjust the relationship between the annihilation energy and origin energy, he would have given him a kick with his shoe. Well, it's actually like this. He shook his head and ignored a certain someone's resentment. He turned to the blue-clothed young man and asked why they were here. Vacation. It wasn't long, but it was said too quickly. The blue-clothed young man accurately grasped the word and smiled bitterly. That's a little annoying. I'm in the middle of my vacation, and I'm forced to work overtime or something. How difficult. Then the two of them squatted at the side with their arms around each other's shoulders and sighed, as if they were resonating with each other. The little girl couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Yin Nuoxing. It's not easy for you either. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. By the time the two lunatics were done resonating with each other, Yin Nuoxing had also successfully held down the split energy of annihilation. As expected, his energy family had another powerful member. He already had enough powerful members in his family, and he was afraid that they would one day find each other an eyesore and purge each other. Looking at the current balance, the two energies of annihilation would be crushed to death in the cradle by the origin energy in a matter of minutes. We asked, "What's your plan for the future?" The young man in blue thought for a while, and then smiled helplessly. After all, I didn't prepare anything before I died. Even though my divine soul has been awakened, I haven't recovered a bit of my former self. For the time being, I don't need to think about the 8 elements realm. As he spoke, he suddenly put his hands on his waist and said proudly, "What's more, there are people I care about in this world now. I plan to stay here for the time being." Oh, after all, you've been reborn. It's normal to have a place to belong. As for the 8 elements realm, well, we suggest that you don't go back if you have nothing to do, at least for the next few eras. And what happened there? The blue-clothed young man was startled. Well, something happened. Anyway, if you want to live a stable life, forget about the 8 elements realm for the time being. As for that place, forget it. Let's not talk about it. I came down here for vacation. Talking about that place gives me a headache. We held his head exaggeratedly and smiled bitterly. At least for now, we want to rest quietly for a while. Not to say a year or a half, at least for a few days or half a month. Yin Nuashing said, "Admit it, you're here to escape." Hui grimaced and waved his hand gloomily and helplessly. "Originally, I was. Phew, forget it. It's not easy to squeeze out time for a vacation, but we still have to run into some trouble. Is it reminding us that there's a dead thing above our heads?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Hui regretted it. He looked at Feng with a pained expression. Because of Huey's words, Feng revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Hui, expressionlessly saying the words that made it difficult for Hui to refute. "Hui, I want to go back." Hui covered his face. This was really a case of reaping what he sowed. Originally, he had brought them out for a vacation. It was fine that they encountered such a thing, but he still had to mention it. How could he fool Maple? Really, Maple, couldn't he just walk a few more laps? They had only been out for a few days. Sigh. The doomed creatures of the Eight Elements realm wouldn't set off a monstrous wave just because it happened to be these few days, right? That couldn't be, right? Well, it was actually possible. Well, when the trouble in this world is over, let's go back, okay? We only felt an invisible pressure when Feng stared at him with his bright eyes. He could not help but smile bitterly. Yin Nuashing nodded. He did not urge or mention a specific time, as though he was just casually mentioning it. However, we clearly knew that this guy had actually been concerned about the matters at the Void Frontline all this while, boom, boom, a roar came from the distance of the floating island. It should have been a movement that had happened for a long time. They all raised their heads and looked into the distance. The energy of the core has been exhausted because of the disappearance of the power of chaos. Most of the structure has been destroyed. No, it's too late to replenish the energy now. The young man in blue reacted and threw himself on the stone disc. His eyes kept sweeping around. After a while, his expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Let's go quickly. Uncle Lou and the others are still waiting over there. The core energy has been exhausted. This area will completely disintegrate in an hour. I'm afraid that even the starry sky I left behind at that time will not last long. Can't we replenish the energy? Foam is here. He has that energy." We could not help but ask as they ran out. The young man in blue shook his head. Back then, our continent divided the area to fight against the power from beyond the sky. Once it is confirmed that it is occupied by the power of chaos and the energy is exhausted, it will enter a state of self-destruction. It is to let the area eroded by the power of chaos self-disintegrate. This process is very difficult to reverse. Hui did not believe it. He turned his head and looked at Feng. The latter nodded at him. The structure has completely collapsed. There is no saving it. We also did not record the original structure of the structure. It is almost impossible to repair. Hui smiled bitterly. In the end, it was still the old saying, if others were risking their lives to seek death, could they stop them? He was used to this method of resisting the power of chaos. According to Jing Yun and the others, during the mythological era, there were similar measures to deal with the power of chaos. It was just that they were more experienced and ruthless in dealing with it. For example, they would use the power of order to transform the light of a world that had been completely occupied into a huge energy ball and throw it into the void of chaos, or set off fireworks, or something like that. It was reasonable and orderly to discuss the other side before destroying it. Wait a minute. After running for a few steps, the blue-clothed young man quickly stopped. Under the confused gaze of Yin Nuashing and the other two, he quickly ran back to the side of the stone disc. After fiddling with it for a few seconds, he took the lead and rushed forward. "I've rebuilt the bridge. Although there is no way to stop it from disintegrating, it is still possible to use the energy to open a path." By the time Yin Nuashing and the others returned to Lu Weiran and the others, the shaking of the earth had made them very uneasy. The young man in blue did not say a word and rushed back to the way they came. Along the way, the sound of the falling earth was getting stronger and stronger. It felt like they were climbing and going downhill in a mountainous area. Along the way, they did not know how many mountains had fallen in front of them. When everyone hurried across the long bridge of stars and returned to the platform on the other side, an extremely violent roar, an explosion suddenly came from the entire starry sky. It was as if hundreds of millions of supernovas had bloomed at the same time. Their vision was dyed into a dazzling white. When they came back to their senses, they could no longer see the shadow of the giant floating island. Today is the most exciting day of my life in the past few decades. Lu Weiran looked at the empty starry sky and let out a soul-deep sigh. Everyone nodded vigorously. The young man in blue listened to everyone's voices and secretly stuck out his tongue. After all, this was a large group of ordinary people. Except for the 3 people and him who had just awakened his soul, the others were already very tired. After fighting with the soldiers of chaos and running for their lives before the floating island sank, they had run hundreds of marathons at the speed of light. At this moment, 1/3 of the people were lying on the ground with their tongues stuck out. After all, this place was created by him. Seeing how everyone was tormented like this, it was really hard on everyone. The surrounding starry sky was trembling slightly, and there were signs of distortion in the distance. Obviously, this place was about to end. The young man in blue looked at everyone and then continued to smile bitterly. Even if the starry sky was about to collapse, Lord Guardian, can you directly strip the space away? Everyone can't run anymore. The young man in blue moved to Huey's side and whispered. Without thinking, Huey kicked the ball to Feng. At this moment, that guy was still carrying the little girl from the Zhou family, who was so tired that her eyes were rolling back. Feng, before he could finish speaking, Yin Nuoxing glanced at him. She lowered her right hand and snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, the starry sky suddenly became distorted. The scene in front of them turned into an abstract oil painting. It also looked as if there were tens of millions of vortexes twisting into a fried dough twist in the starry sky. Everyone was shocked. When the distortion reached the upper limit of what the space could withstand, the entire starry sky cracked like a mirror and shattered with a crash. Everyone quickly stood up, wondering what had happened. Then, they saw the underground hall that they had set off from before appearing in their line of sight. Around them were the cultivators of the Alliance who were guarding the door with dumbfounded expressions. Plop! The sound of a large number of bodies falling to the ground shocked everyone again. As soon as they turned around, they saw more than 90 people lying on the ground with their eyes rolling back. Hui was shocked. He didn't know if it was because they had exhausted all their physical strength and saw that they had finally returned to a familiar place, or because they were killed by Feng during the spatial switch just now. They all fainted when they relaxed. Lu Weiran shrugged at the blue-clothed youth. I feel a little baffled. In short, it was better to arrange for people to take care of these people who had experienced a lot of seemingly magical things, but also seemed like nothing had happened. The blue-clothed youth looked at the people from the Lu family who were rolling their eyes. Among the more than 90 people who had fainted, it seemed that only Lu Wuxing was foaming at the mouth and unconscious. He really had fainted, so he carefully glanced in the direction of Yin Nuoxing. Forget it. He didn't want to delve into this matter. Speaking of which, the people from the Lu family were trying their best to hide behind Yin Nuoxing. He didn't know if they were frightened by this god. After dealing with everyone's matters, Lu Weiran finally had time to breathe a sigh of relief. She said to the blue-clothed youth, I've already forgotten why we went to that place in the first place. The blue-clothed youth laughed dryly and scratched his cheek with a bitter expression. He couldn't tell Uncle Lu about those things. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Well, I really want to reset the time in these few days. Just pretend that I never came here, and then never come back again. Lu Weiran smiled helplessly and shook her head. As they came out of the secret territory, the portal began to become unstable. It trembled and shook a few times, then slowly shrank and dissipated. The portal that had been entrenched here for a while was completely closed, and the things that happened inside were forever sealed in the void, and no one would mention it again. The next day, when she woke up in the morning, she saw herself lying on the bed. Zhou Zibai only felt a little confused. What happened yesterday? Did something happen yesterday? Or was it just a dream? She really couldn't tell apart. However, being able to open her eyes every morning was already a blessing at night. In her memory, there were many people who disappeared silently in the night. This was one of the things she was more afraid of. She always felt that if she closed her eyes at night, she would never be able to open them again. "You're awake?" The sound of the door being pushed open was accompanied by a soft voice. Zhou Zibai quickly woke up and subconsciously clutched the quilt. She found that she was still wearing the same clothes. She was well dressed and didn't show any signs of spring. She relaxed and raised her head to look in the direction of the door. Yin Nuoxing was slowly walking in. "Mr. Feng." Zhou Zibai was about to get out of bed, but Yin Nuoxing quickly held her down and shook his head. "Just call me Feng Ling. Didn't you change your name in the secret territory? I'm not used to it yet." Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. It was mainly because she saw the kind of scene and the destructive power he had. She couldn't bring herself to say this slightly intimate name. Yin Nuoxing walked in and examined Zhou Zibai with his eyes. Then, he leaned forward and suddenly reached out his hand. Zhou Zibai was scared and shrank back slightly. When she saw that his hand had already touched her hair, her pretty face instantly turned red. Zhou Zibai closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at him. She only subconsciously clutched the quilt tightly. Yin Nuoxing nodded and put down his hand after a moment. "You're also fine. That's good." "Huh? You're the last to wake up." Yin Nuoxing crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He said faintly, "When you came out, you scared Elder Meng and Elder Zheng. Hui and I were responsible for checking all the people who came out of the secret territory so that you wouldn't have any sequelae. After all, they had come into contact with the power of chaos. They had to be careful to avoid any accidents. Now that they confirmed that everyone was fine, it was really over." "What?" Zhou Zibai's cheeks were red. She lowered her head and muttered, "What?" No. Zhou Zibai shook her head repeatedly. She pressed her hands on the bed and rubbed them a few times uneasily. After a long time, she mustered up the courage to speak in a voice that only she could hear. "Thank you." Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and walked toward the door. "Tidy up and come out first. There are some things to discuss in the secret territory." Everyone else went back first. You're the only one left. Chapter 1773. It was a postscript about the mystery realm. Actually, it was nothing much. It was just a brief mention of this unusual mystery realm. Anyone who walked around in it, as long as they had brains, and their brains were not stuffed with weeds or cow dung, could feel that the situation inside was far from normal. Based on their own knowledge and worldview, it was not like they had never been to the cave abodes and secret realms of mortal immortals or heavenly realm experts. The model of the mystery realm that had just ended, well, it was obviously completely different from the two mentioned above. It was like walking around in a dream. Although they came out alive and safe, they still felt like they were in the depths of a dream and were in a daze. As for the matter to be mentioned, it was nothing more than poking Lu Zifeng's mouth or something. The mystery realm was secondary. The most important thing was the mysterious identities of the three people. After all, the incident of the two people smashing the ground with their fists that day was obvious to all. It was better to keep the information under wraps, lest it cause strange chaos in the country. That's about it. Although it might be a little redundant, it's just a reminder. Lu Weiran nodded and said to Zhou Zibai. She clapped her hands and announced the end of the explanation. There's nothing else. Go back and have a good rest. Pretend that this never happened. The young man in blue shrugged and said, After all, there's nothing. This time, it's like going out for a vacation and inexplicably encountering a landslide, an avalanche, a volcanic tornado and hailstorm, and then being hit by a meteorite and rolling all the way from the top of the mountain to the river at the foot of the mountain. Unfortunately, there was a flood and being washed into the sea. In the end, I was fished onto a boat. After 2 days of recuperation, I returned to normal without leaving any side effects. Everyone, are you playing games with a natural disaster here? Hey, that's what it means. I didn't get anything from this trip to the mystery realm, right? I only got a bunch of messy experiences and memories, and they're the kind of memories that won't be pulled out if nothing happens. The blue-clothed youth grinned at Lu Weiran. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. It's fine. If there's anything, I'll help you make another trip. Lu Weiran rolled her eyes. That was the gist of it. They had made a trip to the secret realm, but the information they had was completely wrong. Or rather, there was no information at all. If it weren't for the appearance of the secret realm itself and the small mechanisms installed in the passage, he wouldn't have thought of it as a secret realm of heavenly state or mortal immortals. This was simply a pit. They had spent so much effort to go one round in it, and not only did they end up as bystanders, but they were also met with a face full of dust. In the end, they had to force themselves to pretend that nothing had happened, just like a dream. If you want to say it, well, although it's a bit abrupt, what do you plan to do next? On the beach of the island, the young man in blue put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sparkling sea. He tilted his head slightly and asked Hui, who was in a daze. Well, actually, there's nothing to do. Hui subconsciously said this sentence, and his whole body trembled. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the side. When he saw that Feng wasn't beside him, he sighed in relief and continued. Originally, we came here to rest for a while and give ourselves a vacation. Well, now because of this annoying thing that we deliberately put aside for the time being, Feng even said, I want to go back, or something. Hui scratched his head. Then let's go back after 2 more days. Although there's nothing to do here, I just want to relax for 2 days. Dragging out the vacation time and not wanting to go to work. Ah, I know that very well. The blue-clothed youth spread his hands. The two looked at each other and sighed. 2 days, huh? Let's go around this world and see if there's anything particularly interesting. I'm quite interested in that world core. Hui shook his hand to get rid of the gloomy atmosphere. A world core that manifests in the prime realm and runs around everywhere is rare even in the eightfold realm. Speaking of the world core, the blue-clothed youth rubbed his chin and pondered. He slowly said, some time ago, we encountered something special. The beginning of that thing hasn't been found yet, and it ended in a muddled and strange way. When we tried to find a way to explore it, it seemed like everything was stopping us. Things that shouldn't be wrong in theory, things that shouldn't happen in theory, and some strange natural phenomena. We became spirited when talking about strange things. Now that you mention it, I'm excited. Can you tell me more about it? There's quite a lot. I'll just pick a few simple ones. Do you still remember the bunch of natural phenomena I just mentioned? The one where you played hide-and-seek with nature? The blue-clothed youth spat out a mouthful of saliva and scratched his head with a wry smile. Hide-and-seek. Ahem. Actually, that's not an exaggeration. That's a situation I encountered in the middle of investigating the matter I just told you about. In just half an hour, I experienced everything I said. Hui listened with his mouth agape. Good heavens, there's actually someone who can treat a natural disaster documentary as a diary? Is this guy cursed by the rules? Or is he, in fact, the chosen one? The one responsible for bad luck? In addition to what I said, there were other things that happened at the same time. For example, an unpredictable solar storm, and a satellite that had long passed the solar storm's impact time but failed for no reason. Abnormal crustal movements, sudden earthquakes, flash floods, tsunamis, thunderstorms, and even a thunderbolt that blew up a pile of ruins in my basement. Also, because I went to a place to investigate, it caused a mountain fire that was extinguished for half a year and still couldn't be put out, and so on. Seeing Huey's expression become more and more strange and pitiful as he recounted, the blue-clothed youth hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's not just me who caused it. Uncle Lou and the others also had the same situation. It's us who encountered these things together. We just thought it was an unlucky year and bad feng shui. Well, it's true that cultivators aren't very careful when they say these things. These things put together are too coincidental and too deliberate. But at that time, we just couldn't explain it because they were all natural disasters and eliminated the possibility of man-made causes. We believed that this was something that couldn't be traced and announced early on that we gave up. Now that I think about it, maybe we were targeted by the heavens. Cough, cough. Maybe we were targeted by the world core of this world. It sounds like the world core itself wants to cover up or block something and use the power of the rules to affect you guys. We listened and nodded. So what's the situation? The blue-clothed youth rubbed his chin and pondered for a while, thinking for a while about how to put it in the simplest and most convenient way. That started a year ago. Omitting the matter of the local life that you guys don't pay attention to, it should be that the people in the world are secretly looking for something. Should be? We listened to this ambiguous statement and frowned. It can't be that they're looking for the world core, right? It's fine if that thing manifests in the real world, but it also appears in front of many lives? No, it shouldn't be, right? The blue-clothed youth covered his eyes and laughed bitterly. It shouldn't be. Normal people shouldn't be able to directly face the world core. To be more specific, a year ago, a group of powerful people secretly infiltrated our Huaxia. I'll omit a few million words in the middle, but in the end, we caught them and got what I just said from them. That thing has been around the world for more than 10 years, and they followed the traces to our Huaxia. So, we followed the clues they gave us, and the situation after that is, as you know. They only said that it's a thing, something ancient, something powerful, something... The blue-clothed youth pursed his lips. That's about it. Are you interested in taking a look? We thought for a while, and shook his head. To be honest, I'm not interested this time. I see. Hearing this, the blue-clothed youth scratched his head regretfully. All right, then let's put this matter aside for now, but you can probably touch it when you're bored. The blue-clothed youth smiled bitterly. All right, I'll tell you about it. If you suddenly have the energy to go look for it, I'll ask Uncle Lou to make things convenient for you. Oh, it doesn't seem to be necessary. Although it should be something fun, Hui was not interested in it. He was scared of that damned secret realm. This damned world was really afraid that he would suddenly encounter something related to the Order of Chaos. If that happened, Maple would urge him to go back. At that point, he really couldn't force Maple to stay here and rest. Therefore, though he found it amusing, he could only go against his conscience, so none of it, and say that he was not interested or something like that. Well, it was still possible for them to secretly check it out. From a perspective of the void, this planet with life actually held no secrets to them. It was just a matter of whether they wanted to unravel it or not. As for what it was, they would just have to take a look. According to the blue-clothed youth, those people should be looking for that thing that might be able to obtain great power. As soon as he heard this, he knew that the mysterious thing was most likely an energy source. It contained a huge amount of energy and could move on its own. That was why it could fool the locals. So far, no one had even seen its true appearance. These people were quite patient. They had been chasing an invisible thing for more than 10 years. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head to look at the little girl. He couldn't help but cover his face. She was also very powerful. She had been chasing the invisible core of the 8 Elements realm for several eras. The whole Yuan realm had been circled by her many times. However, he had to put this matter aside for the time being. He could do it alone in the dark. For the next 2 days, it was impossible to stay in the villa. After coming to the new world, it was impossible to stay in one place and do nothing. When Zhou Zibai regained some of her vitality, he would continue to bring people out to cause trouble. It would be best if he could cause so much trouble that Maple did not have time to think about the Void frontline. As for where to cause trouble, this kind of thing was fine, even if it was just going out for a stroll. Although I know what you were thinking. Zhou Zibai couldn't help muttering. She looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was walking in front of the little girl, and sighed. But we came back from the island less than a day ago. Can't you let me rest for a while? Hey, little girl, life is about tormenting yourself. You will get rusty if you rest for so long. We grinned hard. Zhou Zibai rolled her eyes. Although she knew that the 3 people in front of her were not as simple as they looked, and they might not be as young as they looked. But when she saw a young man who seemed to be a little younger than her calling her little girl, she felt strange in her heart. Jiang City was not particularly prosperous. It was barely near the seaside, and it was not very close to the seaside. There were basically no major natural disasters, so it was relatively safe. They were near the suburbs, far away from the city center. There were not many places to visit. Tall scaffolding could be seen everywhere. It was a building waiting to be built, or a wasteland waiting to be treated. Looking a little further away, they could almost see the uplifted hills. There were also muddy footprints left by vehicles on the nearby roads. They were originally far away from the downtown area. After taking 2 steps out, they unknowingly became more remote. It was a good afternoon, and the whole long street was quiet. The scene suddenly changed in front of them. The ground was full of mud and sand, and there was a little gloomy atmosphere, which made Hui and the others startled. Does this place have a story? A straight road opened up behind him, extending for 2 to 3 miles. It was a residential area full of vitality, no longer as barren as this place. However, this place, which was only a short distance away, seemed to be surrounded by an inexplicably unpleasant aura. It didn't look much different from the surrounding reddish-brown soil, but it was completely barren in front of him. There wasn't even a blade of grass, and it was lifeless. There was a gloomy and cold aura lingering on this completely dead land, as if something was entrenched here. This place, Zhou Zibai slightly frowned in thought, but she couldn't give an answer. I've only heard of this place. The older generation said that this place is a mass grave, and it's inauspicious. Some people said that it has nothing to do with this. They talked about feng shui, but no one said anything specific. It doesn't look like a mass grave. Hui shook his head. There is no residual soul aura, not even a little fragment. There should not have been a large-scale burial of the dead here in the past 100 years. It is a bit like entrenched something that is the opposite of order, but not like the order of chaos. Hearing the words order and chaos again, Zhou Zibai finally could not help but ask curiously, I have always heard you guys talk about order and chaos. Do they refer to something specific? Oh, you guys have a saying in recent years to describe things that exist in the world, called it matter, and another kind of antimatter that is the opposite of its nature, right? We said. Zhou Zibai nodded. You can just treat it as that kind of situation. Although the truth is trillions of times more complicated than this part. For you, you just need to understand it simply. There is no need to go deeper. Zhou Zibai rolled her eyes and tried to understand. So, there's an anti-chaos aura remnant here? Well, I feel like it, but it is not purely the kind that we are familiar with. Feng, take a look at the situation. This remnant trace is a little too big. Yin Nuoxing came back to her senses and moved the lines on her face as a response. She turned around and jumped into the land, walked back and forth twice, then jumped to the side of the road and said, negative aura, 30% similar to the aura of chaos. Although I'm still not sure. Zhou Zibai tried to understand, tried, and gave up. But if this thing is left here, it should be very dangerous, right? It is harmless. Yin Nuoxing shook her head, then suddenly paused and nodded. For you guys, if it is a threat that is enough to affect the mind and destroy the soul, if it is left here, it will quietly spread. Then it is better to get rid of it. This place is quite close to where people live. Hui nodded in understanding and stretched for a while. Just when he was about to make a move, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. A person was quickly approaching them. Hey, it is very dangerous here. All of you, back off. Although they did not know what was going on, when something was rapidly approaching them, the action of retreating was instinctive. So Hui, the little girl, and Zhou Zibai hurriedly took 2 steps back. Yin Nuoxing was still in a daze and did not react. She slowly turned her head and saw a shadow rushing in front of her. Like the wind, the shadow dragged her around and threw her to Hui. She was stunned. The shadow that suddenly appeared took something out of nowhere and waved it at the brownish-red ground in front of her. There was a slight sound of energy, and then a glowing dust was sprinkled on the ground in front of her by the person in front of her. It was estimated that it was not even 2 grams, but after only 5 seconds, a slightly huge energy storm rolled up on the ground. The dust and the storm were probably invisible to ordinary people. It could be seen from Zhou Zibai's dazed look at the person rather than the storm. The storm only swirled in place for a while before it dissipated on its own. The unknown, gloomy aura lingering in this place also did not dissipate. The reason was unclear. He looked as if it had been purified. There was no longer any trace of gloomy aura left in this place. The wind that blew in his face made him feel refreshed. Perhaps a few blades of grass could grow back in this destroyed place. TSK. The energy aura has become stronger again. It seems that I have to hurry up. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of her smacked her lips and muttered to herself. When she was done, She gently breathed a sigh of relief. When she turned around and was about to leave, she saw the four people staring at her. Her pretty face suddenly stiffened. Yin Nuoxing calmed himself down and looked at the person who threw him away. It was a girl wearing a white cloak with red patterns engraved on it. She was petite and had an exquisite figure, but he could still see some obvious curves. She had a head of light blonde hair, and her appearance could be said to be one in a million beautiful and, he could not say whether it should be called cute or beautiful. In some ways, there was nothing wrong with her delicate face. At this moment, her slightly stiff and flustered appearance made her look a little pitiful. Her light silver eyes could not help but twitch a little. Before Yin Nuoxing and the others could express anything with their expressionless faces, the girl suddenly put her palms together and bowed to them. Her tone was indifferent as she said, "I'm very sorry for scaring you. I just saw that there was something unclean here, so I quickly came to deal with it. If I scared you, please forgive me." After that, she raised her head and stuck out her tongue at them cutely. Hey, Zhou Zhibai's cheeks twitched slightly. Taoist? Exorcism? Yes, that's what I mean. The girl in the white cloak instantly understood something and nodded vigorously. Then she laughed dryly and stepped back. There is nothing strange here. I have to find the next strange place to maintain world peace. I'll take my leave first. There was another burst of hurried footsteps, rushing over like a gust of wind and rushing away in a hurry. At the same time, it also purified the place in front of them. Zhou Zhibai was a little stunned. Have the Taoist style changed these years? Hui blinked his eyes. Can't you see it? Oh, that's right. You're just a little girl. You can't see it. Zhou Zhibai puffed her cheeks. Please don't. Forget it, Mr. Hui. What did you just say? What's so special about that girl? What's so special about him? Hui thought for a moment, and suddenly an expression of having a good idea appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Zhibai. He lowered his head and said in a gloomy tone, "That girl is not human. Well, that is to say, she's some kind of monster," Zhou Zhibai said calmly. Hui saw that the little girl wasn't scared at all, so he scratched his head in boredom and skipped this part. Spiritual monster. Not really, but I didn't pry into it right away, so for the time being... Feng, did you see it? Yin Nuoxing raised her head and slowly responded. Weak aura of order, camouflaged low entanglement of rules. Correction. For the tertiary realm, strong aura of order, high entanglement of rules, and obvious traces of energy. I speculate that there is a 50% probability that it's an energy life form. The traces of energy transformation are within the normal range. Oh ho! Hui and the little girl made a sound of obvious interest at the same time. Zhou Zhibai looked at them with a blank face, not knowing what was going on. Shall we follow them and take a look? Hui's mouth curved into a rather interested arc. Yin Nuoxing did not respond. She reached out and held Zhou Zhibai's waist. There was no need to respond to such a simple question. Hui had already pulled her and flew into the sky as soon as she finished speaking. As Zhou Zhibai got used to their identities, Hui became more and more unscrupulous. For example, when they flew into the sky this time, the little girl was so scared that she screamed desperately in his arms. It did not take much effort to find the girl in the cloak. When they found her, she had already arrived at the other end of Jiang City, which was also a suburb. She used the skill that she just showed in front of them to deal with the remaining dark aura on the ground. Well, look again. She's not human. We can't pry into it openly. She can sense it. 1,000 meters high in the sky. Hui looked carefully for a while and then cut his line of sight. The girl in the cloak was now looking around in confusion on the brownish-red soil. There was no trace of her. There shouldn't be any life form that can reach this level on this planet, right? Yin Nuoxing said, I don't know. It's hard to say. If the tertiary realm has a theoretical life form conversion, it's much easier to transform into an energy life form than the tertiary realm. I'm a little interested. I want to see. Hui turned his gaze and saw that Feng really showed an interested expression. He allowed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Well, it's worth it to hear this sentence. Even if I blow up this place, I won't regret it. Chapter 1774. It had long been a common occurrence. The endless cycle of every day was a chase race that would not change at all. Being chased by time, one would habitually run along with time. As long as one was still alive, there was no way to stop. Day after day, it was a monotonous cycle. Zhou Zibai felt that she had completely gotten used to this cycle of more than 20 years. Everything happened step by step, and she grew up step by step. It was as if it had become a convention that someone would come to find trouble with her. When she was chasing time, she also had to deal with the competitors who were also running desperately on the track. If she wanted to get out of the vortex, she had to destroy it or choose to stay away. She felt that this cycle would continue until more than 10 years later, when someone took over the small participation qualification from her and continued. Then 3 meteorites suddenly came out of nowhere and knocked her out of the battle of the vortex into the deep sea. It was completely out of the past track and even made it impossible for her to predict the future. Everything was out of control. However, it seemed to be not bad. Her life had already been fixed, and there was a slight change in her life to experience some other things. She felt that this was something that countless people wanted to experience once, no matter where they were. Now, she bumped into this opportunity, and she should firmly grasp it. For this reason, it should be quite good to temporarily put aside the things behind her. It would be good if Mr. Hui did not suddenly pull her and fly into the sky, high and far away in the blue sky, side by side with the white clouds. Unfortunately, she was not sitting in a metal shell that weighed hundreds of tons, but was floating here with the wind. The wind at high altitude blew her long hair into a mess, but she did not have time to deal with it. She was afraid that if she let go of her hand, she would scream out loud. If it's possible, I hope that the next time you fly, you can let me know a little so that I can be mentally prepared. Zhou Zibai fiercely grabbed Yin Nuoxing's shoulder, and her pretty face was pale. She looked down at the ground and confirmed that her feet were really in the air. She trembled and closed her eyes while trembling. This height is not even as high as that tower. What are you afraid of? Hui sighed and waved his hand. Don't worry, but I'm just an ordinary person. Zhou Zibai could not help but smile bitterly. The difference between 1,000 meters and 10,000 meters is nothing more than which one takes longer to shout. The effect of landing is the same for me. Don't worry, don't worry. I won't let you land on the ground. Hui gave a thumbs up and grinned. He seemed to be a little excited now. Besides, even if there's a pa G sound after the ah, we can still pull you back. Zhou Zibai. Although it sounded amazing, she didn't want to experience it at all. Yin Nuoxing patted her back and said, Don't worry. Since he said that, he won't have any scruples. You'll get used to it. I can't get used to it. 1,000 meters high in the sky, a group of 4 figures were half hidden in the clouds. They looked down at the ground and the entire Jiang city from the sky. They had a slightly different feeling. For example, on the day they landed, they did not find that there were large and small dark auras hidden in Jiang City. The negative auras they just saw on the brownish-red land were not unique. There are dozens of places in the entire Jiang City, and the scale was not the same. The negative auras in the place they first saw were relatively small. These auras are entrenched in the city, and no one knows about them. Over time, they will spread. At first, they will affect the people living around them, making people irritable and magnifying the negative emotions in their hearts. When the scale of concentration is expanded, they can even directly affect a passerby. We looked at the cloaked girl who continued to clean below as he spoke. He tilted his head and looked at Zhou Zibai. These are not natural products. Has anything happened in Jiang City? Zhou Zibai thought carefully and shook her head. I've lived in Jiang City for 20 years, and I haven't heard of any major events related to the entire Jiang City, whether it's on the surface or in the cultivation world. There's no way to touch it. Feng, do you see anything? Yin Nuoxing said, It's like a trace left by something. It's just a strand of aura left behind by it. The body? I don't know. As far as we know, there are more than 100,000 things that can achieve this effect. That's true. Hui nodded. However, at the same time, they could easily get rid of this negative aura. What they were concerned about was the cloaked girl who was purifying the aura along the way. She was a mysterious figure who had traces of energy and rule modification, and it was quite obvious. She ran away. The little girl spied unscrupulously from the angle of the void. She watched the cloaked girl deal with a negative aura in a block. She took advantage of the 5 people around her to disappear in an instant and then appeared on the other side of Jiang City. They also watched the cloaked girl being busy in various places of Jiang City, and she gradually became irritable. At first, she used quite normal methods, sprinkling a handful of ashes, purifying an area, and so on. After a dozen times, she suddenly stopped sprinkling the ashes. She directly grabbed the negative aura with her hands, clenched her fists, and punched it into bubbles, not even leaving the ashes behind. I've used up all the things so quickly. Now I have to use my hands. The cloaked girl looked at her hands, sighed, and resigned to fate. She tightened her cloak and continued to run to the next place. As she ran, she muttered, "Bonus, bonus. This year's bonus will probably be used to buy all kinds of necessities. It's another big hole. I can't go shopping and eat. Oh, so she's used up all the items." Hui suddenly understood and said, "I feel like there are a lot of things to complain about, but it's hard to say clearly. Where's she?" While he was muttering, his line of sight was lost for less than half a second. Suddenly, he realized that the cloaked girl who was strolling on the street had disappeared without a trace. "I didn't use the law to lock on. I lost her." Yin Nuoxing blinked and tried to scan the surroundings a few times, but she couldn't find the girl's figure. After all, she was a person who had traces of law and energy modification. They suspected that she was an energy life form. In fact, they didn't use any auxiliary means. They just used their eyes to look. At most, they eliminated a relatively direct sense of being watched, making it difficult for her to find. They didn't expect to suddenly lose her. Feng, let's go to other places. For example, places with negative auras. Since she has to deal with those, she should appear again. When Hui said this, he dragged Zhou Zibai down and fell quickly. The unprepared straight fall made Zhou Zibai scream again. Sure enough, I still can't get used to straight falling and falling. Zhou Zibai sighed bitterly in her heart with tears in her eyes. After the 4 of them disappeared, the cloaked girl suddenly appeared at the corner of the alley. She looked around suspiciously and couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, why do I feel like something is watching me today? Moreover, I can't find the person. It can't be that the higher-ups sent people to help me, and they're sneakily watching me from the side, right?" The cloaked girl muttered. Suddenly, she rolled up her sleeves and clenched her slender fists, revealing a terrifying smile. "Then, if I find them, I'll give them a good beating." The place where they landed was next to the river in Jiang City. Both sides of the river were flat and spacious, and similarly deserted long streets. The main roads on both sides of the river were straight, and there was no fork in the road for a few miles. It was normal for this kind of deserted place to have that kind of strange negative aura. Perhaps it was because it was easier to gather and spread in a sparsely populated place. The closer to the outskirts of the city, the more obvious the traces of its existence would be. Fortunately, there weren't many people in this place. When they fell in a straight line, they really fell and didn't suddenly appear on the road. If the scene was seen by others, then it would be hard to explain. The dark aura in this area seems to be stronger. Between the main road and the river, there was a sidewalk that was a few meters wide and a large green belt that was also a few meters wide. However, the green belt on this side was obviously not taken care of, and it had been abandoned. Dead branches and leaves were scattered all over the ground. This should be caused by that strange aura, and it had little to do with a lack of care. "It's probably one of the largest in Jiang City." Yin Nuoxing nodded, turned around, and walked to Zhou Zibai, who was squatting on the roadbed and retching. "Are you okay?" Zhou Zibai raised her head and showed him a green face. "Ugh, my heart is not good." He stretched out his hand and pressed on the little girl's head, letting a weak, pure energy soothe her stomach and head that were already overturned. Just as he was about to casually deal with that aura, a roaring sound suddenly interrupted the quiet atmosphere of the 4 of them. The four of them turned their eyes at the same time. A red sports car of an unknown brand suddenly rushed out of the road. It really did rush out. 10 seconds ago, this road was clearly empty, and there was no end to it. They didn't know where this thing came out of, and the sound was very loud. The roaring sound was like a series of explosions. Moreover, it was speeding on the sidewalk, and it didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down at all to rush towards the four of them. Fong, look at this speed, this power, and this momentum of rushing towards us. Just looking at it makes me want to kick it. Did it accelerate? I'm afraid it's over 200 or 300 miles per hour. After Zhou Zibai finished retching, she came back to her senses and saw that the red shadow seemed to be rushing towards them at 3 times the speed. She was so scared that she took 2 steps back on the grass. Aren't you afraid of rushing into the river? Fong, don't move. Just as Yin Nuoxing was about to take 2 steps to get out of the way, Hui hurriedly shouted, just stand there. All right, aim a little so that it can hit us right in the middle. Yin Nuoxing, are you crazy? Yeah, even if the sun shines on your face, nothing will happen to you. It's just a pile of high-speed scrap metal. Go ahead and hit it. Tell me how it feels. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and took 2 steps to the side, indicating that he didn't want to accompany him. But unfortunately, the sports car that had turned into a shadow and was still accelerating slowly deviated from its direction. It was right in the middle of the car, and he was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously said, "Are you deliberately looking for a collision?" Although I don't think the driver meant it that way. Zhou Zibai said calmly. She was already quite calm. Even if the speed of the car was 10 times faster and dozens of times heavier, it probably wouldn't be able to hit the person in front of her. Whether it was intentional or not, it was too late to slow down. Unless Yin Nuoxing deliberately dodged, they would definitely hit it, and it would be a disaster like an egg hitting a rock. Then, the 3 unscrupulous fellows stood calmly at the side and watched the roaring sports car get closer and closer to Yin Nuoxing. They couldn't see the expression of the person in the car, but looking at the way it kept accelerating, they thought that it was going to send the former to the sky. As far as common sense and theory was concerned, whether a high-speed sports car or a motionless person was more sturdy, the answer was self-evident. However, this time, there was a slight accident. Translator's note. As for Yin Nuoxing himself, he wanted to dodge. The fact that the attack was ineffective didn't mean that he liked to take the attack's effect. That was what Hui wanted to do. He liked to hit people and not be hit, so it was reasonable for him to dodge. So, just as he took a step to the side, he saw that the other side had adjusted its angle slightly and was charging straight at him. That was why he was energized. At this moment, if it weren't for the fact that he was in someone else's world, he would have already activated the magic circle or taken out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. How the enemy charging at him died. Everyone at the Void front line saw it for themselves. At this moment, he planned to use a simple method to deal with it, such as, hey, don't just stand there, quickly dodge. Bang! A loud noise, but it wasn't the loud noise caused by Yin Nuoxing and the red shadow. At the critical moment, a white shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily a little more than a meter in front of Yin Nuoxing. It hit the hood of the red sports car, and the latter instantly disintegrated, turning into dozens of pieces that continued to fly forward. The parts that fell to the ground exploded a few dozen meters away, probably due to the explosion of the fuel tank. There was also a shockwave, but no one knew if the shockwave was caused by the object that fell from the sky or the disintegration of the car like cannon. Several parts of the car flew out and almost reached the other side of the river. Fireworks worth millions, Zhou Zibai said calmly. Zhou Zibai said calmly. She was really calm. After all, there was an invisible energy barrier in front of her. She looked at the barrier blocking the shockwave, so she was completely calm. Even if a piece of debris flew past her, she was not scared at all. The ground in front of Yin Nuoxing was cracked, and there were circles of cracks. It should be a 7 or 8 meter pit, but it didn't collapse. In front of her, the front 1/3 of the car was still there, and there was a seat. The person on the seat had obviously fainted. It was obviously abnormal for him to faint after such a collision. He should be protected by some kind of power. For example, the girl in the white robe, the white cloak that fell from the sky. The young girl kicked the non-combustible garbage that had turned into a pile of scrap metal in a second and kicked it away from the center of the road. She swung her hand and threw the person onto the grass. Then, she instantly jumped in front of Yin Nuashing. "Hey, are you okay?" Yin Nuashing pointed at herself. "Do I look like I'm not okay? Why didn't you dodge if you were okay? If I came 0.3 seconds later, you would have flown into the sky." Hui and the other two covered their mouths. They really wanted to say, "If you didn't come, the red car might have been even worse." The energy light that lingered on Yun Nuashing's body had its own counterattack. She had just rushed up, and the ground had already sunk. However, the girl in the cloak really came over. It seemed that she had just arrived here and saw the impending disaster, so she stopped it. "You strange." The girl in the cloak suddenly froze as she spoke. She looked at Yin Nuashing and couldn't help but frown. The angle that she looked up at, and the face that she had a slight impression of, "Have we met before?" It had only been an hour or so, and this girl had already forgotten about them. It seemed that she was really in a hurry and didn't care about anything. She was slightly similar to them. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment, and a plan emerged in her heart. She put her palms together and said to the girl, "Taoist priest, exorcism." The girl in the cloak instantly understood and jumped up. She almost hit his chin with her head. She pointed at him and shouted, "You guys followed me? It's obvious. We were just wandering around here." Yin Nuashing shook her head and pointed at the driver that she had thrown on the grass like trash. "Let's not talk about this first. Who is that?" "How would I know?" The girl in the cloak suddenly changed the topic and looked at the fainted guy lying there, racing on the sidewalk. Have people become so savage these years? "I just came here and saw you guys." So who are you guys?" Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Why did this girl come back to the topic again? "Feng, this person is still alive." Hui waved his hand, and Yin Nuashing walked over. The girl quickly reached out her hand, but she didn't catch it. She had no choice but to follow. The person who survived was obviously a young man in his 20s or 30s. There were no wounds on his body. He was wearing ordinary clothes, casual clothes, and a pair of slippers. At this moment, one of the slippers had already flown out. As for the others, they couldn't do anything because the person was unconscious. The life in this place was a little too weak. They hadn't recovered from a state where they would explode at the slightest touch. The level of energy used at this moment was still quite high. If they used their means to search the young man's memory or something, his soul would probably be burned up as soon as they touched him. "Don't look. He's not dead." The girl circled around and jumped into Yin Nuashing's line of sight. She bent down and looked up at them from below. "You guys don't look like ordinary people, right?" Hui waved his hand vigorously. No, we're just ordinary people. Ordinary people can't not dodge a car that's going at more than 400 kilometers per hour. When the scene explodes, they can still maintain a calm attitude." The girl in the cloak giggled. Suddenly, she moved closer to Yin Nuashing. "Come and help. I have a reward, and it's definitely something you can't imagine. There won't be any danger." Hui hurriedly moved closer and pretended to be very nervous. "You tell us first. We'll listen. If the situation isn't right, we'll refuse." "No. If you listen, you have to help me." The girl in the cloak shook her head vigorously. Her blonde hair swayed. She clenched her hands and said very seriously, "This is a very important matter. If it weren't for the fact that you guys aren't ordinary people and seem to be very free, I wouldn't have come to you guys." Hui smiled bitterly. How are they very free? Well, they were on vacation. In fact, they were quite free for the time being. To put it simply, we're actually looking for something. We haven't agreed yet. If you don't open your mouth, isn't that a yes? Yin Nuashing tilted her head and looked at Hui. "She's as good as you. I'm talking about action. Isn't talking to yourself your talent?" Hui bared his teeth at her. Okay, we're indeed quite free now. But for you to randomly find a coolie on the street, we're really a little. Hui forced himself to stop talking. After thinking for a long time, he replaced the word pain in the ass with new words. "We're a little at a loss. So what are you looking for?" "I don't know." The girl in the cloak shook her head. Yin Nuashing and the others. If they didn't know that this girl wasn't human, they would definitely suspect that some girl had nothing better to do and was playing a joke on them. Because I don't know. I'm looking for help. The girl in the cloak scratched her head and knocked it with her hand to act cute. Hey, Hui. Retreat. Don't. I really don't know what it is, but if I see it, I can recognize it immediately. This is the only thing I'm sure of. If that thing falls into the hands of someone with bad intentions, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. If it's not handled properly, my bonus this year will definitely go down the drain. When that time comes, I can only sit alone in a corner and be battered by the wind and rain, disappearing without dignity. But that's not the point. What's important is that the place you live will definitely be turned into a mess because of that thing. It might even be destroyed tomorrow. So you must help me. Phew. Let me catch my breath. Zhou Jibai. Okay, just now, when Mr. Hui said that she was not a human, she was a little hesitant and did not accept it. Now she understood. A sentence without a breath, and only a breath. This was something that no human could do. Yin Nuoxing looked at the girl in the cloak, who was hugging her right leg and crying pitifully. She rolled her eyes. You've said so much. Why don't you tell us what that thing is? How we find it? Do you have any clues? Yes, there must be. The girl suddenly jumped up and pointed to a green field in front of them. It will leave this trace wherever it appears. You should be able to see it, right? Yin Nuoxing and the others turned their gazes. The place the girl pointed to was the place where the dark aura remained. And at this moment, there were some abnormal changes which only appeared after she arrived. The girl rushed up before the aura jumped out. She grabbed the air quickly and punched with her slender hand, shattering the aura in front of her into pieces. It's actually very easy to eliminate it. The difficult part is, the girl in the cloak scratched her head. I don't know where it went. Why is there an energy leak? It even seems to be moving. I don't know. She turned around, clapped her hands together, and said to Yin Nuoxing, "Help me, beautiful big brother." We couldn't help but exclaim. It's rare that someone can recognize it. Chapter 1775. To be honest, we felt that the Cape girl who was jumping around in front of him was the kind of person who forgot to bring a bottle of soy sauce when she went out and forgot to bring her house key when she returned. She suddenly appeared and involved them in something. Although they were bored and wanted to have some fun, they didn't mind. Besides, they were a little interested in her, so they didn't mind. However, they still wanted to say that they were passive and had a precondition, so they accepted it. If it were someone else, they might have just left. Good heavens. They accepted a mission to find something, and the mission description did not give any other clues except for the disaster traces left behind by the thing. It was like he was pointing to the chaotic void at everyone in the void frontline. Go find it. The result was that he was slapped into the chaotic void by Foam. He did not add a few seals and debuffs on the way. That was because Foam did not want him to die and was merciful. He shook his head and threw away the terrible thought. He spread his hands and said to the caped girl, "Well, little girl who seems to be unable to provide any useful clues, tell me what you originally planned to do and how you plan to deal with it." Actually, the girl suddenly broke out in cold sweat. She lowered her head and stammered. "Are you going to say that you have no idea at all?" He narrowed his eyes and guessed with a faint smile. No, I definitely have an idea." The girl quickly jumped up and waved her hands. "First, we will deal with the traces left behind, and then we will follow the traces and keep searching?" The little girl suddenly asked. Seeing the cloaked girl nod awkwardly, the little girl's expression immediately became a little strange. Isn't this method the same as hers? Running all over the great origin realm, chasing the traces here and there. This time, it's just a small place. There is no better way for now. This is the only way. The Cape girl scratched her head. Let's talk as we walk. There are still many places to deal with. After the 5 of them left, there was only the tragic scene of the car accident. Dozens of pieces of debris were placed on the ground, swaying and creaking in the strong wind by the river. When they left, they put out the fire, leaving behind a charred area. About a minute later, the young man who was thrown on the turf like a piece of trash suddenly shuddered and jumped up from the ground like a carp. He shook his body for a while, as if he was having convulsions. Lowering his head to look around, he hurriedly looked for the other missing slipper. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Ah, I really want to go home. After a long while, the young man sat on the seat that was thrown aside with one of his legs crossed. Looking at the sports car, that only 1/3 of its original body was left in front of him, he revealed a bleak expression. His voice was full of bewilderment and haggardness. He let out a long sigh and touched his body a few times before taking out a pair of earphones that were fortunately not broken from his trouser pocket and put them on his ears. His tone was bleak and tired. "Hey, it's me. I've confirmed that there are people in Jiang City looking for traces of that thing. 100%. And it's powerful? No. At least we can confirm that there's a monster on the other side. Get someone to clean up the scene. 1/3 of my treasure has evaporated, 1/3 is embedded in the ground, and 1/3 is in the river. If you don't reimburse me, I'll retire immediately." "No, wait, don't claim it. I'm going to retire right away. I can't handle this. Don't yell at me. It's settled. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye." The young man pinched the 2 wireless headphones and crushed them with both hands. He continued to look down at the debris in front of him with a melancholy expression. "On my car." He then looked back at the parts that were floating in the river and drifting away with the river. He could not help but shed tears. There are thousands of roads. It's safe. Mama, I won't race anymore. At this moment, the group of people who had just shattered the young man's worldview into a mess were jumping up and down in Jiang City. They ran all over the city. Occasionally, they would go to the sewers or break into people's houses or directly rush into other people's company buildings. They were simply stirring up the entire city into a pool of muddy water. On the surface, a lot of effort was saved due to the presence of a certain eldest daughter of the Zhou family. But even so, it still attracted a lot of people's attention. These things are normal. I'm used to it. Zhou Zibai was floating 3,000 meters in the sky. She glanced at the sesame-sized house below and shivered. She quickly hugged Yin Nuoxing. "We're not as carefree as we look on the surface. Our every move will be watched. Some people will find ways to watch us. If there's any movement, the information will appear on other people's tables in a few minutes. If I'm not surprised, many people should know that I followed you all over Jiang City today. But you don't have to worry about it. Those things are not important." Zhou Zibai looked down again and shivered. Compared to that, how long do we have to fly? This smart girl seemed to be afraid of nothing. She just couldn't stand the feeling of being hung in the sky. Standing high, you can see further. I don't think this is high. We can only overlook the entire city. This place is round. It's even harder to see further. How about we fly higher? We looked down at the entire city and remembered the places that were entangled by the dark aura. He gave Zhou Zibai a thumbs up. "How about going to the top of the atmosphere to see the stars?" No, thank you." Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. She might be dead if she went there. Come to think of it, we turned around and looked at the ground below. The dark aura in Jiang City had mostly been eliminated during their half a day of work. However, when he tried to look into the distance along the main roads leading to the outskirts of the city, the outskirts and the barren mountains, the dark aura was constantly emitting out like smoke from kitchen chimneys. Some of them had already reached a rather large scale. It's strange. The day we landed, I didn't seem to see such an exaggerated extent. We communicated with Feng in his soul, or did I just look at the scenery and didn't notice? Yin Nuoxing and the little girl both rolled their eyes. This guy was indeed looking at the scenery and didn't even know that he had fallen into the ground. However, it was not to the extent that he couldn't see it. They really didn't see this dense, dark aura that day. These things weren't here at first, at least not a few days ago. Yin Nuoxing looked at the cloaked girl who was sweating profusely. "Do you know anything?" It only appeared a while after it left. In the beginning, the scale of the remnant aura was so small that even you and I couldn't detect it. By the time it grew to the point where it could be easily detected, some time had already passed. The corners of the cloaked girl's mouth trembled slightly, revealing a rather distressed expression. But why are there so many traces? It's moving too frequently, and each trace is clearer than the previous one. It also contains more energy. Its seal has been broken, and more energy is leaking out. Well, This girl was starting to panic again. Now she was already muttering about her bonus, performance, and so on. We couldn't help but whisper in her ear, what happened to maintaining world peace? The cloaked girl tilted her head and rolled her eyes at him. Maintaining world peace also requires strength. If I don't have any achievements, my bonus will be deducted, and I won't even be able to use my items. Now, I can only use my own hand to knock away those. Every time I touch those things, my hands feel numb and uncomfortable. Without items, I can't do a large-scale scan to search for them while maintaining my safety. Then, I'll change my direction. No matter how much I want to maintain world peace, I still need to eat. Well, I don't need to eat, but that's what I mean. Rushing forward while daydreaming, without thinking, while waving my hands, is such a terrible thing that only a rookie would do. Hui smiled bitterly. He didn't want to mention it. This girl was quite magical. Well, at least they hadn't seen any life that could fly on this planet. When she just rose into the air in front of them, she didn't show any signs of nervousness when she saw them also rising into the air. At this moment, a melodious ringtone suddenly sounded, attracting the attention of Yun Nuoxing and the others. Zhou Zibai, who was half stunned and half frightened, heard the sound of her mobile phone. She took it out with a trembling hand and put it to her ear. After hearing only one sentence, she handed the phone to Yun Nuoxing. "Phone Ling, it's for you. Oh, you guys are having a good time in Jiang City." As soon as Yun Nuoxing put her ear to the phone, she heard a familiar voice. She said softly, "Oh, it's you? What do you mean by having a good time?" Of course, it's the two things that made a loud bang by the river and ran around Jiang City like a ghost. It scared a dozen or so people and made them lose their minds. They thought they saw a ghost in broad daylight. The young man in blue sighed on the other end. "You guys seem to be dealing with something. You guys seem to be being watched. Who exactly is it?" I just asked Uncle Lu. He's not very clear. It seems that he's hiding very well. Being watched? Who would be so bored to watch us?" The young man in blue was silent for a moment. "It's about the car accident." Yun Nuoxing and the others all let out a long "oh." When we got there, the people were already gone. The scene was cleaned up by a group of unidentified people. We followed the clues and didn't find anything too special. "Wait a minute, Uncle Lu is looking for me." The young man in blue stopped talking for a while. He waited patiently for a while. Yun Nuoxing waited patiently for a minute. The voice on the other end sounded again. "Oh, there's a little progress. Uncle Lu said that he found a group of strange people. If I'm not mistaken, they should be related to the people who drove the car and attacked you guys just now. As for their identity and what they're doing, we don't know anything. The people we caught used a little trick to get them to give us a place in Jiang City. Uncle Lu asked me to come and ask for your help. I heard that the other side is quite strong. The Alliance suffered a lot of losses when confronting them head-on. We responded at the side. We're also busy with other things here. Can't you handle this? I haven't recovered my strength yet, but it's not like I can't handle it." The young man in blue let out a few laughs. "It's just that, there's something I can't leave. Well, the people living with me are on the verge of going berserk because a certain idiot hasn't been at home for a long time. They order me not to leave for 3 days. Otherwise, bang." Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the other side. There were also a few shouts. Then, the voice of the young man in blue instantly panicked. Oh, that's it. I have something to do here. I'll hang up first. If I don't hang up, I'll die. This time, please help me first." The voice stopped abruptly. Yun Nuoxing and the others were a little silent. They looked at each other and sighed at the blue sky. The guy didn't have it easy. "Do you have something to do?" The cloaked girl stroked her blonde hair and said, "Then let's go and take a look first. I'm not in a hurry here. Let me think if there's any way to speed things up. If we continue to deal with this slowly, I'm afraid that we won't even get to the door when something happens." So, this matter suddenly switched from the main line to a sideline. After all, that guy was also from the original 8 Elements realm. Since they met in the distant 3 Elements realm, it was fate. They would help as much as they could. After all, they were so idle that they were looking for fun. No, looking for things to do. There was nothing in the 3 Elements realm that could threaten them. Even in the Chaos Void, there was nothing that could do anything to them Not to mention that they were now on a planet with life which was still in a sealed state. They could basically do whatever they wanted. If there was any trouble, they could just kill their way over. No, although we have the Alliance as our backer, we can't attract too much attention. Zhou Zibai understood the expressions of Yin Nuoxing and the others. She quickly grabbed his hand and shook her head. If we attract too much attention, it won't be easy for the higher-ups to respond to the public. It won't be easy to deal with the Alliance of Cultivators. We are people who are hiding in the dark. Zhou Zibai, who had seen their strength, was really worried that they would get excited and collapse the ground. Then it would be an international incident. She didn't know whether it would be a natural disaster or someone secretly sabotaging. In any case, it was the same in Huaxia. Even if there was a slight disturbance, some people would keep talking about it. That's right. For some reason, the cloaked girl suddenly got excited. She put her hands on her hips and said with an arrogant face, "We have to do things neatly and neatly. We don't leave any traces behind. When we're done, we have to leave for the people in the shadows." I'm just talking nonsense. It's fine as long as it sounds that way. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. To hell with the people in the shadows. I'm going to be unparalleled and give this place to... Oh, don't be unparalleled. If you're unparalleled, all of us will be in trouble. Hui pressed down hard on the guy who was about to get to the top of his head. He waved his hand and fell to the ground. Anyway, we have to do that something. Let's go. Seeing the two falling quickly with one person, Zhou Zibai began to scream again. The cloaked girl scratched her head and looked confused. Why are they suddenly more excited than me? Oh, don't mind them. They're just like that. They'll get excited for no reason, and they'll suddenly get excited for no reason. The little girl shrugged and followed him leisurely. It was a moonless and windy night. It was quiet all around. The rotten smell of rust and old water lingered at the tip of his nose. The air here was mixed with more strange smells, which made him feel nauseous. He opened his eyes and looked around. Even though he had adapted to the darkness of the night, he could see the outline of a lot of things in a mess. However, he couldn't see more clearly. There were street lamps outside, but they had already been smashed. There were a few openings on the wall that were a few meters high. The cold wind came in through the broken glass windows and blew in the empty space. It brought a gust of cold wind that made him shiver. He really hoped that those people would leave him a coat so that he wouldn't be frozen here like a grandson. In a late autumn night, the air was cold when it poured into his lungs, forcing him to stay awake. There seemed to be a distant light in the darkness, but it was just a flash. It was probably the lights of a car on the side of the road. Unfortunately, it was too far away. He was locked in an empty big iron sheet, and the people in the car were also locked in a small iron sheet. There was still a long distance between them. Even if he tried his best to make some noise, it probably wouldn't be noticed. His hands that were tied behind his back moved slightly. He wanted to get warm, and he also wanted to scratch his back that suddenly itched. He had no choice but to move his body and rub it against the pillar next to him. He couldn't adjust the angle well, and he even pinched his flesh. It was so painful that he sucked in a cold breath. How did things become like this? He didn't know. He couldn't be sure. It was just very inexplicable. It was a little strange. Today, when he passed by the rundown house, he was caught sneezing. He didn't know why, but 7 or 8 men in black swarmed him and pinned him to the ground. His posture looked like he was about to be taken to the police station and handcuffed to the radiator. However, he was just an ordinary student. The only bad thing he had done so far was to peek at the love letter left on the podium. He didn't know who left it there, but at that time, no one should have seen it. While his imagination was running wild, when he came back to his senses, he was already thrown into this godforsaken place. When there was light in the afternoon, he could still see this place, but now it was dark. He couldn't see anything. He didn't know what was going to happen, and he didn't know why he was caught and thrown here. If he was going to be beaten up, he might have some idea what he had offended, what he had done wrong, or what he had seen. But how could they tie him up and throw him to the side? He wouldn't freeze to death in this godforsaken place, would he? Well, I can't hide anymore. If I continue to hide, I'll become a popsicle before I can find a chance. He took a deep breath and gathered a stream of air around his body. A weak stream of energy circulated in his body, spreading heat throughout his body, making him feel much better. While he was doing this, he looked around vigilantly, paying particular attention to the door of the abandoned factory. If it opened with a bang, he would have to quickly retract his spirit energy. This was the only special thing about him. However, he had never used his spiritual energy in front of anyone. Currently, he was just an honest student. Heroes and saving the world had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to do something that would endanger his life. It was better to be an honest student. He would graduate, practice, and work honestly. He would put this matter in the bottom of his heart and pretend that nothing had happened. That would be enough. He would hide his fantasies and dreams deep in his dreams. This was the most ordinary life that belonged to him. But still cold. He sighed secretly. At this time, no one had come to deal with him. Should he have run away from the beginning? No, what if there was someone outside? Should he sneak out now, in the dark? Just as he was thinking about whether or not to take action, a dazzling bright red light suddenly reflected on the wall in front of him. It was getting more and more obvious, more and more dazzling. It was so dazzling that even the weak reflection of the light made him have to close his eyes. Boom! It was as if a few hundred tons of bombs had exploded, and the sound came from a few hundred meters away. The impact wasn't too violent. Most of it was just sound. This was very abnormal. This was very unscientific. It was as if the impact was all restrained, but the sound was not suppressed. "Grandson, get up and come and hit me." A clamor sounded outside the factory, loud and clear with the explosion, tearing through the cold wind of the night. Then he heard a burst of gunfire and the sound of gunfire. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't rush out rashly. Otherwise, he might have been shot into a sieve by a shuttle of bullets. What's wrong? Is there an attack outside? He quickly calmed down. The uneasiness that had been dormant jumped out again, making him a little excited and nervous. He thought for a moment and gathered his spiritual aura on his hands. He broke free of his tied hands and tore off the tape on his mouth. Just as he was about to take 2 steps forward, the wall not far from his left side suddenly, clang. The entire wall was violently torn down. Gravel and iron sheets fell to the ground with a pitter-patter, and the ceiling shook. Then a gorgeous figure walked in through the gap. She looked around and suddenly quickly walked inside. She said to a certain guy lying on the ground, "Don't play dead. Hurry up and get up. Let's go." Huh? He quickly opened his eyes and sat up. The gorgeous figure rushed into his line of sight, causing his breathing to stagnate. This girl was so beautiful. She really touched his heart. It was like the warm spring sun shining into his heart, making, no, now wasn't the time to talk about this. Aren't you in cahoots with the people here? In cahoots? Yin Washing turned around and used her thumb to point at the place where the flames soared into the sky. Look at this commotion. It's as if they want to sink the entire place into the sea. Do you think we're in cahoots? Amidst the rumbling sound, there was an arrogant and wild laughter mixed in. There was also a group of strange screams and screams. He seemed to hear someone shouting, "Mommy." It was really lively. "All right, kid. I just saw a weak guy trapped here, so I came over to take a look. If you're worried, come with us first and let them settle you down." His eyes flickered as he looked at the gorgeous figure. He lifted his feet and followed her in a daze. Chapter 1776. The moonlit sky was illuminated by the soaring flames. In the suburbs, far away from the city center, the fire had engulfed several abandoned factories. The flames and heat waves were spreading. The howling wind was mixed with the roar of guns and the sound of bullets tearing through the air. The flames cast their elongated shadows on the walls of the factories that were not burned. He looked at the raging fire and subconsciously moved away from it. The heat waves licked at him and made his spiritual energy protection appear too weak. In the fire and the surrounding open space, he seemed to see figures lying on the ground. Rifles and submachine guns were scattered on the ground. This was the first time he saw such things. He tried to identify them. Well, actually, he did not need to identify them. He could tell that they were real just by listening to the sporadic gunshots around him. Are they just leaving them here? He looked at the people lying on the ground and could not help but ask, "Why? Do you know them?" "No, I don't know them. He shook his head slightly and looked around, trying to find the people who brought him here. I was kidnapped by them today. They brought me here for no reason. Well, I'm a little concerned. Yin Washing tilted her head slightly and glanced at the young man who was one step behind her. The young man, well, the big boy, 10 or 21 or 22 years old. He should have reached the end of his growth period in terms of height. His face still looked childish, and he did not have a beard like a precocious boy. In short, he looked very young. We are here to deal with this place. The people who are hiding here seem to be doing something terrible. Yin Nuashing casually said to attract the big boy's attention. So why are you here? Why were you kidnapped? I don't know. The big boy scratched his head and recalled what happened today. Today, other than peeking at someone's love letter, I didn't encounter any special situation. I went shopping in the afternoon and passed by a rundown house. I looked inside and sneezed. Then, I was held down. Then, I was kidnapped into a car and brought here. As he spoke, he spread out his hands. When he saw Yin Nuashing's slightly stunned expression, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. This girl is so beautiful even when she's stunned. TSK. That's why it's not the time to talk about this. That's all I know. You didn't meet any lunatics? And you didn't touch anything you shouldn't have? Big Boy shook his head vigorously to clear himself of suspicion. Speaking of this matter, he was still confused. Too many things had happened today, so much so that it felt like a dream. In just half a day, he had been kidnapped and rescued. Now, he was watching the flames engulfing the abandoned factory, and there were people screaming "Mommy!" over there. There was also a devilish laughter, which overlapped with the crackling of the flames and the heat waves of the wind. How exciting. This scene is really exciting. He couldn't help but take out his phone and take 2 pictures, planning to post them in his circle later. Then, the only thing I can think of is the spiritual energy on your body. Other than that, either you've offended someone and don't know, or you're an unlucky passerby who was involved. Big Boy's expression changed, and his phone was almost thrown into the sea of fire by his trembling hand. He looked at Yin Nuashing with a bit of surprise and uncertainty. You can see the spiritual energy on my body? Could it be that you're also? I'm not, but I know that there are many lives like you. We came here because of the mission that those people issued at the last minute. While Yin Nuashing was talking casually, they had already crossed the area formed by the sea of fire and came to a more open area. Zhou Zibai and the cloak girl were waiting there. In front of them was a pile of people who had fainted or were tied up into a human pyramid. You're back. These are the people you saw trapped inside. Are there any other guys? When the cloaked girl saw Yin Nuashing coming back, she threw away the person in her hand and went to greet them. She looked at Big Boy from head to toe and said, "He seems ordinary. He's just an ordinary child. God knows why they brought him in. There's no other life aura inside." While Yin Nuashing was speaking, the few of them suddenly heard the roar of an engine. Turning their heads, in the spacious open space behind them, more than a dozen heavily armed vehicles rushed over from all directions. The car closest to them rushed to a meter in front of him, and the door also bounced open with the people inside. It was the people of the Alliance of Cultivators. A large group of people rushed out of the vehicles, and all of them were fully armed. They even took out their magical weapons. It was just that, when they saw the scene of the fire in front of them, they were stunned for a moment, wondering if they should put out the fire or help set it on fire. Although that kid asked you to come and help, isn't this too big of a commotion? Lu Weiran got out of one of the vehicles and walked to Yin Nuashing. Looking at the group of people piled up in front of them like a human pyramid, his face twitched a few times. Is everyone here? Yin Nuashing raised his hand and pointed at the fire. Hui is still beating people up inside. He will probably come out in another minute. Hearing this, Lu Weiran sighed. Did you get anything out of them? I don't know where this strange organization got such a large number of armed forces. He looked at the 100 or 200 guns piled up on the ground, and his face twitched again. They're not ordinary people. Even the bullets they use are specially designed to deal with cultivators. No, when these people came out, they were all unconscious. Even if we wanted to ask them, there's no one to ask. The one who spoke was the cloak girl. She shrugged at everyone. Just take them away for interrogation. By the way, there's also an unlucky brat who got involved. You can deal with him as well. Big Boy smiled bitterly. What the hell is a brat? You obviously look younger, right? Foam. It's done. Hey, someone's coming to clean up. Just in time. You guys can go and put out the fire. Hui walked out of the place, illuminated by the sea of fire, unhurriedly, dragging dozens of figures behind him. Everyone looked at the sea of fire that stretched out for 100 meters and pondered in silence. Should they call for 100 fire brigade to come and help? Or find 20 or 30 magical artifacts that could release water? They didn't understand. They didn't know. Yes, they didn't know. Fortunately, the abandoned factory was surrounded by open space. The nearest distance was less than 50 meters away from the river, where the water source separated this area from the residential area of Jiang City. No matter how much the fire burned, it wouldn't affect the residential area. Hey, these people didn't bring anything with them. There's nothing in their pockets. I heard you guys say that they're a group of important members, but they look more like a group of handymen. They don't even have any information. After searching for half a day, I only found a coin from each of them. Hui flicked the coin with a ding sound, and it landed on the place where 100 or 200 people were stacked together. Everyone looked at the large group of people, and then looked at the 200 or 300 disarm guns. They were a little bit silent. This place was heavily defended with heavy firepower. Only airplanes, tanks, and cannons were missing. Anyway, I'll leave this to you guys. I'm tired today. Go back and rest. Hui reached out and patted Lu Weiron's shoulder. He turned around and left with his people, leaving the group of people in the alliance looking at each other. Big Boy scratched his head. They left so quickly. We didn't even talk much. I don't even know who they are. Lu Weiron couldn't help but roll her eyes. She squatted on the ground and looked at the group of people piled together. She stood up and waved her hand. Call some people over. There are 100 or 200 people here. We can't handle it with just one team. This is great. We couldn't catch one person before, but now there are 100 or 200 captives who are still alive. It's a bit of a headache to have so many people. Sir, how do we explain this fire? Lu Weiron held her forehead and looked at the burning fire with pain. She pondered for a moment and sighed. Just say, the smuggled gasoline was improperly stored and accidentally ignited the abandoned factory. Just use a title to explain it away. The night passed quietly. When the sun came the next day, the fire in the suburbs last night had become the information that everyone who saw it exchanged information with each other. It was like a secret signal. The first thing they opened their mouth was, did you know that there was a big fire in the suburbs last night? And so on. The newspaper and television were also broadcasting what happened last night on a loop. The images that were shown were already of the situation where the fire was soaring into the sky. The smuggled gasoline explosion. Uncle Lu can even think of this reason. I'm afraid there are hundreds of tons of gasoline used as bonfires to create such a mighty scene. The blue-clothed young man looked at the image on the television and jumped up from the sofa with a poof. He glanced at the information on the television. Some of the bodies seemed to be found in the almost burned abandoned factory. They were the people who went missing frequently during this period of time. There were no signs of life before the fire. He couldn't help but hold his chin and ponder. It's almost certain that the people who disappeared recently in Jiang City are related to them. Although the number doesn't exactly match, it's generally so. Jiang City, Sioux City, Lin City, Imperial City, Shanghai. The blue-clothed young man recited the names of 30 to 40 places. He sighed and scratched his head. This range is too big. Uncle Lu will probably be too busy. Not every place is like Jiang City, where there are abnormal people guarding it. In recent years, they had not encountered an incident of this scale. First of all, they could confirm that the other party was a team. If there were no accidents, the internal members were not ordinary people. There were also some dangerous people among them. They went back and forth in China, and there were obvious movements in 30 to 40 places. However, it was difficult to find them. They did not know where the other party got so many troops from. The alliance of cultivators spent a Herculean effort, but could not find any traces of the flow of goods. The guns that Uncle Lu and the others seized last night were obviously new models. It looked like they were haunted. It was as if the people on the other side all came out of the ground. The things in their hands were made of air. They did not need any supplies other than firearms and relied purely on photosynthesis to survive. Moreover, they only knew that they were indiscriminately arresting rogue cultivators. Those who went missing were most likely the same as what was said on the news. As for their purpose, no one knew. This was really preposterous. As expected, we have to deal with preposterous things using preposterous methods. The young man in blue stood up with a bang. He casually packed up and was ready to go out. After living here for more than 20 years, his thoughts had unknowingly returned to the state of this place. He had not had the time to use the memories that he had just obtained a few days ago. Moreover, he did not know when he would be able to use them again. This little troublemaker is too naughty. I have to teach him a good lesson. In this case, it's time to use some outside forces. Just as he finished packing up and was about to go out, a delicate voice suddenly rushed down from the second floor of the luxurious villa. Where are you sneaking off to this time? Which little vixen are you going to see again? The young man in blue was calm and composed. He rushed out of the door without even changing his shoes in the Zhou family's villa in the suburbs of Jiang City. Due to last night's big commotion, everyone seemed to have released some pressure and had a good night's sleep. When they came downstairs in the morning, they saw Yun Nuoxing curled up on the sofa like a sculpture. When she saw them coming down, she turned her head and gestured to them. Hey, you didn't sleep all night? The girl in the cloak jumped onto the sofa and sat next to him. She said earnestly, young people should pay more attention to rest. It's late at night. Naturally, you should have a good rest. I don't need to sleep. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and used her chin to point at the unfinished broadcast on the TV. Several people turned their heads and looked at it. What happened last night has been spread out. Hui scratched his cheek. Generally speaking, that kind of thing should be suppressed as much as possible. Just pretend that nothing happened and don't say anything. That's impossible. Zhou Zibai had more or less adapted to the situation of several people who were obviously powerful but lacked some common sense. She explained, now, as long as there's a little big movement, it will be known by everyone. What's more, last night's disturbance was in the suburbs, which is not particularly far away. Many people must have known at night. There is no way to suppress it. Even if some other facts are used to cover it up, it must be broadcasted. Zhou Zibai paused. Although some people will doubt it and make an issue out of it, as long as the general direction is not deviated, there will be no problem. But what about gasoline? Even if hundreds of tons of gasoline were used to create the effect, she was very curious about how the fire last night burned. Last night, she was just arranged to hide in the back. She saw Feng Ling and Mr. Hui stand up and rush forward. The enemy flew out, and then the whole world rumbled, and the fire came out. Well, she actually didn't know what happened. Hui touched his chin and thought, if I throw a meteorite into the city, the next day, the surface of the earth will be gone. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. You always say that I'm making big news. Don't you have a brain full of explosions? Well, let's seriously discuss it. Hui also leaned on the sofa and stretched. He was about to casually chat with Feng Ling. Suddenly, he saw that the girl in the cloak's expression was a little strange. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Did you find any traces? The girl in the cloak came back to her senses and suddenly showed an embarrassed smile. Her face was full of sweat. Oh, I forgot a very important thing. In the fire yesterday, there seems to be the remnants of that thing's aura. As soon as these words came out, the air in the hall suddenly froze. Yun Nuoxing also slowly turned her head to look at someone's delicate face. She calmly said, I'm not going to help. Don't. This was the first time we saw someone who could jump up from the sofa, flip in the air for 3.5 times, and then fall down on the sofa with a perfect kneeling position. I was just surprised yesterday. Well, accident, when you saw the scene of the fire, you suddenly became excited and forgot your purpose. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and continued to speak calmly. Because of this sentence, more and more sweat appeared on her face. Little girl, don't forget that this is about your own bonus. We don't care what this place becomes, so don't think that this condition will become my move. Don't. Zhou Zibai suddenly moved to Yun Nuoxing's side and hugged his arm with both hands. She hurriedly said, More or less, you still have to care about Yin Nuashing. No, this was obviously a question of words. This girl in a cloak was obviously a bit careless. Her brain was only half-threaded. If this continued, who knew how much time it would take? He just wanted to remind someone. Although to himself, it was completely because Hui was foolishly laughing by himself, and he couldn't do anything to Hui, so he was just accompanying him and laughing. As for being a little interested in the cloak girl, could he just say that it was a 3-minute enthusiasm, and now the enthusiasm had already dissipated? Someone's coming. Yin Nuashing suddenly stood up and walked in the direction of the door. Several people in the hall turned to look in the direction of the door. Just as he walked to the door, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Mr. Hui, open the door. We have something to do." The voice came on time, and Yin Nuashing opened the door on time. Two figures appeared in his line of sight. One was the blue-clothed young man who had inexplicably walked around the 8 Elements realm and the 3rd Elements realm, and the other was a petite and beautiful girl with a ponytail. However, at this time, the girl's mood seemed a bit gloomy, especially when she saw him open the door. Suddenly, she pointed at his face and shouted at the blue-clothed young man, "Who is this woman?" There was the sound of someone spitting out a mouthful of water in the hall. Judging by the sound, it should be made by the girl in the cloak. Although the other people were already used to it, they couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Their faces were as red as pig liver. Yin Nuashing looked at the blue-clothed young man. He looked at the girl whose mood was unstable and whose mind was filled with a lot of terrible ideas that would make the air within 1,000,000 miles very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but ask the former, "Your girlfriend?" Cohabitation. I told you last time." The blue-clothed young man scratched his head awkwardly. He lowered his head and hurriedly said in the girl's ear, "Feng Ling is a man. Who are you lying to? No one on the street will believe you with this face of yours." She couldn't finish her sentence. Firstly, she felt that the atmosphere in the hall was not right at this moment. It was very funny. Secondly, she looked at Yin Nuashing pulling down his collar and pinching his barely recognizable Adam's apple. Her pretty face suddenly showed a touch of embarrassment. Are you really a man?" "Of course I am." Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He turned sideways and led the girl into the room. As he walked, he said, "Close the door. Tell me, is it the follow-up or a new trouble?" Can I say that it's both of them?" The blue-clothed young man grinned and showed a distressed look. "Now we are in big trouble. A group of ghost-like things are running around in Huaxia. They have ghost-like origins and ghost-like actions. Anyway, they look like ghosts. They come and go without a trace. I can't even find a trace. If it weren't for the camera that captured this group of ghost-like things to prove that they do exist, I would have suspected that it was haunted." After greeting Zhou Ji bye, the blue-clothed young man sat on the sofa in distress and held his face. "I have no clue, so I flew here early in the morning to ask for your help." "Within the specifications? Outside the specifications?" Hui asked straightforwardly with his arms crossed. "Probably. We need some methods outside the specifications." The blue-clothed young man rubbed his forehead in distress. "After all, we have almost done everything that can be done within the specifications. Well, it just so happens that we have something else on our side. We can probably link the two things together." Hui turned his head and looked at the girl in the cloak. Seeing that the latter nodded, he felt relieved and said the matter. Looking for something, when the blue-clothed young man listened to them talk about the trouble that seemed to be linked together, he frowned for the first time. "Is it the one I told you about last time?" I don't know. At least we haven't encountered anything bizarre so far." Hui shook his head. The blue-clothed young man's face trembled. "I don't think you should encounter those things. If the rules of heaven and earth dare to trouble you, aren't they looking for death? With the weak rules of the 3-elemental realm, it's not as simple as an egg hitting a rock to find trouble with the life that stands at the top of the order in the 8-elemental realm. It's not as simple as an egg hitting a rock. Well, he didn't know what it was. Anyway, it was to that extent. Let's not talk about that first. In that case, if the two are really connected, are they also looking for that thing of yours?" Hui frowned. "It's unlikely, right?" The girl in the cloak raised her hand and said, "It's actually possible. After all, this star, this life's curiosity will always appear at inopportune times to disturb the peace of the world. She turned her head and used Yun Nuoxing's shoulder as a cushion to lean on. That thing has a very powerful energy, but ordinary, normal people would definitely not be able to use it in a normal way. It would only make things worse. Now, I even suspect that the traces left all over the world are because it has been taken by someone with ulterior motives to torment it. Hui spread his hands. If they have taken it, why would there be traces left all over the place? They didn't listen to orders and ran out. The girl in the cloak shrugged. That thing is not so easy to deal with. If it completely loses control, the aura it releases at once can even sweep across the entire continent. Now that the aura it is releasing is getting more and more outrageous, I think it's not far from that time. As the girl spoke, she lowered her head and muttered, "When that time comes, it will have to collapse and restart. Everything will have to start all over again. I don't want to go through so much trouble. Which bastard is it? Don't let me catch you, or else." The hall was full of resentment. Yin Nuoxing said, "So, in this kind of emergency, you think of some special methods?" The girl in the cloak hugged her head with both hands, slowly fading into gray. He and Hui sighed, "Forget it. Let's use some unconventional methods." Chapter 1777. The so-called unconventional means would not be used unless absolutely necessary. Different people in different places have different standards, and setting aside how other people set the rules aside, as for them, well, the existence of the three of them was an unconventional matter. If they were placed in this ordinary world, they would be moving destruction generators, and if they were hiding, they would be void-class calamities. There was no peace of mind. Therefore, they did not plan to use that means unless it was necessary. It was all for the sake of world peace. If they were allowed to do as they pleased, this place would not be as simple as a pit. It couldn't be helped. The space, time, and void of the three elements realm were too fragile. Even if they sealed themselves, it was still very dangerous for them to casually use the power of rules. It was very dangerous for this world. After all, they were as fragile as paper. Whenever they used a little bit of their power, they had to be very careful in case they accidentally poked some parts of this world. After all, they were still affected by the aftereffects of the war, and it would take them hundreds of millions of years to recover. Therefore, when the young man in blue told them that he was going to use an unusual method, they were actually a bit hesitant. They hoped that the little girl could help them. If the two big things were combined into one, they only needed to find the root of it, the unidentified object. Unfortunately, the girl was not helpful. She was curled up on the sofa and tried her best to turn herself into a ball. Her body was turning gray bit by bit, and she might turn into a statue in a while. Even so, no one could feel sorry for her. It was all her own fault for being unreliable. "All right, unreliable brat." Hui sighed and shook his head, throwing his gaze to Maple. "Maple, do you want to do it?" Yin Nuoxing tilted his head to look at him, and then at the cloak girl. "Do what? Do what? Look for what? What is it like? How is its aura? What is its level of concealment?" The cloak girl shuddered and moved a little to the side. Lowering her head, she mumbled in an extremely small voice, "I don't know." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became serious. Hui crossed his hands and put them in front of his nose, his face gloomy. "Maple, throw this useless ragdoll out." Yin Nuoxing reached out his hand, and the brat simply scurried to his side and hugged his arm. The cloaked girl looked at him as if she was about to cry. I really don't know. That evil boss randomly gave me a mission and threw me here. He didn't give me any items or support. He didn't even tell me anything. He just said, go and find them. He said that he would send reinforcements. It's been a few days, but I haven't even seen a ghost. Everyone couldn't help but turn their faces away. Her tearful voice was really pitiful. It sounded as if she was working for some black-hearted company and didn't count until she was squeezed dry. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. "Then you have to give me some clues, even if it's just a little. A little bit." The cloaked girl thought hard for a moment and suddenly jumped up. "Its aura is similar to mine. It's that kind of vague, kind of conceptual similarity. Yes, that's what I mean. Everyone in the room was stunned when they heard this. What a vague explanation. That's roughly what I mean. I can't casually say the reason. After all, it's something related to us. Although it can't be exactly the same, there should be some similarities. Yes, it's just like two ants. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but whisper. Two ants look almost the same. But if you don't look carefully, aren't they exactly the same? The cloaked girl stuck her tongue out at her. Little girl, you won't understand. Zhou Zibai pouted and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Mei Mao's eyes were shining. He couldn't help but reach out and poke her head. It's very complicated. You just have to watch from the side. The little girl immediately shrank back and didn't say anything. In short, it was some kind of law and aura of energy life forms that were similar. Since there were similarities and similarities, it meant that the team behind her should be the same type as her. They were a bunch of energy life forms. Therefore, there would be similarities on a certain level. The things they created would also have similar auras in terms of concept. Thinking about it this way, Yin Nuoxing reached out to the cloaked girl. The cloaked girl looked at him and hesitated for a moment. Then, she shyly put her little hand in his. Is it like this? Yin Nuoxing, just give me something with your aura. Forget it, that's fine too. Hui and the little girl stood up quickly. The former waved his hand and sealed the doors and windows of the villa. He looked at Feng nervously. After thinking about it, he also strengthened the law and space of this place. Feng, take it easy. If you blow up this place, we can only sleep on the streets tonight. Will it blow up? Zhou Zibai almost jumped up. The destruction scene they caused a few days ago was deeply imprinted in her mind. If it blew up here, theoretically it shouldn't. Hui shook his head to make Zhou Zibai feel a little relieved. Then he said fiercely, of course, in theory, things like this can happen anytime and anywhere. Zhou Zibai looked at him with dull eyes. Then she tilted her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was surrounded by a colorful luster. She sat down blankly and sighed slightly. Forget it. Anyway, I'm with you guys. It seems that I won't be surprised if anything happens. Hui covered his face and smiled bitterly. I'll find a way to hold it down. The next 5 minutes made Zhou Zibai and the blue-clothed young man tremble with fear. If there was an accident, among the 7 people present, 3 of them would definitely be fine. 1 of them would give up, 2 of them wouldn't know what was going on, and only he knew the seriousness of the consequences. At this moment, cold sweat poured down from his head. He had neglected this matter. This was the fragile 3-elements world. If he let these great gods mess around here casually, he was afraid that the law and concept layer would sink together with the void. Okay. The blue-clothed young man wiped his sweat and turned his head. So fast. Let's consider it as carefully checking the situation within the safe range. Yin Nuoxing nodded slightly and turned her gaze. 27,000 meters to the northeast, there is a trace left behind by it. It should be the oldest trace in this country. Hey, didn't you find the main body? The girl in the cloak listened and pursed her lips. After all, it's within the safe range. Yin Nuoxing sighed helplessly. If you wanted to find the main body directly, I can do that. But I can't guarantee what will happen to this place. That thing seems to be hiding very well. The blue-clothed young man smiled bitterly. That is to say, to break the other party's concealment, I need to use more power. When the time comes, it will affect the surroundings. What kind of damage will it cause is completely unpredictable. Then, let's not delay. The girl in the cloak slammed the table and stood up. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed out of the door. Hurry up and find the trouble. Oh no, hurry up and find the clues. Since it's the biggest trace, it might have been left behind from the very beginning. If there's someone there, they might know something. The group of people in the hall quickly followed. The blue-clothed young man scratched his head. This place is 27 kilometers to the northeast. I seem to have a little impression of it. That place should belong to a cultivator organization. Zhou Zibai scratched her head in confusion. Why don't I have any impression of it? It's very simple. The number of serious cultivators and cultivators with a relatively high realm is too small. The blue-clothed young man turned around and shrugged at her. Miss Zhou, although you're in Jiang City, you might not know as much as Uncle Lou and I do about some of the smaller cultivator organizations. Most of them belong to the Alliance of Cultivators, as well as some large clans and forces with inheritances. There are also some small organizations and groups that don't have many capable cultivators. 70 to 80% of the members are ordinary people who know the inside story. The rest are probably cultivators, and the ratio is about 20 to 1. Well, there are actually more small organizations like this in the world, and some of them even have a history that can be traced back. Perhaps they were once a large hidden clan or something, but they declined and became what they are today. Every year, Uncle Lou will take in those loose cultivators and small groups of wandering cultivators. But even so, there are still many of them. Some of them failed and only strengthened the management. Some of them, they don't even have the value of being taken in. The blue-clothed young man laughed dryly as he touched his chin. In order to let everyone understand this more straightforwardly, he gave a very straightforward example. Some cultivators, for various reasons, have awakened and opened up this path, but they themselves are not suitable for this path. It's the cliché of talent, and there's no ahem, there's no time and conditions to make up for this. So, most of the people who have opened up this path are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, just a little bit. I remember reading a piece of news last time. It seems that someone from a sports class in a university in a certain city pinned a person to the ground and gave him a good beating. Just by looking at the story, it seemed like dozens of people were beating up a person. But in fact, that person was a cultivator. Not long after he embarked on this path, his self-confidence soared and he became arrogant. He provoked the people from the sports class and fought with them. But he didn't expect that there were a few martial artists in the class. After a few rounds of beating, he was knocked down to the ground and given a good beating. We thought for a moment and said, in the end, it was still a group fight, although the reason was a little different. The blue-clothed young man smiled bitterly and said, anyway, that's what it means. Not all cultivators who have just awakened and practiced for 2 days can break away from the category of ordinary people. Isn't the human realm still afraid of guns and bullets? Even the 4C realm can't withstand the deterrence of nuclear weapons. I don't know about the 2 realms above that. After all, they have disappeared. Anyway, no matter how strong he was limited to this small life star. He was used to the situation of fighting in the 8 elements realm. Now that he was reliving it again, he had a different feeling. At the top of a skyscraper, there was a huge room. Except for the walls leading to the inside, which were made of tough, light materials, the other 3 walls were made of dark glass. This was the highest point of Jiang City. Standing by the window and looking into the distance, he could see more than half of Jiang City. He liked the feeling of overlooking everything in the world. So, before you go into self-indulgent mode, can you tell me when you're going to reimburse my car? On the sofa in the room sat a young man in his 20s or 30s in casual clothes. His coat was open casually. He looked depressed and impatient, crossing his legs and supporting his chin with his right hand, and said, "Your bad taste hasn't changed after several years. Don't you feel dizzy looking down from such a high place?" "Don't say that, friend." The young man standing by the window had a swept-back hairstyle, black-rimmed glasses, a suit, and a branded watch. From his clothes to his accessories, none of them were simple items. He was full of the aura of a successful person and said, "It's just a small failure. Don't be so irritable. Even if it fails, it's not a problem. Anyway, we just need to make sure that as few people know about it as possible. Even if they do know about it, well, let them know about it. There are also a small number of people in the Alliance of Cultivators who know about it. We just need to make sure that they don't know what it is." "But, Sutai, are you sure you weren't joking with me last time?" The young man in casual clothes named Sutai instantly stood up angrily and said, "I'm joking with you." "A joke? Don't tell me you don't know what material my car is made of. It's custom-made with an alloy that's 10 years ahead of the world's technology. It's just a matter of changing 2 tires if it takes a direct hit from a missile." As he spoke, he suddenly threw a piece of char debris on the table and said, "Take a look for yourself. Take a good look at it. Mother of Asterisk Kerr, That person is like a ghost. He stood in the middle of the road and took a direct hit from 470 kilometers per hour, but nothing happened to him. On the contrary, I almost spiraled into the sky, and my beloved car really did fly into the sky. At that moment, I thought I hit a meteor head-on. If it weren't for them showing mercy, I would have already flown into the sky along with 1/3, January 3rd, and January 3rd. The young man in glasses picked up the twisted piece of metal, raised his eyes and glanced at the irritable Su Tai, and said, "Maybe he's a cultivator?" "Nonsense. Do you think an ordinary person can do that? Moreover, he has to be at least at the Earth realm." Su Tai fiercely exhaled and sat down on the sofa, waving his hands vigorously. "In any case, I'm scared. I can't handle this. If you're interested in them, then find someone else. So, will my car be reimbursed? There's no rush. I'll give you a better car after a while. For now." The door suddenly opened with a bang, and a man in a suit who seemed to be a bodyguard rushed into the room, causing the two of them to stop talking and look over. "Boss, bad news." A group of people rushed in and went straight to the basement. The young man and Su Tai were both startled. The former unhurriedly adjusted the screen of the computer, projecting a huge image in the space in front of them. Su Tai glanced at the image and was so frightened that he almost jumped out of the window. Holy shit, why is it them? Of the 7 people in the image, 4 of them were the 4 people he met by the river. At this moment, they were driving the Peerless through the spacious basement corridor. None of the bodyguards and security guards who rushed up to them could get within a meter of them. They were all sent flying by an unknown force, crashing into the wall, hanging on the ceiling, and fainting. "Those are the people you were talking about." The young man in glasses frowned. "This is troublesome. There's residual energy released by the divine artifact in the basement. From the looks of it, they seem to know something and can accurately sense it. Even if it's covered by thousands of tons of concrete, there's no way to completely block the energy of the divine artifact. They actually managed to find this place." "Huh, you still have that thing?" Su Tai suddenly rushed to the front of the table and slammed the table as he shouted at the youth. "That energy will kill you all. Didn't I tell you not to keep it by your side? Why did you still put it in the basement?" "Of course it's valuable." The young man glanced at him and waved his hand. "Let's go, friend. We'll go down and meet them." "I'm not doing it." Su Tai's expression suddenly changed. He kept retreating and shaking his head. His face was full of fear. "If you want to die, go by yourself. I'll never go. I won't go. I won't go even if you beat me to death." Car. 10 seconds later, in the private elevator, Su Tai squatted in the corner of the elevator with a gloomy face. He and the young man in glasses followed the elevator to the basement quickly. He stared at the number on the screen and kept muttering in his heart, I still feel a little regretful. It's better to find a chance to escape." Su Tai thought. In the basement, Yin Nuoxing and the others were walking quickly in the passage made of silver metal. Their footsteps fell on the floor with crisp clanking sounds. Behind them was a large group of people lying on the ground, hugging their arms, necks, or stomachs as they wailed. The girl with the ponytail seemed to have never seen such a scene. She looked at the large group of people lying behind her and pulled the young man in blue worriedly. Aren't we here to look for something?" "Yes, the thing is inside. It's definitely not easy to talk about it, and there's no need to talk." The young man in blue nodded. Her face was blank. So they didn't plan to talk from the beginning and just directly barged in. The entire basement was like a huge underground space. The silver metal divided the space into many sections. There were forks, but there weren't many, so it didn't feel like a maze. The overall size and scale of the place were about the same, and Yin Nuoxing had already explored it. A straight road leads to the innermost area. The left and right intersections lead to other sections. It's not as complicated as you think. The light in the underground passage seemed to be coming from the ceiling. The 2 sides of the 3 to 4 meter wide passage seemed to be divided into spaces. There were empty rooms inside, about 10 meters in length and width. They were separated from the passage by a thin layer of space. The entrance should be at the other section at the end of the forks. They could only observe from here. However, these spaces were empty. The things left behind told them what the original purpose of this place was. They didn't know if the plan was canceled or it was not time to carry it out yet. This futuristic feeling is a little strange. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but say, it's a bit like what we saw on the island in the secret realm last time. They used some special materials. Although we didn't know what the futuristic feeling was, he could distinguish a lot of things just by feeling. These metals are good at shielding energy. The entire huge underground space is made of these things. They've hidden something underground, if I'm not mistaken. He turned his head to look at the girl in the cloak. The latter immediately grimaced and rolled up her sleeves. They must have hidden its energy here. But why is there no one here? She looked at the space on both sides of the passage and pouted unhappily. I haven't beaten enough yet. Yes, those people flying around, hanging on the ceiling, and embedded in the walls were not done by Yun Nuashing and the others. It was this girl who did it. The strange power scared Zhou Zibai and the other girl with a ponytail. Yun Nuashing looked up. The life force is behind us. There are no more guards here. The road ahead is unimpeded. TSK, this is not fun. We smiled bitterly. They said that they came for the energy traces left behind by that something. Why did they start beating people up? This girl was really not serious. Yun Nuashing was suddenly startled. Ah, someone is coming. But there are only 2 people in the room. Oh, it's the leader. The blue-clothed youth nodded in realization. Full of motivation, he quickened his pace and said, let's hurry up and kill them. Let's loot their equipment. Kill them. Kill them until their levels reach 0. Yun Nuashing and the others were confused. What was this guy talking about? In the deepest part of the underground space, there was a huge hexagonal door in front of them. Judging from the joints and gaps, it should be open from 6 directions. Clang. The girl in the cloak punched a big hole in the door. She clapped her hands and put her hands on her hips. Break through directly. Why open the door? You'll be punished by the heavens if you touch our stuff without permission. The huge space behind the door was the same as the cages they saw on both sides of the passage, but it was bigger. Also, when they looked up, they could see a dense, dark aura hanging in the air like a thick cumulonimbus cloud. Welcome, uninvited guests. The voice from the depths drew the attention of Yun Nuashing and the others. They turned around and saw a young man with slick-back hair and an impatient young man with his hands in his pockets. His emotions were written all over his face. Why am I here? Why didn't I escape in the first place? And I'm a little regretful. The blue-clothed youth walked forward with one hand on his hip. He pointed at the 2 people opposite him with his chin up. Cut the crap. If you want to transform, do it now. If you don't, we'll rush in. The 2 people opposite him were startled. The girl in the cloak was a little worried. No, it's not like that. If you transform with that thing, you'll be miserable. Even your soul may be crushed. TSK, the mastermind likes this trick. If you don't give them some time to transform, how can they get better equipment and materials? Yun Nuashing felt dizzy and covered her face. What has this guy been talking about since the beginning? Chapter 1778. To be able to reach this place, it means that you have considerable strength. Unfortunately, you put your strength in unnecessary places and came here to die. You're really impatient. The young man wearing black-rimmed glasses suddenly laughed. As he took a step forward, a transparent glass-like barrier suddenly rose from the floor in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. It went straight to the ceiling, separating them from the other 2 in 2 spaces. The cloaked girl rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush forward, but Yun Nuashing grabbed her by the back of her collar and moved her to the side. You're very calm. Do you think you have victory in your hands? Hui shrugged his shoulders and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the transparent glass in front of him. He gave a gentle push, but it didn't move at all. There were even energy patterns on the glass. If he wasn't mistaken, these should be down marks. Moreover, many of them had relatively complete rule power and were ancient down marks. He didn't know how many ancient down marks were used to make this thing so sturdy. It was no wonder that the 2 opposite were so calm. They were determined that no one could break this thing. Useless. The young man put his hands in his pockets and couldn't help but laugh. This kind of Dao mark used to strengthen defense is a relic left behind from ancient times. It can absorb the attacker's power and use it for defense, unless the attack you send out can exceed your own power. Huh, we played this kind of little trick countless years ago. We shrugged again. He used a little bit of rule power and poked the center of the transparent glass with one finger. Suddenly, the entire glass-cast barrier burst apart like an exploding pile of snow. It broke apart into thousands of pieces and fell down like snowflakes. Well, it's just a special way of operating energy. We laughed indifferently. Rule power can give many characteristics, but as long as it exists in the described state, it can be destroyed. It's just a matter of using a little more rule power. He didn't even need to use his brain. His rule power was stronger than the rule power contained in the barrier. He could easily destroy this so-called characteristic. That's a little surprising. When Yin Nuoxing and the others continued to move forward, the young man laughed unhurriedly and opened his hands to them. Many of the forces stationed here have this kind of power. It seems that you didn't rely on luck to get here. Of course. Yin Nuoxing nodded. My luck is usually pretty bad, so I'll crush anything that plays with luck. There's no such thing as betting on luck. Everyone, no, that guy obviously didn't mean that. You don't have to answer so seriously. Bang! A thick and heavy wall, which was still made of transparent glass, fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of Yin Nuoxing and the others, blocking their path once again. This time, countless Dao marks appeared on the glass before anyone could attack it. They were so densely packed that everyone was stunned. So many ancient Dao marks. Zhou Zibai was stunned. A magic weapon with a thumb-sized ancient Taoist mark was already a rare treasure, but this wall was engraved with it. This looked really exaggerated. He really liked building tortoise shells, but defense alone was not enough to win. Only attack and destruction were the true truths of the void. With this broken wall, it could be... Wait a minute, the wall didn't seem big this time? The cloaked girl was slightly stunned. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly rushed out. She punched the glass wall directly. The powerful punch made the underground space tremble, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread along the wall. However, this punch, which was enough to break mountains and split rocks, did not shatter the layer of glass. Even if they sensed the power of law in this punch, it was still the same. TSK, this is troublesome. I hate this thing the most, but how can there be something of this scale in this place? The cloaked girl took 2 steps back angrily and shook her white little hand. Yin Nuoxing walked forward and touched it. Then he let out a long "oh" and said to Hui and the little girl in their souls, "It's something that's bound and locked with chains of rules. The rules of this thing bind all the rules within a radius of a few thousand miles together. Its defensive power is equivalent to the sturdiness of this area. Moreover, if it's destroyed rashly, it will blow up the entire area." The blue-clothed young man seemed to have discovered something as well. He scratched his head with a headache. A complete ancient Dao mark, or even more ancient and powerful, so that it has the same defensive power as this world. Yin Nuoxing clenched his fists and looked at the barrier. It's just a simple and crude barrier. Do you think I would care about these few thousand miles? At most, I will slowly restore it after this. Look at my slap. Zhou Zibai pulled him back with all her strength and smiled bitterly. Don't you still have to care? We looked at Feng being pushed back and smiled bitterly. He transmitted his voice to the blue-clothed young man. I have never heard of the so-called ancient powerhouses in this place having this kind of ability. No, this, actually, I'm not too sure. The blue-clothed youth replied with a bitter smile. Logically speaking, this level of complete nomological power should be something that only those in the upper and middle realms can barely control. The powerhouses of ancient times that I know of shouldn't have reached this level, probably. However, if it's a powerhouse from a higher era than the ancient times, maybe... The blue-clothed young man smiled bitterly. But that place has completely disappeared. It really can't be found at all. We can only speculate from the clues that such an era once existed. As for what it was like, no one can say clearly. Then, Hui scratched his head and frowned. Well, this is still a magical world. It seems that there are still some mysteries. He shook his head and shouted to the young man, "You don't think that you can rest easy with this thing, do you? It's just a broken shield. It can be broken with a little time. You still can't escape your fate. Although it's a little troublesome to deal with it, we won't compromise because of this. Cutting off its connection with this area and destroying it, although it's a little troublesome, it's nothing more than that." The cloaked girl narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, "If you want to escape, this will be your last chance. Turn around and run, brat. Just run away in a sorry state. When the door is opened, I won't be so patient." Yin Nuashing expressed that he wanted to punch it, but he was jointly pressed down by Hui and Zhou Zibai. He felt good punching it, but this place was also good. Thousands of miles, it was estimated that this place was the size of several provinces. Who knew how many lives were in it? Yes, they did have a way to get rid of this thing without using pure violence. However, that little bit of movement was estimated to not be less than that of a violent demolition. After all, it was a confrontation with the power of the rules of this world. No matter how gentle it would still cause a little bit of damage. Although they could keep the door intact by breaking in, the lock would definitely be destroyed. Occasionally, if they failed to break in, the door might also be removed. The young man on the opposite side didn't panic at all when he heard this. He waved his finger unhurriedly. "Escape? No, you think too much. On the contrary, if you leave now, I can still let you go. What if I say I don't want to leave?" He crossed his arms. He was very curious about what the other party's trump card was. In short, it was definitely not this shield. Attack and destruction were the truth of this void. Since there was a shield, the other party must have prepared a corresponding spear. In this place, the only thing he could think of was the gloomy cumulonimbus cloud above his head. "If you don't." The young man smiled faintly and took a step back. On the flat silver-white ground, a square glass pillar suddenly rose. It was engraved with ancient Tao marks and extended towards the cloud above. "Then please take a look at our new power." There were probably more Tao marks engraved on the glass pillar than on the wall. There were 3 layers of Tao marks on the inside and 3 layers of Tao marks on the outside. The entire transparent pillar was almost dyed in a different color. Even though there was a thick barrier between them, they could still feel the powerful energy contained in that thing. "It's a pity that I can't fully control this power. If I use it slightly, it will cause me to lose control." The young man touched the pillar with his hand and said unhurriedly. It was as if he was talking to Yin Nuashing and the others, but it was more like he was talking to himself. "It's really a power that makes people sigh. Originally, I planned to use 5 years to better control it, but you uninvited guests appeared out of nowhere and completely ruined my plan. Now is not the best time, but there is no way to take more into consideration." The glass pillar engraved with ancient Tao marks had reached into the cumulonimbus cloud. The dark energy began to boil as if it was stimulated by something. The clouds rolled, and a huge energy that contained countless negative information was crazily shaking in the hall. Just the waves that swept through the hall made Zhou Zibai and the others look slightly gloomy. Do you want to think about it again?" The cloaked girl gritted her teeth and walked forward. She leaned against the glass wall and whispered to the young man. Her tone was a little softer. "This thing is really not fun. It's really miserable to use this thing. Let's discuss it. If you cooperate with us honestly, we won't do anything to you, okay? Haha, I'm afraid it's too late to realize it now." The young man laughed loudly. His hands that were pressed against the glass pillar were constantly flickering with gold and gray light. There was energy surging, as if it was connected to the dark energy. The surging energy was surging along the pillar, bringing with it an irresistible heavenly might that descended from the sky. It made Sutai's heart palpitate, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. "Look, this is the power of creation. This is the ultimate existence in this world. This is the power of God." The young man laughed loudly. The dark energy had already poured into his body along the pillar. The unprecedented power made him laugh even more unscrupulously. Power, the supreme power, this is the power of a true God. You can't imagine how powerful this power is. I am a God that has descended to this world. Ah, yes, I feel it. You can't stop it. What's with your expressions? The young man only heard his own passionate speech and didn't hear anything else. When he turned his head, he saw the strange actions of Yin Nuoxing and the others. The blue-clothed young man was covering the eyes of his cohabitant. Yin Nuoxing, in turn, covered Zhou Zhibai's eyes and then dragged her back a step. She and the others looked at him expressionlessly, and their faces were full of pity and regret. I'm afraid that this kid's brain is completely fried. Several people sighed in their hearts in unison. Oh, it's nothing. Continue, don't stop. The cloaked girl waved her hand and then shrank back in Yin Nuoxing's hands. She stretched out her hand and carefully poked her head out. We're looking forward to it. You come closer. Come closer. Don't worry, we won't beat you. We shouted at Su Tai through the glass wall. Su Tai trembled as he looked at the young man. That mighty energy made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but want to kneel down. When he heard Huey's voice, he also trembled and moved to the wall. He held his head and squatted down. The young man's stunned expression lasted for a while. After a moment, it turned into disdain and anger. Pretending to be mysterious. You're just a group of ignorant scoundrels. Just you wait. You'll regret it. I'll make you beg for death. You'll. The vibrating dark energy suddenly expanded violently. Then, an excessively violent and abnormal movement came from inside. Some kind of huge energy collapsed inside and pulled out a few energy thunderbolts. In an instant, it spread through the entire cloud layer. The violent and restless appearance made the young man stunned. An even more indescribable energy surged into his body through the pillar, causing his body to expand 3 to 4 times its original size in 2 seconds. His clothes were torn apart, and even his glasses were blown apart. An endless negative energy was running amok in his body. It was completely uncontrollable, causing his eyes to become as red as blood. The space around his body was already distorted, as if there was a pair of hands squeezing him together with the space around him. The energy can't stop. The young man looked at the people who had become small and saw himself expanding into a giant. The veins on his body were bulging, and dark energy was constantly gushing out of his open pores. The abnormal energy had not stopped surging into his body. The anger and ecstasy on his face instantly turned into fear. Stop! Stop! No, this power, don't. Yin Nuoxing pressed hard on Zhou Zhibai's eyes and ears. A moment later, a thunder-like explosion was heard after a few seconds of delay. Flesh and blood were all over the 4 walls. Su Tai, who was shrinking under the glass wall, also screamed. He was covered with a mass of rotten flesh and sticky gray blood. The glass wall behind him was imprinted with his shadow. Smelly, it stinks to death, Su Tai screamed. We expressed deep sympathy that this child would have nightmares in the future. The dark energy was strengthened by more than 4 to 5 times in an instant. It raged and spread throughout the entire space. The glass wall also retracted into the ground with the disappearance of the controller, releasing the dark energy towards the entire underground space. However, when they had just poked their heads out for a distance, a pair of white little hands propped up a golden energy barrier and blocked them all. I told you not to do it, don't do it, but you didn't listen. Now it's so disgusting. How do you want me, a girl, to do it? The dark energy was mixed with the flesh and blood of the young man, and it was dyed with a little scarlet, which made it even more disgusting and evil. The cloaked girl wanted to vomit when she saw it. When she thought of using her cute hands to beat it up, she vomited. Ah, it really blew up. Hui murmured expressionlessly. He sighed and shook his head. How many times have I told you not to play with power that you can't control? Seeing his shrewd appearance, I thought he would be able to play with this thing. But in the end, the face of the blue-clothed young man twitched. In the end, he still took the risk out of desperation. He didn't even have time to transform before it blew up. Now, all his equipment is blown up. Zhou Zhibai looked at the bloody wall. There were some pieces of rotten flesh on the wall that kept sliding down, which made this horrifying scene a few levels higher. She glanced at it and sniffed the bloody smell that filled the space. She rolled her eyes and quickly grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hand and pressed it on her eyes. She covered her nose with both hands. "Lend me." Yun Nuoxing curled her lips. "Well, even a strong girl like this can't stand this kind of disgusting scene." Looking at her nose that seems to have been smelled, and she wanted to hold her breath, I feel a little sympathetic. This scene is purely disgusting. Although they can accept it, they still don't like to see it. 90% of people who come in and take a look would probably go out and find a trash can of vomit. The cloaked girl resisted the nausea and used 5 minutes to deal with the dark energy. When the last wisp of energy was removed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at her hands that were dyed scarlet, she sucked in a cold breath and rubbed her hands fiercely. A burst of fluorescent light flashed, and it returned to normal. Then, she lowered her head and sniffed. With a look of disgust, she said, "Corrosion, corrosion. It's going to rot. Forget it. Business is more important." She muttered and shook her hands, but she still couldn't resist the disgust in her heart. She quickly raised her right hand, and a burst of golden light burst out from her palm and swept across the entire hall. A cough, cough. Reverse, resurrect, lost brat. Let me give you a chance to repent. The flashing golden light caused the flesh and blood in the hall to gather together. With a flash of golden light, the figure of the bespectacled young man was formed again. He fell to the ground and screamed. He seemed to be completely fine, and even his eyes and clothes were restored to their original state. How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm dead. This is an illusion. The young man looked at the ceiling in a daze. His eyes were dull, and he kept repeating these words. Everyone came forward to look, and they all said that he might be on the verge of collapse. Resurrection. Zhou Zibai reached out and pinched her face. She frowned in pain. "It hurts. It's not a dream." However, it felt like a dream. "Get up. Collapse your head. After making a big fuss and having fun, you want to run away? It doesn't exist." The cloaked girl pulled him up and gave him 2 slaps on his face. She snorted softly and said, "Why don't you dream about something more realistic? God's power? This bullsh Astra's tea thing can only turn you into a retard, just like how you are now." "No, but that's the power of God. That's the supreme power of God." "Why?" The young man's eyes were still dull, as if he hadn't woken up from a dream. "Why are you talking about God? Please don't talk about this word whenever you encounter something." Yun Nuoxing turned her head and said lightly, "You don't even know what God is. You don't know whether God is an illusory concept or a real thing to you. When you encounter a powerful force, you say, 'Ah, this is the power that God gave me.' Are you sure that it's not a disaster that God gave you? In the end, no matter what kind of power you obtain, you're just seeking your own death because you don't understand this seemingly unimportant concept." The cloaked girl looked back at him and said with a little surprise, "Oh, you know quite well." The young man's confused and dull expression suddenly became a little ferocious. "No, it shouldn't be like this. Yes, it shouldn't be like this. It's all you guys who ruined everything. If only I had enough time, I would have." Hui rushed up and kicked the young man to the wall. Looking at the young man who fell to the ground and fainted, Hui rolled his eyes. "You're so annoying. Can't you be more straightforward like a human? Babbling, 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 are you retarded?" The cloaked girl looked at him blankly. "You knocked him out. Who am I supposed to ask?" "Well, you can't ask a normal question with him like that anyway." "Oh, that's true. But there's someone here." Yun Nuoxing walked over from the side and grabbed Su Tai, who was huddled by the wall and had just recovered. She threw him on the ground. "He might know something." Su Tai looked up at the people who surrounded him with fierce expressions. His face twitched and wrinkled like a bitter gourd. "I told you we couldn't do it. We couldn't do it, but we had to come down and do it. This servant is going to lose his life." After handing the person over to the cloaked girl to deal with, Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 came to the side of the glass pillar. After experiencing a shocking explosion of energy, the pillar did not even have a scratch on it. It was just that the ancient Tao marks were a little darker. "It looks like a lightning rod." Hui reached out and poked the pillar a few times. "There are many complete rules in it. This is the best semi-rule creation we've seen since we came here." Well, it can twist an existing object into the appearance of a rule creation. However, it's still very crude, simple, and crude. It just absorbs energy, and there's no way to control it at all. This thing is the kind of thing that just builds a bridge, doesn't care about people coming and going on the bridge, and doesn't care about whether there's a flood under the bridge. So I made him explode. Zhou Jibai leaned over and listened to this and whispered, "But what's the matter with the power of the gods he mentioned? That brainless guy thinks that the strong power he encountered is the mark left behind by the gods." He spread his hands and said bluntly, if he had to say, the dark aura was a little related to the chaos of the void. The power of the rules was very weak, but it was strong enough for mortals. It was not wrong to say that it was a god. However, as Maple said just now, they were not sure whether the gods were an illusory concept or a real thing to them. How could they talk about gods? In the end, it was just a delusion. Only they could say this. After all, they knew very well that the so-called life of a god was bitter. Just like themselves, a large group of origins and primeval heavenly gods were placed in the front line of the void to fight endless battles. They were busy all over the void. It was a life of hard work. So troublesome. The cloaked girl left Su Tai and walked over. She crossed her arms and said to Yun Nuashing and the others, "It's involved in other things again. It's so troublesome. What if I don't want to do it?" Yun Nuashing glanced at her and said, "Bonuses and props." The cloaked girl's pretty face twitched, and her face was full of bitterness. "Okay, then I'll work harder." Chapter 1779. Sometimes, going out on a mission is like grabbing a ball of yarn. Even if you only grab a single thread, the more you pull, the messier it becomes. Perhaps it won't end until you pull it to the end. The cloaked girl sighed gloomily at the sky. Her eyes were filled with distracting thoughts. She reached out her hand and pressed on the glass pillar that was used to guide the dark presence. She sighed gloomily. This pillar, it used a little of that thing's energy. No wonder it could guide this residue. Logically speaking, even if it was placed right in front of you, it would only affect you. No one would have the right to mess with it. That thing probably didn't just appear here and circle around. It should have been touched by you people, right? The cloaked girl kicked Su Tai, who was kneeling on the ground, uneasily. She spoke in a dissatisfied tone. "You really are a nuisance. Every move you make will bring you destruction. You lost brats. Hurry up and tell me. What did you do to that thing?" Su Tai shook his head vigorously with his face full of sweat. His sweat was all over the floor. He pointed at the young man, who was still paralyzed on the ground. "That thing has always been under his charge. I only know that he kept mumbling about something like divine artifact and divine artifact's energy. Just like what he said just now. I don't know the specifics. I was also assigned to monitor outside to see if anyone noticed that energy. If necessary, I was to eliminate anyone who noticed it so that no one could find us through that energy. What else do you know other than that? Explain everything clearly to me." There's another thing. That's right. The divine artifact he mentioned was not brought back by anyone. It suddenly appeared in this basement that was originally set aside for other purposes. We couldn't move it, so we could only modify this space. However, it shouldn't have been here for too long. It might have only been here for a week before it disappeared. Other than that, I don't know anything else. The cloaked girl squinted her eyes. Her pale silver eyes had a weak energy flowing around them. She looked at Su Tai for a moment and then reluctantly dispersed her energy. "All right, you're honest." The moment the energy dissipated, Su Tai also felt his body become twice as light. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't plan to hide anything. In front of this group of people who looked like humans but were beyond his understanding. If he hid anything, he wouldn't even know how he died. Anyway, he was scared. Seeing that guy who had said several times that he couldn't deal with him play himself to death and be revived, he decided that he couldn't disobey this group of people no matter what. If he could survive today, he would go back to the countryside and build a shabby house to spend his old age in advance. She turned around and poked the pillar, saying, "Does anyone else know of its existence? Except for those people you just mentioned. It should be gone?" Su Tai wiped the sweat off his chin. Probably. The other trouble you mentioned just now, is it related to other people? Yin Nuashing frowned. I was mentally prepared, but I didn't want things to develop in this direction, even if I was beaten to death. The girl lowered her head and tugged at her cloak. She sighed in distress. This matter was just like what she said just now. She dragged it deeper and deeper. It said that on the day the divine weapon ran out by itself, someone else happened to break in. However, they were a step too late and missed. What happened after that? I know what happened after that. A group of people chased after the divine weapon all over the world, causing a series of disasters. The blue-clothed youth suddenly realized something and snapped his fingers. So the thing that they chased after for more than a year was the divine weapon that you guys were talking about. Everyone. We pushed Feng to the side and quickly went forward. No. How did you connect the dots? The blue-clothed youth pointed at this place. Of course, it's because the people who broke in last time were Uncle Lu's people. When I went to the Alliance to look for Uncle Lu, I saw a photo of this place. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. So it's because I've seen it before and thought that I was in a trance. Sutai. So it's the people from the Alliance of Cultivators. Then, no wonder. All right, then we're back to square one. We said to the girl in the cloak. We probably don't have to worry about the people from the Alliance. Let them go back and let them know. They should be very willing to cooperate with us. The girl scratched her head. What's going on? We simply repeated what the blue-clothed youth said to him. After listening to him, she let out a long, "Oh." I see. That thing itself has a certain degree of energy. When it was moving through space, the energy might have leaked out. That's why it's like this. She fell silent as she spoke. She looked troubled and conflicted. It's so troublesome. If that's the case, I still have to deal with the aftermath. If the higher-ups find out, they'll definitely deduct my bonus. No, that won't do. I can't be blamed for this. It's been more than a year, and I haven't come yet. It's all because of the time difference. Even if the higher-ups find out, they won't be able to do anything to me. Yes, it's not my fault. I don't know. Everyone, she's really good at pushing the blame. It's fine as long as we solve this perfectly. Now is the time. Now is the time. The girl waved her hand and walked to the side. She grabbed Sutai and asked him all sorts of questions. She couldn't wait to ask him what kind of underwear he was wearing that day. The young man in blue suddenly took out his phone and walked to the side while pressing the button. Oh, I have to tell Uncle Lu and the others quickly, lest they encounter it in such a short time. If that happens, it will be a big deal. They can't handle this kind of thing. After knowing that the people involved could be considered as people on their side, everyone felt more at ease. At least, they didn't have to suddenly kill their way into other people's territory or forcefully break into people's houses. However, the situation still hadn't changed. They still didn't know where that damned divine weapon had gone. Feng raised the level of the outside of the specifications a little more. We looked forward and reached out to pull Feng, who was standing behind him. Yin Nuashing removed the entire glass pillar with a click. She glanced at him and calmly stroked her long hair. She gently placed the pillar on the ground. The sensing of the rules last time was already close to the limit that this place can withstand. If I were to raise it a little more. She took a deep breath and said faintly, I really don't know what will happen. Playing disco and the concept level of the rules had an impact on the real world. From the smallest area having abnormal rules, such as the sudden disappearance of light, to the largest area directly destroying the entire planet. These were all uncertain things. There was no reason for them to not have any grievances with each other. It wasn't worth it to drag the entire place into the void, right? There's no other way. I have to use some special methods on my side. The cloaked girl sighed softly. She finally let go of Sutai, who had already finished speaking and could only stammer. She walked towards Yin Nuashing and the others. I'll leave for a while and do something else. I'll see if I can get any special information. We looked at her body that was beginning to glow with a faint golden light. He couldn't help but say, Don't waste half a day and lose yourself. The girl who was in the middle of being teleported staggered and almost fell out. I'm not that confused. Her voice was cut off. The teleportation took her to an unknown place. There seemed to be a weak power of the rules flickering for a moment. Uncle Lou's side has been clearly explained. He said that he will cooperate with us. The blue-clothed youth tidied up his clothes and walked back. After hearing about the danger of this matter, he also planned to cancel the other missions first and prioritize solving this strange divine artifact before it causes more harm. But even so, there are no clues now. According to Uncle Lou, the latest trace that was found should be the one that was found 5 days ago. It's located at the South Pole. Well, there's nothing else, the blue-clothed youth said as he spread out his hands. He glanced at the broken glass pillar and then looked at everyone who seemed to be fine. He opened his mouth and said, "Then let's leave first." "Oh, if there's nothing else, let's leave." We nodded. He took 2 steps and went back the way he came. He pointed at Su Tai and the young man who was still lying on the ground and muttering, "What about these 2 people?" I asked Uncle Lou to deal with it. We don't have to worry about this side. Divine artifact, this thing was not special in Huey's understanding and cognition. It was just that the things at the beginning of the God level were called divine artifacts. They prefer to call them God level products. Then they classified most of the things at the later God level as the creation of rules. It was too ambiguous to simply call it a divine artifact. They liked to divide it, but they also knew that in this mortal world, divine artifact represented the word of absolute power. First, it was just like how mortals always like to talk about gods and fantasize about the so-called gods. They always felt that the gods would leave behind a lot of things, so they regarded them as divine artifacts. Let's not talk about whether those were divine weapons or divine items. He had no idea what the gods in this mortal world were talking about. How was he supposed to categorize them? Mere mortals. Couldn't they be more unified? Well, he was just shouting. He didn't mean anything else. If there really was a divine artifact left behind by the gods, he felt that it might be a daily item. Don't ask why. If you asked, the answer would be the tea set of the heavenly god of origin. In this case, the things left behind by the gods might be just rubbish left in the world. The existence of the divine artifact was known to Liu Weiran through the blue-clothed young man. It also made the entire alliance of cultivators operate at high speed. They were too lazy to ask about the specific situation. They just wanted to wait for the results. In this situation where everything was restricted, they could only wait in the villa like a salted fish. It was really too enjoyable. Oh no, it was really too sullen. He still wanted to solve this mess as soon as possible and then go to the Pacific Ocean for a few rounds. It's just that it may be difficult to get results in a short time. The blue-clothed young man held his chin and sighed. The new news seems to say that there are many people like us abroad who know about this thing. It's probably because of the movement caused by it. These are the results of the investigation. Once it involves the whole world, a lot of information will be collected. Uncle Lou asked me specifically how much damage it will cause. How should I respond? We thought for a while and said, it's the extent of 100 mortal immortals risking their lives to strike. Or you can say that if the divine artifact explodes in the South Pole, it will open a hole in the North Pole. 7 to 8 billion people will spiral into the sky. The blue-clothed young man and Zhou Jibai, the truth in his words was half true and half threatening. It was hard to say whether it was a threat or not. Based on the current situation, if it could leave such a dark aura that could harm mortals by 70 to 80 stars in the world, its true form must be even more ridiculous. Even if such an unknown thing suddenly exploded with a bang, it would be completely impossible to cause any impact to them. At most, it would be a gorgeous firework passing through, and they would watch the dust gather and scatter. Yellow sand filled the sky. It would be a scene of desolation and endless desolation. The sea turned to dust, and the world was only left with a bloody sunset. The 3 of them sat in the ruins, looking at each other in silence. Or the 4 of them. Perhaps it was because the level of the thing they were dealing with was not particularly high, so they were a little listless. He finally knew why Maple usually squinted his eyes and looked like he could fall asleep anytime and anywhere. Although he felt that the observer was just used to being lazy when he had nothing to do. At this moment, other than communicating with Jing Yuanji for a minute or two every day, there was probably nothing that could make him a little spirited. The interest of the cloaked girl in that aspect had been proven to be a short-lived passion. The blue-clothed young man was also helping to sort out the information from Lu Weiran. The three of them were responsible for slacking, and being bystanders. After all, this matter was related to the local area, so they could handle it themselves. The people of this life, Star had caused trouble, so they had to clean it up themselves. If they could not clean it up, then they would take their time to appear. Moreover, this was the work they had been doing for more than a year. They could only be regarded as outsiders. Friendship was friendship, and helping was another matter. If they were really given full authority to solve this matter, there would probably be other people in the Alliance who would be unhappy. Speaking of which, someone in the Alliance of Cultivators seems to have mentioned you guys. The blue-clothed young man suddenly threw down a pile of things and looked up at Yin Nuashing and the others. Uncle Lu said that it was a steward of another district and someone of similar status as him. You guys have thrown too much information into the Alliance. For example, the matter of the hidden realm last time and the matter of the divine artifact this time, there has been no progress for more than a year. But you guys have just squeezed in for a while, and you have already made a lot of progress. You even captured 2 captives who had come in contact with the divine artifact. These things can't be stopped, and many people have become very curious. Let them be curious. It's fine as long as they don't disturb us. We leaned lazily on the sofa. They didn't plan to be secretive about their actions. If they had the time, they might as well deal with it directly and use more time to slack off. As long as they didn't have a what in their brain, they would be able to sense the abnormal aura overflowing from their unscrupulous actions. That Uncle Lu was the first person in the Alliance to come into contact with him. He only knew a part of it and didn't go overboard. It was fine as long as he knew that they weren't enemies and didn't make any rash movements. He also didn't intend to investigate their real situation. However, since he was the person responsible for the country, the investigation of the case would definitely. No. Well, Uncle Lu wouldn't, because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to find out anything. The same couldn't be said for the others, but even if they found out that he had a cerebral hemorrhage, they wouldn't be able to find out anything. As long as it wasn't in their faces, they would treat it as if nothing had happened. He still wanted to slack off peacefully. If he was a few days late, there might not be any more fish to slack off. Phone, let's go. Let's go play. Turning his thoughts into motivation, Hui slapped the table and stood up. Without saying a word, he grabbed phone and rushed out. Perhaps his reaction was very fast, but it was probably just a matter of convenience. Zhou Zibai was sitting next to him, so he grabbed the girl along with him. The three of them whizzed out with a scream. The little girl followed behind unhurriedly, leaving the blue-clothed young man and his ponytailed girl staring at each other in a daze. It had been 5 or 6 eras since he really rested. Counting the next few eras, he probably would not have much time to rest. At this moment, he had a rare free time. In order to make up for the wonderful lifetime occupied by the War of Order that started 10 eras back to back, Hui had steeled his heart to slack off in this mortal world until he was satisfied. Well, Yinoashing was not worried that this guy would be so happy that he would forget about home, but, he still felt a little guilty. He had to make it clear that it was not a sense of guilt towards the front line of the void. After all, Jing Yuanji had told him to rest every day. No matter how nervous he was, he could let it go a little. The guilt he was talking about was the guilt of being forced to wander around the world as the first thing he did in the void. Wherever he went, there would be trouble. He really hoped that nothing would happen at this time. The passive of this talent was to bring disaster to the neighbors. They could even pull down the void, let alone an ordinary world. In short, he liked this kind of relatively quiet and peaceful atmosphere, but he could not lift his spirits. His mind was still thinking, only thinking about the things on the other side. He did not resist Hui dragging him around the world. It would be better if we could go to some more ordinary places. However, we always drag them to places with a lot of people, such as national landscapes, large squares, crowded pedestrian streets, major, all kinds of occasions, and he would aim to go where there were more people. That was really, traveling was like a show. Whenever they appeared, they would attract a grand crowd from all directions. He felt that this was purely looking for trouble for himself. It was rare for him to have a rest. Zhou Bai, the little girl, could not stand the excitement of running and flying all the way. She begged him to slow down so that they could rest in a corner of the amusement park with fewer people. Well, but why do you follow us out every time? Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and asked curiously. When he mentioned this, Zhou Zibai stared at him with a very speechless expression. After thinking for a while, she sighed speechlessly. I will definitely sit farther away from you in the future. Although it was late autumn, it was not so cold that she needed to wrap herself up like a dumpling. After all, she was in the south, a place that was hidden from the rest of the country during winter. When she was dragged out, she was still wearing casual short-sleeved shirts and trousers. She only felt a little cool. As a cultivator, she did not care much about the changes in temperature. However, when this slight coolness appeared, there were already people on the road who were wearing down and wrapped in sweaters, as if they wanted to arm themselves into a fortress. There were also people who were still wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts with infinite elegance, without caring about the temperature. When the two sides met on the street, they looked at each other and felt that there might be something wrong with each other. When they came to the amusement park on a weekday, there were not many people. It was not crowded, and there was no long line. However, there was still a certain number of people. They just sat on the chairs under the tree and watched the people running around in the amusement park, laughing and chatting with each other. It was quite comfortable. Yin Nuoxing, who used to dislike the hustle and bustle of people, even if she laughed too loudly, could also adapt to the atmosphere here. It sounded like a small exclamation that was quite close. The group of people turned their eyes and saw a big boy in casual clothes standing 2 to 3 meters away from them with a bottle of happy drink in his hand. It's you guys. I was too far away to confirm it. The big boy scratched his head and smiled shyly. Oh, who's that? That little guy who got caught up in bad luck. Hui sat up straight on the chair, moved to the side, and patted the chair. He and the big boy had not officially met. They just saw each other that night. How have you been these few days? Have you recovered from the inexplicable kidnapping? Well, the big boy took a sip of the drink and scratched his head. It still doesn't feel real. It happened all of a sudden and ended all of a sudden. It seems that I haven't recovered from that time. I don't know what's going on. However, these few days, there's no change as usual. I continue to live my life. I'm still a student. Well, the teacher heard about me and asked me to take a break for a while. So, I came here to play alone. You guys are here to play too? Hui pointed at Feng, who was sitting on the chair next to him and staring blankly ahead. I brought him out to relax. Recently, he has been too busy and overworked. This guy doesn't know how to rest. I have to let him have a good rest before he completely kills himself and turns into a lunatic. I think I am in a normal state. Yin Nuoxing responded faintly. We spread his hands and grinned. The big boy looked at Yin Nuoxing and smiled. See, I told you he was trying to be brave. We could not help but smile bitterly. He looked at Yin Nuoxing carefully. After a while, he felt that his mind was calm and he laughed contentedly. She was very pleasing to the eye. That if it's possible, the big boy whispered in Huey's ear, I want to take a picture of her. Huey was slightly stunned. After a while, he burst out laughing. He was stunned for a while. He lowered his head and scratched his head embarrassedly. His expression was a little unnatural. Hui grinned and did not expose him. Instead, he turned his head and shouted, Feng, how about taking a picture? Why so suddenly? It doesn't matter. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head. However, she did not want him to pose like a puppet. Even so, after the big boy left enough photos, he still had a satisfied look on his face. He was secretly delighted, as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. Hui felt very sympathetic and secretly decided that it would be better not to expose the poor child's fantasy. Feng, you are a sinful guy. We cannot help but sigh. Yin Nuoxing, ? Chapter 1780. He had told himself countless times that an ordinary life was the most suitable daily routine for him. He would repeat day after day like a normal person. He would not completely follow the prescribed routine. Occasionally, he would deviate a little from the norm, but he would not change the trajectory of his life. He would continue to be ordinary like this, forgetting that he had spiritual energy for cultivation, forgetting that he was a little bit different from ordinary people. although he had said similar things to himself countless times. But, as expected, he still had an indescribable longing and yearning for an extraordinary and wider world. Even if he knew that as long as he took a step forward, his life would be turned upside down and he would not be able to adapt, he was still hopelessly fantasizing and longing for those things. Meeting them twice in such a short period of time made his curiosity increase by a few hundred times. Well, he just wanted to say the reason why he stayed here and did not want to leave. Mr. Hui was a very talkative person. He could talk about anything, including the people's lives and the current state of the world. Meeting them here was like delivering himself to the former's doorstep. The former caught someone he could talk about the things in this world without stopping. However, most of the time, he could only listen and could not get a word in. The other three sat quietly at the side, swaying gently under the sunlight. Well, for a moment, he was mesmerized. So, is there anything fun around here? Or, do you know anything fun? Senior Hui suddenly waved his hand in front of him, making him come back to his senses. Seeing the former's teasing gaze, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Fun. It's the same for coming and going around here. I can't say whether it's fun or not. If you insist on talking about fun, at least you have to leave the place you're familiar with and go to the place others are familiar with. However, that's not within the scope of my understanding. It's not just entertainment for ordinary people. It could be something else. For example, some of the things you inadvertently saw or heard. We guided him step by step. That aspect, Big Boy was slightly startled. Without hesitation, he said, I haven't heard much about it. Perhaps it's because I don't pay much attention to it. However, in my personal opinion, as modern technology is getting more and more advanced, there should be very few places that have not been set foot or seen by humans except for the entire deep sea. For example, the spirits and stories of ancient times have probably been hidden away. Not necessarily, young man. There are still many secrets in this world that you can't understand. Hui chuckled softly. Just because the eyes can see doesn't mean that the eyes can see. The places that people have set foot on are the places that others have set foot on. The things that you know from afar are the things that others have recorded. The knowledge that you think about the world is actually a combination of the experiences and words of countless people. It is a comprehensive and one-sided information that others have imparted. Don't forget, you are different from the others. Hui pointed at his eyes and said, in this world where more than 99% of the living beings are different from you, don't be too hasty to think that everything you hear is everything you can know. The news you hear is not necessarily more accurate than seeing it yourself. There are some things that others can't see. The big boy nodded absent-mindedly, as if he was confused by Huey's words. So, are there any fun places? He was bored to death. Although he liked to slack off, this was the time to slack off and have fun. It's a waste of time just sitting here. The big boy smiled bitterly. Why did they come back to the topic again? If you really want to talk about a little interesting or fun place, it's not like there isn't any. The big boy pondered and took out his mobile phone. He swiped it a few times as if he was looking for some information. I also just learned that there are a few people in our class. A few days ago, it seemed like the day before I was kidnapped, the class monitor planned to organize the people in our class to go out to play. The destination was some distance away and not in the province. Although I didn't plan to go, I was curious when I heard that they were talking about it. As Senior Hui said, after all, I'm more or less different from ordinary people. I can also come into contact with some other news. It just happened that I found it when I was looking for the class monitor's destination. Found it. Hui leaned over to take a look. The information displayed in front of him was a mountain and forest. As for the title, it skipped a lot of words. In short, someone was missing and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. The following was also an introduction. The place was a natural scenic spot with a considerable area of primeval forest. It was very primitive. Therefore, there were many unknown areas that had not been developed and explored. There were mountains and forests. A few people disappeared just like that. The search team had been looking for them for half a month, but they couldn't even find a shadow or a trace. That's about it. Let's not talk about the following comments first. I want to show you this, Senior Hui. The big boy swiped a few times on the screen. The picture in a mobile phone flashed once, and the color suddenly became dim. The report was still the same thing, but the comments had changed. Soaring Dragon Mountain has not been peaceful recently. 2 months ago, a team of newcomers went missing. This month, another team disappeared. I suggest changing the title to Soaring Dragon Mountain Underworld Incident. Is there any expert who can go and check it out? Did they encounter a secret realm? Or an immortal's cave? Or perhaps the sudden change in the terrain had caused them to disappear? It's better to do a live broadcast. Last time, the person who did the live broadcast couldn't even be seen. The newcomers you're talking about are the 2 newcomers who have reached the 4th level of the human realm. The Alliance doesn't plan to deal with this matter. Recently, the Alliance has been in a mess because of a damn organization that appeared in the country out of nowhere. All the forces have been sent out. They don't have time to deal with things here. Don't ask me how I know. If you ask, there are people inside. Didn't I hear that there are 3 big shots who are helping the Alliance? Even they can't deal with it? This matter can't be left to others to deal with. Is the Alliance shameless? After all, they're not really from the Alliance. If they were, it would be fine. We looked at it for a while and realized that this was a comment section for martial cultivators. The image on the whiteboard just now was for ordinary people. Oh, so that's how it is. There's such a function. Although I already knew about it, I didn't know the reason until I contacted Senior Lou. It is said that the Alliance set it up so that cultivators can keep up with this era and communicate more easily. Big Boy nodded and pointed to the report. Soaring Dragon Mountain is where the class monitor and the others are going. When I saw it, I thought it was quite dangerous. But after thinking about it carefully, I don't think they are that unlucky, right? Probably. Plus, I happen to be kidnapped. I really can't go. Although I reminded them in the group, they don't seem to have any plans to change their destination. The tickets have been bought long ago. I heard that a refund is a small matter. The main thing is that it is troublesome to arrange other things, so I didn't say much. Speaking of which, the day they set off seems to be yesterday. Last night, they slept at the foot of the mountain. Today, they will climb the mountain. Big Boy paused and laughed dryly. They can't be that unlucky, can they? It can't be? It can't be, right? It's hard to say. Big Boy thought seriously for a moment. I think I will sink to seek pleasure. Wait. Sometimes giving up decisively was also a form of courage. It was just that, all right, there was probably no point in struggling for ordinary people. If you look around here, you should be able to see a lot of similar strange things. Big Boy lowered his head and continued to scroll through the comments. After a while, he closed it. I don't know anything else for the time being. How could we not know what Big Boy was thinking when he saw Big Boy's flickering eyes and slightly worried look? He immediately jumped up and clapped his hands. Okay, then let's go to Soaring Dragon Mountain. If there's anything, just solve it. If there's nothing else, just treat it as a lung cleansing in the ecological zone. Yun Nuashing said in his soul, "Do you have lungs?" This sigh, although it is a body used to pretend to be a human, and the function is just for decoration, but just treat it as if you have it. Don't worry about these details. Hui grinned and waved his hand. Sigh, are we really going? Big Boy scratched his head and stood up slowly. He finished the cola in his hand in one gulp, threw away the trash, and let out a long sigh of relief. Okay, then let's go. Why are you so reluctant? Aren't you worried about your classmate? Big Boy was silent for a moment, and his face was bitter. Deep in the mountains and forests, I'm a little scared. There are a lot of insects there. There are 4-legged, 6-legged, 8-legged, 1-winged, 2-winged, crawling, screaming, drilling into the body, ear-piercing, and the 8-legged one is as big as a wash basin. The net is as big as 2 or 3 meters. When she heard the words 8-legged and as big as a wash basin, Yun Nuashing trembled violently. Goosebumps appeared on her skin, and her cheeks twitched wildly. I'm not going. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and leave. I won't go. Let me go. I don't want to see 8 legs as big as a wash basin. If you want to go, go by yourself. If you let me get close to that thing, I might as well blow up the entire mountain. Let me go, help. Zhou Jibai and the other 2 girls, This was the first time they had seen Yin Nuashing have such intense emotional fluctuations. Her indifferent, otherworldly, and immortal-like temperament collapsed in an instant. Half an hour later, on the high-speed train heading to Longting Mountain Road, Yin Nuashing was shivering and curled up with a pale face. Zhou Zibai looked at her, who was simply like a frightened little girl, and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you afraid of spiders?" Yin Nuashing's face turned green and white. She looked at her with a rather bitter expression. Psychological trauma. In short, they arrived at Longting Mountain after an hour and a half. Green mountains and clear waters surrounded by clouds and mist. The distant mountains and valleys were only faintly discernible in the mist. The precipitousness and beauty could be seen at a glance, as if it was a paradise on earth. Coupled with the misty weather today, it was simply a perfect match for the scene in front of them. It really looks like a place for immortal cultivation. Look at this immortal aura. The big boy couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the clouds and mist floating on top of the mountain. That's just a cloud of mist. Come closer, it's misty. How can it be immortal aura? That's what I meant. Hui grinned, but the air in this place is quite good. When I was in the city, I always felt that something was wrong with my nose. Although it's harmless to us, I can't get used to it. Yin Nuashing looked up and said, "It's so short." The big boy couldn't help but say, "It's not about the height of the mountain. It's famous because there are immortals." Yin Nuashing shook her head. "No, although it's a place with pleasant scenery, it's just a deep mountain forest. There's no breath of life worth mentioning." The big boy took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, coming out to play with surreal people is really completely out of touch with reality. Whether it's the vision of the past or something else, they can always destroy it with just a few words. It's really a waste of youth. But there seems to be a place worth looking at. Yin Nuashing looked up at a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. For the time being, her expression returned to normal. "What do you see?" Hui stood next to Feng and looked at the place he was looking at curiously. "I don't know for the time being, but there's a faint aura of energy flowing. I'm a little curious." Yin Nuashing looked and nodded. She lifted her foot and was about to jump from the side of the cliff. Zhou Zibai hurriedly pulled her back. "That's not an open area." "Oh no, there's someone here. Don't make too much noise here." Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She looked around and found that the place they were staying in was quite empty. There were many cars parked in an orderly manner. It was probably a parking area. From a distance, she could see wooden buildings, stone decorations, and rockery. There were not many people coming and going, and they were all quite lively. The place to stay at the foot of the mountain. The big boy looked around and pointed to the road behind the wooden buildings and said, "That's the road to Soaring Dragon Mountain. If you walk, you have to take the mountain road on the other side. Half of it is man-made, and the other half is a mountain road in the forest. I heard that the scenery there is better, but the road is quite far. It's estimated that you can't go up without 7 or 8 hours. There are also hotels halfway up the mountain. The class leader and the others have booked hotels at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain. They should be staying on the mountain for a night or two." According to the time they arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was built next to the cliff. This place was already deep in the mountain. They had built a foothold on a relatively stable open platform. If you walked to the edge, you could see the mountains and rivers that were about 2 to 3 meters drop in the distance. They meandered around a distance of tens of meters to reach here. They flowed along the edge of the hotel area to the other side. There was a mellow and pleasant sound as it flowed past. If you remove the people here, it would have a somewhat tranquil atmosphere. "I think we can go up along this river." Yin Nuashing was dragged away by Hui halfway. She smiled bitterly as she walked. "Can you walk a bit more like a human? Then let's fly over. I'm a little concerned about the energy aura I just sensed on the mountain. So if there are people here, then hide and teleport directly." Hui LV scratched his head a little helplessly. He understood. He understood that a certain guy was in an abnormally excited state because he was worried about seeing something deep in the mountains and forests. A negative state was definitely not a positive state. At this moment, if he were to encounter something with 5, 6, 7, or 8 legs, He wouldn't blow up other people's scenic spots into a forbidden area, right? We couldn't dissuade a certain someone who was a little excited and excited. He had to help encircle Zhou Zibai and the others in his domain. He aimed at the place where Feng had been talking about something for a long time and immediately teleported over. They were standing in front of the hotel at the foot of the mountain just now. In the next second, they suddenly arrived at a place full of dense forests. Their line of sight seemed to be covered by a layer of vague light and shadow. The big boy was slightly startled and exclaimed in astonishment, "Teleportation? Can you do this kind of thing?" Zhou Zibai had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly thought of something. She turned back and said to him, "Calm down, you'll get used to it. Don't make a fuss about anything you see." She sighed as she was dragged by the 3 of them. They climbed and dived in midair at a speed far beyond the speed of sound. 3,600-degree spiral. This little boy would experience it sooner or later. The slightly pitiful and sympathetic gaze made the big boy immediately shiver. Goosebumps covered his arms. Why did I just have the illusion that I was spiraling into the sky? Dense forest, a dense forest that was not open to the public. Well, that was not right. There was no proper road to get to this place. The mountain was as straight as a pillar. There was no road that could be built around the mountain. If you wanted to get here, you could only climb up step by step with your feet and hands. Zhou Zibai had been to similar scenic spots in the past, but she had never thought that one day she would come to such a completely primitive area that no one had set foot in at all. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Oh, I seem to feel something too." Hui sniffed and waved his hand to push away the clouds and fog lingering in the forest. He walked 2 steps faster, and the others also trotted. They crossed the forest in front of them and the entangled roots on the ground. Something that both of them cared about suddenly rushed into their sight, which made Zhou Zibai and the big boy slightly surprised. In front of them was a pit that might be more than 10 meters in diameter. It was a huge impact crater. It looked like it had been hit by a small meteorite, uprooting all the trees here and falling on the impact crater. They just came out of the forest and stood at the edge of the impact crater. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but stretch their necks. Zhou Zibai looked back. In the distance was the mountain road of the scenic spot. This was a place that couldn't be reached. The impact crater just happened to have its back to the road of the scenic spot. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could barely achieve the effect of having a view of the mountains. If they wanted to explore the situation here, they could only use a helicopter. Obviously, no one knew what had happened here. A shallow layer of new vegetation grew on the uprooted ground, and the fallen trees also sprouted new buds. This place had been damaged for some time. "A meteorite?" the big boy whispered, constantly looking at the impact crater in front of them. "It should be a meteorite, right? But I don't think I've heard of any meteorites falling. Whether it's a meteorite or not, we'll know when we see it now. Come on, we've found the culprit." We waved his hand and took the lead to walk into the impact crater from the edge to the center. In the center, hidden in the vegetation and forest debris, was a black fragment that was 7 or 8 meters long. It looked very rough and slender, but it was only long and not big in size. It stabbed into the ground obliquely, tearing a crack in the ground that was 1 foot wide. Now, even new plants grew out of the crack. "This looks like a meteorite fragment?" The big boy curiously circled around the black thing. The black fragment was very quiet here, without any signs of life. If it was a meteorite, it would have cooled down long ago. However, in the line of sight, there seemed to be some black, dark clouds and mist flowing on the surface. "Senior Hui, do you see the flowing clouds and mist? The black ones, those are..." "Step back, little guy. That's the energy that it leaked. It hasn't completely cooled down yet." We reached out and pulled the boy back. "Your body can't withstand the attack of this energy." The big boy scratched his head and suddenly understood. "Ah, yes, I heard that meteorites have radiation, but I have spiritual energy to protect my body. It shouldn't be that bad, right? This is not radiation." We shook his head and looked at Feng. Both of them looked a little serious. The dark aura that left traces all over the world, showed an unusually high concentration on this fragment. The concentration was so high that it was shocking. It seems to be the aura that was entrenched in Jiang City. Zhou Zhibai's expression was slightly serious. Even here is affected, and this aura seems to be more. Feng Ling, this aura seems to be stronger than the one we saw underground. Oh, you can feel it. It was Hui who answered. He nodded to the two little guys and pointed at the black fragment. This thing, for you, is already something that could destroy a country. Zhou Zhibai and the big boy's bodies trembled violently, revealing a frightened expression. If we say that the dark aura in Jiangxing City and all over the world can only subtly affect people, then this... Yes, let me think. If we throw into the Pacific Ocean, this small blue planet will turn into a small black ball tomorrow. That's the extent of it. The dim dark aura was like a cloud that kept steaming. It wanted to spread out, but it seemed to be difficult to cross the range of 3 meters. No matter how it released the dark aura, it would disappear in an instant when it reached 3 meters. It was not hidden, but really disappeared, as if something was suppressing it here. Chapter 1781. The impact crater had long been filled with new vegetation and green sprouts. The recovery of vitality had covered up any clues that might have been left here. Now, the most obvious trace left behind was the crack where the shard had pierced through the ground at an oblique angle. The area within 10 feet of where the shard had touched the ground was still barren. Except for this area, there were signs of vitality returning to normal. The dark aura emanating from the shard would instantly disappear when it reached a distance of 10 feet. It was as if it had come into contact with a black hole that could devour its energy. This suppressive thing that came from nowhere and was hidden in some unknown place had turned this aura, which should have been able to turn everything within a radius of 100 or even 1,000 miles into a barren land, into a caged beast. Yin Nuoxing and the other two were curious. They walked back and forth in the impact pit for a long time. Zhou Zhibai and the big boy also helped to search the place full of vegetation and weeds. After a few laps, they found nothing but grass all over their bodies. Forget it. If we can't find any trace, let's ignore it for the time being. We felt that he was asking for a snub. He waved his hand to stop everyone from working in vain. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the shard. Golden energy surged. This thing's activity is limited to 3 meters by something. But if we leave it here, it will inevitably be unpredictable. Anyway, it's better to put it away first. The gloomy breath, the negative breath, even if it had 30% of the breath of the chaotic void of the 3 elemental realm, it would be fine as long as he used the power of order to trap it. Even if it used all its strength, it would not be able to break free from the cage of order. With a wave of his hand, he put the dangerous object that had the power to pollute an entire planet into his own dimension. There was only a 3-meter radius impact crater with a remnant of the gloomy breath and a 6-meter-long crack torn by the shard. Then, I'll leave it to you, Maple. This is a contaminated area. Purify it. Well, let's not care about the impact crater. Not many people will have the opportunity to notice it. When new vegetation grows, it will be covered up. By then, it will naturally be regarded as a natural cause. Zhou Zhibai felt that something was wrong. Leaving the scene that was accidentally destroyed, only taking away the culprit, and allowing new traces of life to cover the already harmless scene, made her suddenly enlightened. Could it be that the weird scenes in the world were left behind for the same reason? Ere this. Hui smiled and shook his head. No, I don't know what you're talking about. If I really want to say, I can only say that it's possible. Living beings at our level, if we casually make a little damage on the ground and leave behind 2 residue, we can be mistaken as a sacred trace left by someone from somewhere. He wasn't bragging. When he was dealing with something in another world, he accidentally left the cup that he had used there. Tens of thousands of years later, when he went back to check on the situation, he found that the cup had been worshipped as a holy object. That was the life star of a human being who had just been born. Although it was normal for them to be regarded as saints or gods at their level, he still felt weird about it. When they were muttering about this, there was a burst of energy behind them. When they turned around, they saw the ground in front of Yin Nuoxing There was a blue flame that rose 3 to 4 meters high from the ground and wrapped around the surrounding area. It looked like a blue bonfire. Blue fire. It's obviously a fire, but I can't feel the temperature at all. Zhou Zibai circled the blue flame twice and curiously reached out to touch it, but she was stopped by Yin Nuoxing. The temperature is locked inside. It's the temperature of a star. If you touch it, you will turn into ashes. Zhou Zibai shuddered and retreated a few meters away. In the process of a few seconds, the ground wrapped in the blue flame was the first to melt and peel off. The dark breath was exposed and mixed with the flame, releasing a huge amount of energy. That was the dark breath that had accumulated here. It could not leave this 3-meter radius circle. On the other hand, it had been settling in this circle for at least 3 to 4 years. Although the main body was no longer there, it was still very dangerous. About 5 minutes later, the blue flame slowly swayed and disappeared. The dark breath completely disappeared, leaving only a complete and smooth hemispherical pit on the ground. It condensed into a black mirror-like surface and was in a state of complete cooling. Even the residual heat could not be felt. We let his arm brush the air. In his perception, the dark breath had completely dissipated. The energy concentration in the space had dropped to the point that it was almost exhausted. The weak energy in the surroundings began to flow here to fill the hole. When the time comes, we will ask that little girl about this fragment. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. A fragment of 7 to 8 meters long. For the time being, they didn't know what it was torn off from. There was only one way to deal with it. But after all, they were not professionals. At present, they could control it, so they didn't arbitrarily deal with it. This troublesome thing should be left to the cloaked girl to deal with it herself. After confirming that the surroundings had been restored to safety, Hui turned around and was about to go into the mountain. Then he suddenly stopped and looked at Feng, who followed him. Is it really okay? I haven't found anything yet, but isn't there a dark cloud in the soaring dragon mountain itself? Yin Nuoxing shook her head and flung her long hair. She looked across the woods in front of her and looked at the place shrouded in clouds and fog that looked like a fairyland. It is just a problem left behind. It is not the purpose of our trip. Hey, that's what I said, but every time I go out, I will encounter some small situations. Isn't this a little bit worrying? Hui held the back of his head and said very casually. Glancing at Feng's overly indifferent expression, he suddenly laughed in his heart. Look, 8 legs. Yin Nuoxing's expression trembled. She swept her eyes across the woods as if she had seen a ghost. She almost pulled out the Netherworld ruin sword. She quickly jumped behind Hui and pushed him forward, shouting as she walked. You go in front and open the way. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy who floats like an immortal has completely collapsed. According to the original plan, they were going to be in halfway up the soaring dragon mountain to find. Huh. Speaking of which, I haven't asked for your name yet. Hui slapped his head and turned to look at Big Boy. People who have lived for so long don't care about names. It's just a code name. Compared to remembering a code name, they're more used to remembering a person's soul. After all, things like appearance can be changed, and there are many ways and reasons. Basically, 80% of people maintain the original appearance of their soul. 20% is hard to say, especially a group of energy life forms like them in the realm of the gods. It doesn't take much effort for them to change their appearance, but they prefer to use their original soul appearance to show others. Big Boy covered his eyes and turned his head. After a long while, he said slowly, Actually, I am relieved that you don't call me by my name. My name is Southern Airlines. Oh, doesn't that sound good? I thought it was a name that was too embarrassing to say. Big Boy smiled bitterly and turned his head. Southern Airlines, Southern Airlines. Everyone. Ah, this is a very meaningful name. I heard from my mother that my father was a pilot. His dream is to own a private jet sooner or later or open his own airline. And then, Southern Airlines took a deep breath and said, The result of 20 years of hard work is to give me a name. We smiled bitterly. Good Lord, this dream has fallen into the Pacific Ocean. The group of people returned to the scenic area of soaring Dragon Mountain. After walking around for a while, they arrived at the mountainside. Just like the information that Southern Airlines had previously investigated, there was also a hotel on the mountainside. The style was similar to the hotel at the foot of the mountain. Large and small cars were lined up in 2 or 3 rows. Some people simply stopped by the roadside and held a big barrel to take pictures of the beautiful scenery in the mountain. Moreover, they would take a step forward after taking a picture. After taking a picture, they would take a step forward. After taking a picture, they would take a step forward. After taking a picture, they would take another step forward. Where are your classmates now? Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking at the scenery for a while, we turned back to look at Southern Airlines. This big boy had been looking through his phone when he came here. He heard Huey's words and shook his head helplessly. The news only shows that they have entered the soaring Dragon Mountain scenic area. That's all. I'll go to the hotel and see if I can find them. After saying this, Southern Airlines went straight to the hotel and didn't bother to greet them. We and the others weren't anxious or worried. They stood by the roadside and looked at the relaxing scenery together. The steep mountains in the distance, the clearly visible height difference, and the deep canyons. The overlapping mountains were like layers of barriers erected on the ground. It was really so short. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but whisper. Hui smiled bitterly and knocked him on the head, whispering, "This place is not the realm of the gods. It's normal for the mountains to be short. If they were the size of the hundreds of millions of mountains in the ultimate plain region, you would have to risk your life just to survive." Yin Nuashing shook his head and looked at the misty sky in the distance. The sky is so short. Hui was helpless. This was the limitation of this small planet. There was nothing he could do. Why were they talking about how short the sky was and how short the mountains were? Where was that big boy? He looked back in the direction of the hotel. Just as he was about to go and take a look, he saw the big boy running out of the hotel in a panic. Looking at the big boy, he couldn't help but sigh. He reached out and pulled Maple to greet him. "Let's go. It seems that we have something to do again." "Senior Hui." Just as the big boy rushed in front of Hui, Hui calmly waved his hand to stop him from speaking. His other hand covered half of his face. Something happened, right? Southern Airlines nodded nervously. When he was about to speak again, Hui waved his hand and walked in the direction of the hotel. "Anyway, let's go and take a look first. Don't worry and don't panic. If you panic now, you'll just be wasting your energy. Save some energy to deal with the trouble later." Looking at their figures, Southern Airlines suddenly smiled bitterly and hurriedly followed their footsteps. Wherever they went, there would be trouble, or wherever they went, they would be involved in some trouble. This kind of talent had reached the maximum level and couldn't be removed. Yin Nuashing said that he was very used to it. He and Hui could achieve this kind of effect when they went out alone. Now, the two of them went out together and came to a small mortal world in the three elements realm that was very easily influenced by them. The result of this influence was afraid that they would be involved in all kinds of disasters, from the search for the lost dog next door to the world next door. In short, looking at Southern Airlines' panicked appearance, something must have happened. His classmates happened to come to this bad place at this bad time and happened to encounter something. The probability of them being involved in that bad thing should not be very high. If it was just an ordinary thing for ordinary people in such a primitive place with high mountains and deep valleys, there were only a few things that could happen. The worst result? That would be the result. The two results pointed to the same end. In a small room on the side of the hotel lobby, a girl who looked about the same age as Southern Airlines was sitting in front of a table and chair. Her face was full of anxiety and nervousness. Most of her attention was placed on the mobile phone on the table. Beside her was the hotel staff who had been comforting her, accompanied by 2 security guards. This girl was probably Southern Airlines' classmate, but why was she alone? Why is she alone? We couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "You said there are a few people in your class. Are there only a few people?" Southern Airlines shook his head with a wry smile and replied in a low voice. "There are a total of 17 people. The one sitting there is my classmate Song Ro. I heard most of it when I came in. They came halfway up the mountain in the morning, but Song Ro felt a little uncomfortable halfway up the mountain. So the class monitor suggested that they stay in the hotel to rest. They agreed to wait until Song Ro recovered in the afternoon to go into the mountain together, and then Hui looked around. Then, when the little girl woke up, she found that she was alone. The others probably couldn't sit still and wanted to go into the mountain, but now they can't even be seen. Southern Airlines sighed deeply. That's about it. It has been 3 hours since she woke up. We can't contact her at all and are a little panicked. In the mountains, there is signal all the way, so it's not impossible to contact her. If there's really a reason why we can't contact her, it can only be Zhou Jibai. She went into an undeveloped area. She saw Southern Airlines nod and couldn't help but frown. In such a primitive environment, she suddenly deviated from the safe route and went to an unknown place and even lost contact. If it was just an ordinary loss of contact, it would be fine. If something happened, it would be really difficult to call for help. The search and rescue team seems to have set off, but I'm still a little worried. Southern Airlines sighed with a sad face. If he hadn't seen that incident, he would at most be worried that the person might have gone far away for fun and might come back in a while. Song-ro also had the same idea, so she kept staring at her phone and waiting. But what if it wasn't? In these hundreds of mountains, looking for a 15 people we can't use outside of the standard method now. He scratched his head in distress. After thinking for a while, he suddenly walked over and squatted down beside the girl. Miss Song-ro, come look into my eyes. The little girl, who was uneasy, obeyed the command almost without thinking. She turned her head and met Huey's golden eyes. Her eyes trembled slightly, and her brain seemed to be comforted by an invisible force. The panic on her face quickly faded. You are? A friend of Southern Airlines. We just happened to come here to see the scenery. I heard from him that some of his classmates also came here, so I asked him to come and say hello. I didn't expect you to encounter something. Huey's grin occupied the girl's entire line of sight with a 1,000,000-point smile. Yinuashing rolled her eyes. This guy almost blinded the eyes of everyone in the room. Hui turned back and grinned at Feng, who cast a contemptuous look at him and continued to ask Song-ro in a soothing voice. Time is urgent. Let's keep it simple. Calm down first. Just think about one thing. When they were on the road, yes, along the way, looking at the map or looking at the scenery, did they casually or specifically mention where they wanted to go to see the scenery? Where did they want to see the scenery? Think about it carefully. Wind, scenery. Song-ro lowered her head and furrowed her brows as she tried hard to recall the conversations she had with her classmates along the way. Many messy messages rushed into her mind like a floodgate, and just thinking about it made her feel uneasy. Waterfall. After waiting for a long time, the girl whispered these 2 words. She raised her head, and her eyes widened as if she had caught hope. They said they wanted to see the waterfall. It should be only this. Waterfall. Is it the waterfall in the Longquan district? At this time, the hotel staff heard it and turned to look at the map hanging on the side. He frowned. There are several waterfalls in the Longquan district. The largest waterfall is 100 meters away from the sightseeing spot in a straight line. It is far enough to see the whole picture. It is also a place that many people like to go. That group of students didn't go there, right? Will there be no signal in that place? Zhou Jibai asked. There will be a signal, but as I said just now, there will be a signal in the normal sightseeing route. If you deviate from the sightseeing route by 50 meters, there will not necessarily be a signal. Hui comforted Song-ro with a few words. He got up and looked at Feng and the others. He quietly left the room and slipped out of the hotel door. Looking at the place where more than 100 people stayed, he sighed. There are naughty children every year. When will they stop worrying? Nan Hang said, they are around 20 years old. They can't be considered naughty children, right? They haven't grown up and their minds haven't fully developed. They are causing trouble everywhere. From 3 years old to 300 million years old, they are all naughty children. Hui rolled his eyes, put his hands on his hips, and said in a bad mood, at least think of a way to solve the trouble they cause before they take the initiative to cause trouble. Longquan District, right? Let's go, let's go. We might have to carry a dozen coffins later. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes, turned to the little girl, and nodded. She shook her head helplessly. It's really busy everywhere we go. The power of the void allowed the five of them to escape into the shadows, temporarily breaking away from the connection with the real world. Zhou Zibai saw this and knew something was wrong. She quickly grabbed Yin Nuoxing, and Hui pulled the entire void domain and rushed towards the mountains, leaving behind two long screams in the air. In the dense forest off the main road, a group of young men and women were sweating profusely as they walked in the forest with the remnants of dead branches and withered leaves. In this dense forest, where the roots of the trees were twisted into knots on the ground, there was nothing that could be called a road at all. They were just pushing away the leaves and the jungle along the way, stepping on the space that was not covered by vegetation but occupied by other things, and moving forward with difficulty. Why haven't we arrived yet? Is it really this way? A young man with a map in his hand was sweating profusely. He picked up a green leaf that fell on the map and couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his face. But it shouldn't be. According to the road on the map, it should be in this direction, right? Hey, don't tell me we went the wrong way. If we get lost in this damned place, don't worry. Listen, there's the sound of the waterfall. Even if we get lost, we just have to follow the direction of the sound of the water. We won't really get lost. But why don't we go back? There might be poisonous snakes and insects in this primitive forest. It would be troublesome if we get bitten or stung, a girl said softly. She was a little scared when she saw that there was no sunlight in the surroundings. How is that possible? How can these things be regarded as a scenic spot? Don't be afraid, just because of the primitive jungle. They must have explored it long ago. Don't worry. Class leader, how far have we walked? I'm tired of exploring this jungle. The young man with the map frowned impatiently. Isn't it because you guys insisted on going to the top of the waterfall? Forget it. We said in the beginning that we shouldn't take shortcuts. We should have gone around to the back of the Longquan area, closer to the waterfall, and then go in a straight line. Why do we have to take the shortcut in the forest halfway? What kind of shortcut is there? But I wasn't the only one who suggested it. It was you guys. Okay, stop talking. The class leader swatted away the leaves on his face and saw a gray shadow pass by in front of his eyes. He subconsciously trembled, looked around, and calmly let out a long breath. Anyway, since we've been brought to this place, let's think of a way to get to the destination first. The sound of water in their ears was the only road sign, but it was also the most unreliable road sign. Without walking a certain distance, it was difficult to tell whether the sound was getting weaker or stronger. But at this moment, there was no other way. Since the sound of water was still on the left, as long as they walked in front, they should be able to find a normal path when they reach the open area of the jungle, right? Class leader, did you hear that the sound of water seems to be getting softer? Do we really go the wrong way? Don't scare yourself. The sound of water is still there, but why is the sky? It seems a little darker. It's not going to rain, right? The class leader's footsteps slowed down a little. He frowned and looked around. He secretly lamented that he chose the wrong place. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the artificial scenic spot. Or if he didn't let them leave the hotel in the first place, would it be so troublesome? The dusky afternoon sky gradually darkened a little. The sound of water coming from the right front made him feel a burst of anxiety.